Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Candace Yvette, and I am back with another video. I haven't done one of these videos on this YouTube channel in a little while. But I wanted to start back to revive my channel, covering the cases of missing and murder women and children. Um, I know I took a hiatus from my channel for a little while, and it's exactly because of cases like this. Okay, so before we get started into anything, we're going to have a moment of silence for both of the children involved in this case, and then for children who have been or have experienced things like this. So we just gonna have a moment of silence. May little Skylar Gardner rest in peace. Y'all, we have a lot to go over tonight. We have a lot to go over. And I've been researching and digging and pulling up every piece of information from every rock, crook, and cranny that I could, because as I know, being in the crime niche, being a crime blogger, but as a lot of other people don't know, when you get these types of cases, and they're fresh like this, what I mean by fresh is they're new, they just happened. You get a lot of gossip, a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of things that are said, a lot of confusion in the beginning of these cases are put out, and the truth is always simmering somewhere beneath all of that. These type of cases, for the truth to come out and for the truth to rise to the top, they have to be put on ice. Like I used to tell my viewers on Facebook all the time, they have to be put on ice. So I had to dig through a lot of stuff, and when I came across the court affidavit, I found that things were not as they seemed. They're a little worse. These children went through HE double hockey sticks. And for those of y'all who don't know, I'm going to go over the articles describing the case that I'm talking about. Um, Not only that, but I'm going to be dropping the link. So if anybody want to come up and you got something to say, just please be respectful, because I don't know about Facebook. I don't really go live that often on Facebook, but I know the YouTube bots will strike the video. Okay. And I don't want to strike this video. Currently is not, even though this is a monetized platform, I'm not monetizing this video. So I'm not too worried about people slipping up and cursing here and there, but I stress that you please do not curse if you can help it. Um, Also, I'm working off of two different devices, so y'all please be patient with me. Um, for those of you who don't know, for those of y'all on YouTube, this case is coming to us out of the city of Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm going to read the latest news article on it, and then I'm gonna go over all the different things that I've come across. I really wanted to do this live to go over the court affidavit and everything that I read and came across in the court affidavit. Okay. So this article was written a day ago. It says the Indianapolis apartment where children were found was a biohazard. Mother charged in murder in girl's death. An Indianapolis mother is now charged with murder and child neglect following the death of her 2-year-old daughter, who was found living in horrific conditions. Prosecutors claim the girl and her 3-year-old brother were left alone for days inside a cold apartment. Okay. Police claim the entire apartment where the little girl and her young sibling lived was littered with feces, urine, garbage, and rotten food. So I'm gonna pause right here real quick. If you have a weak stomach, if you are prone to like any kind of trauma from hearing cases like this, then I advise you to like click off now. This is no judgment or whatever. I completely understand. This is why I put my channel on YouTube, Black Women Aware, on ICE for like 2 years covering the cases, the missing and murder cases of children. Okay. And being in my position and being at the time I was an advocate for these families, but now I'm just a blogger. I just like to be known as a blogger. But I was an advocate and a blogger at the time. I felt like it was my duty to cover these cases. It was no way out. So some of the things that I would come across and I would read, and the families would tell me, or I would interview and I would find out, they are traumatic. So if you don't have a strong stomach, I advise you to just get off now. Okay, get off now. Save your peace of mind. All right. So let's keep going. It says preliminary. Doctors believe Skylar Gardner, which was the 2-year-old baby, died from hypothermia, but her body was also covered in bruises, bite marks, and a puncture wound was on her neck, and frostbite was on her hands and feet. Doctors believe the puncture wound occurred post-mortem, likely from a rodent. Whoa. Okay. So they believe, because I was wondering that as well. I was wondering that when I initially came across the case, where did this puncture wound on the baby's neck like, where did this come from? And the article that I'm reading here, it says it came from a rodent. After the post-mortem is just a fancy medical term for after the girl was deceased. Okay, after she was deceased, a rodent came across and was um messing with the corpse, okay, or trying to possibly eat the corpse, okay. Again, if you do not have a strong stomach, please get off now. All right. It's so sad on so many levels, said attorney John Tompkins. The victim's mother, Chantel Gardner, admitted she knew she was neglecting her young kids by letting them live alone in filth for days and nights on end, but she insisted she didn't physically harm her children on purpose. Over the weekend, IMPD officers found the little girl dead. She and her brother had been living in filth at an apartment at the 6300 block of Newberry Road. Officers initially arrested Gardner on a neglect charge. Tompkins isn't connected to the case, but said the victim's mother was charged with murder and neglect, not because she intended to hurt the child, but because prosecutors believe she knowingly placed her daughter in a deadly situation. That will leave one question for a jury. So I went live on this situation a day or so ago, and I wasn't really prepared, but I do remember saying in that live I wasn't prepared. I was just all over the place. I was in my emotions, and that's really not how you want to be when you cover these kind of cases. But anywho, I do remember saying when I came across those first couple pictures of her apartment that it reminded me of the videos that I see the teenage guys doing when they go to explore abandoned apartments or abandoned houses and stuff. It was completely not livable, y'all. It was not livable at all. Okay, Miss Callie, girl, what's up? What's up, Miss Callie? I missed y'all on YouTube so much. You just don't know, Miss Callie. I'm glad you here. So anyways, yeah, so let's keep going with this article, and then I'm gonna get into this court affidavit. Again, if anybody want to jump on the panel, if you have anything to share, any thoughts, your feelings, whatever, because we all in a way are grieving. I don't know if y'all know it, but anger is a part of the grieving process. So if you're angry about this and you just want to share your thoughts on not only this case, but how we can protect children in the future, how we can prevent this, yada yada yada, just, you're more than welcome. I'll drop the link in the comments or what have you. Just remember to be respectful, okay? Try not to curse or whatever, or say words that the YouTube bots will pick up on and they'll strike the video. We don't want that. That's why part of the reason why I'm keeping this video unmonetized, okay? So let me keep going. It says Gardner, they're referring to the mother, called 911 after finding Skylar, her daughter, unresponsive under the dresser on January 25th, literally just 6 days ago. Upon arrival, police found the home unsuitable for living. Fecal matter was smeared on the walls and furniture. Trash was scattered around the residence, and food was rotting. Items were soaked in urine. The conditions were so awful, the detective considered the apartment a biohazard, which that is a biohazard. Y'all, I've been in the medical field for over 20 years, and not even just doing CNA work, but all kind of, but like just focus on CNAs, because CNAs, they deal with the poopy I don't even like that. I still double glove and put on PPE when I change people. So imagine what these little babies was living in, and that stuff is smeared on the walls and stuff like that. And now I don't do that to offend the patients. I want to throw that out there. I do that because most of my medical experience, I was in the hospitals, and you carry a lot of different diseases and things in your urine and in your fecal matter. You carry some people carry a disease called VRE in their urine, and you have a 60% chance of dying from that. Okay, so it's more serious than what people think. So just imagine two children living like this, y'all. Okay. So the affidavit claims Gardner says she tried cleaning the walls and maintaining things, but it became too overwhelming. She eventually strayed away from the home altogether due to the smell inside the house. Now y'all think about that. Okay. So this is for all the people who was just trying to blame it, because Miss Callie, I don't know if you've been following this case, but this is the case of a mother who highly neglected her children out of Indianapolis, Indiana. The baby girl ended up passing away. The son, they said his physical health is hell right now. And I'm gonna go over all the receipts. This possibly is gonna be a long live, y'all. I hope y'all in for the ride. This is gonna be a long live. I came across so much stuff, okay? But anyways, this is what I was trying to prove earlier. For those of y'all who didn't know, because there was a lot of people saying, "Oh, well, it's we got to check on our mental health," and we do have to check on our mental health. We do have to make sure we are out there and getting our mental health checked and things like that. But my problem, and I was so irritated, is because I was so irritated with this case because people kept saying, "Oh, it was just postpartum depression, and that's why she knocked the kids off." You know what I'm saying? Postpartum depression can lead you. It's just like a gateway drug, like weed. It can be an opener to you doing something like this, but it doesn't ultimately cause you to do no stuff like this to no babies. Okay, it can be a gateway to it, but it's not ultimately gonna be the answer for why. Oh, you just no. It says right here, she just told on herself. This is why you have to be careful when you talking to the media and when you on social media and when you talking to police, because this statement right here, it proves that she's neglected her children. She said she eventually strayed away from the home altogether. This is her words, the mother's words, altogether due to the smell inside the house. Okay, yeah, I'm getting a little emotional right now, y'all. Miss Callie know me. Miss Callie know I get a little emotional on these cases. If you know as the mother that the smell of the house was enough to knock you back, all right? It was enough to knock you back. What would make you want to leave your babies in that situation, all right? And I already kind of have my own ideas on what would make her do that, but I ultimately cannot answer for somebody like that. All right, I can't. Let's keep going though. Handling things on your own when they get unsafe is not the best idea. So we went to normalize the idea. We want to normalize the idea that asking for support is the responsible and good thing to do, said Jeff Whitman, the director of Prevent Child Abuse Indiana. For their part, child neglect awareness advocates urge all parents in need to call the state's hotline and ask for help. It's not about tearing families apart. It's about getting them the help and the support that they need before the really horrible outcomes happen, said Whitman. And I couldn't agree with that more. Miss Callie, I don't know if you remember when it was a young black mother. She couldn't have been no more than in her early 20s. I believe she had three babies. I had to go back and find her case because she did do an interview with Real Life Street Productions here on YouTube. And they was tearing that girl down, and I did not like that. I did not like how they allowed Jaguar Wright to tear that girl down. But she took her kids to the CPS office. She took them to the CPS office, and she told the workers straight up. She said, my mind ain't right. She said, I ain't in the right position to raise these children. She said, I wants to go out and party and kick it and da 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 you. I don't care if her reason was, baby, I'm trying to build me a rocket in the backyard and fly to Mars and dance with aliens. The thing that I respected her on is she didn't physically hurt her children. She didn't unalive them. She didn't leave them neglected in a state like this. And I was trying to stress that to people, and people, which, in my opinion, I feel like black single mothers, we get it the worst. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to stereotypical stuff and when it comes to pressure, we should always be the best. We should do this, we should do that. And I'm going to talk about that too in this live, because I continue to stress to black women, you are human. You are not some superhero. You gonna break down eventually too. You know what I'm saying? And being a single parent, that's not for the weak. You need a support system. Get out of this mindset of thinking I gotta do it by myself. And sometimes the society that we live in forces us to believe that, and it's not true. This is how these type of cases are born, because we're trying to do it. The girl told I got the video where one of her, because she was a rapper, y'all. The mother was an aspiring rapper, and one of the dudes who rapped with her, he said that she allegedly went back and told her boyfriend she didn't want to burden him with her children. That's why she never took him over there. She allegedly said this to him. Okay, this is why I be trying to get black women out of that mindset. Even if you got to break down and you don't have no family support, and you have to turn to CPS and say, you know what, my mind ain't right, I'm going through something, I ain't gonna front with you. I'm gonna give you the real deal. People are going to judge you, because that's what people do. They judge everything you do. They talk about everything you do. I'm going to say the old saying, hell, they talked about Jesus. Jesus couldn't breathe without them judging him or trying to plot to kill him and do all this and all that. You know what I'm saying? They talked about the Lord. They're going to judge you, but at the end of it, when the dust settles, you're going to have a clear conscience, because, baby, I did not unalive my children. With the girl who took her kids to CPS, it was one guy, and I screenshotted his responses. And if y'all patient with me tonight, I will find them and pull them up, because I saves everything. It was one guy, and he couldn't realize the idiot, the craziness in what he was saying. Sorry, y'all, that's my alarm. He couldn't realize like what he was saying and how it didn't make sense, because he was persecuting this woman, because he said, Candace, he said, my mama left me how she leaving her children, and she wrong, because mothers should never give up on their children. And I said, baby, when your mama left you, if your mama had to leave you like that, why couldn't your mama turn to your daddy first? And he said, oh, well, my daddy left when I was a baby, and he had been. I said, okay, so why do your daddy get a pass but your mama don't? And he kept on saying, oh, well, I didn't expect my mama to leave. I said, no. I said, that's the problem. We have to hold both parents accountable. Both parents took a part in getting this child here, in the conception of this child. Both parents need to be held accountable. If that little girl with the CPS case, if she had somewhere else to go other than CPS, I'm pretty sure she would have went there, because she told them people straight up. She didn't have no shame or nothing. She said straight up. She said, I can't do it. She said, I wants to go out and party and live my life, or whatever. And when she got over there on Real Life 3 Stars, they tore her down. I didn't respect that, because that's how shit like this happens. Because they get shamed for reaching out for help. And so then they, oh, well, like the girl allegedly told her rapper friend. She said, I didn't want to be a burden. Okay. At this point, when it comes to child welfare and their safety and their health and things like that, you have to put your fucking self aside. I feel like part of the reason she didn't step out is because the embarrassment of the situation. But it's not about you anymore. It's about your children and keeping them safe. Now we have a 2-year-old baby. Life ended before it began, because you didn't want to humble yourself, have a little bit of humility. This is my opinion, because I'm still digging up the facts on this case. You don't want to have no humility and reach out for help when it was there. I'm gonna be pulling up some receipts too, y'all. Y'all have to be patient with me. This is my first time doing StreamYard on my iPad. I'm usually on a desktop computer doing StreamYard or whatever. So be patient with me. Again, this is gonna be a long live. We got a lot to go over. It's a lot to cover. Okay. And again, Because people are going to be coming and going throughout this live or whatever. If you want to jump up and say something or whatever, I know I done slipped up twice and cursed or whatever, but cases like these, y'all, burn me up. This is why I had this channel. For those of y'all who are on YouTube, my channel is called Page 57 now, but it was originally called Black Women Aware. And I covered missing and murder cases of Black women and children. And again, when I come across these child cases, you gonna see the most demonic people, the most demonistic, devilish criminals come out. You're gonna read about some hellish shit when you read about the crimes that happen to children. Okay? And I couldn't stomach it 2 years ago. It was too much for me, y'all. It was too much. Children getting sold to known I can't say the word, but the P word. People who like children, hint hint, they getting sold by their own mothers and fathers who are addicted to drugs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? People, uncles and cousins kidnapping they little cousins and their daughters, taking them off in the woods and graping them and popping them in the head. I done came across some stuff. Okay, so this case, sadly, is not the worst that I've come across. All right. But I got a heck of a lot of receipts. All right. Again, if y'all want to jump on the panel, let me know. I'm about to read this affidavit. I wonder how many of y'all have already went through, because I was sharing all the receipts on my Facebook, the screenshots with the father. The father was speaking out and he was frustrated, which he should be. You should be frustrated. I bet he's grieving and he's going through. God bless him. You know, this ain't the time to be, beating up on nobody, but I would be wrong if I say I don't wonder, because this is what the father wrote. Okay. And I'm going to try to pull it up and share the screen or whatever. Be patient with me. Again, this is my first time doing StreamYard on my iPad. All right. I'm usually on the desktop computer. So the father, in a post, he wrote, I can go back months. Excuse me, y'all. I'm burping. I'm sorry. He said, I can go back months of me asking and wanting to see my kids. I don't have no custody or he said our visitation rights. I can't just pull up there. I would go to jail. Like I said, I've been calling. I have message on Messenger to me reaching out. This is his post word for word. Okay. So I question, because I don't never remember nobody who didn't have custody of their children, who didn't have visitation rights, going to prison if they just pull up where the child lived. So, like I said in a previous live, which I had to take it down because I was way too over emotional and it was way too disorganized, the only time you can pull up somewhere and you go to jail for pulling up at somewhere is if somebody has a restraining order on you. Okay, so it's still a lot of stuff that's in the shadows. This is my guess. I'm guessing he had a restraining order. This woman put out some type of restraining order on him. He said he don't have no custody or visitation. They said that Chantel Gardner, which is the mother, was allegedly married, and the marriage didn't work out. I'm assuming she was married to this man or whatever, the kid's father. So it further makes me curious, like, for the people who are married out there, when you get divorced, don't they usually give both parents like joint custody? Because I'm wondering, like, why didn't he have joint custody? Why couldn't he come see those kids? Like, what happened to make you have no custody and no visitation? And in his words, I can't just pull up there. I will go to jail. Like, I've been calling. I have message. That's not what you do, y'all. Okay. For all the fathers out there or the non-custodials, because it could be mothers who are non-custodials too. If you don't have no rights, if you ain't getting visitation, if you ain't got no custody or whatever, something obviously is not lining up between you and the mother. Y'all not seeing eye to eye. Something is going on. One, your first route should not be, okay, let me try to And I understand why fathers do it. Okay, we want to try to keep the peace and work things out outside the courthouse. But when it get like this, you need to go to court. You need to get you a lawyer involved or whatever. Because even if you don't win no custody or no visitation, when stuff like this happens, and say that the detectives, they want to come back and question you on some things, you can at least prove, because the burden of proof is on you. You can at least prove to them, hey, you know what? I was fighting for custody or whatever. I was fighting for custody or whatever, and this happened and that happened or whatever. But with your word, it goes against hers if you're not going to court. In my eyes, me personally, if you're not going to court and fighting for your kids, as a father in this situation, I don't feel like you fought for them at all. I don't feel like you fought for him at all. That's just my opinion, though. Y'all don't have to agree with it. So Latoya on Facebook says, she says, I remember he gave her full custody. Why, Toya, did you hear why he gave her full custody? Because of his disability. Okay. So that's what I'm curious about. Like, I'm wondering, like, what, because I heard that too. I heard he had a disability, but that doesn't answer what he's saying in his caption. He's sharing a bunch of screenshots between him and the mother, and he said out his own mouth, Toya, he said, I can't just pull up there. I would go to jail. Okay, I don't ever remember a non-custodial parent who didn't have, you got parents who got whole CPS cases who don't have visitation and don't have custodial rights because CPS takes over the custodial rights, and they either give it to a foster parent or they give it to the next of kin or whatever. And the parent don't just go to jail or whatever if they come around. They got to be supervised around the kids. Of course, they got to be supervised. They cannot be left alone with the children, but they don't just go to jail for pulling up. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to push here is something else went on that's not being said, okay? Something else, and I'm not really trying to point any fingers at him and say he's wrong for anything, but in a way, in my eyes, I kind of feel like he is, forgive me for that, but I kind of feel like he is because, again, as a father, if you know you and this person ain't seeing eye to eye or whatever, you have to hit up them courts. Oh, Candace, it's hard. I ain't got no money. Life is hard, baby. Imagine how hard much more harder it is for your children, especially if you believe the other person is unfit. Okay, because now we got a baby girl gone again, like I said before, and she ain't seen the start of life. All right, and I'm already getting burnt up about it. I'm already getting burnt up. Okay. So again, I don't know if I said this already, but I'm in the middle, y'all, baking like caramel cakes right now. So again, it's gonna be a long live. We gonna be up. We gonna be talking about some stuff. I'm about to go over this affidavit because I read through the text messages already. I'll go over the text messages and stuff after I go over the affidavit. If y'all want me to drop the link, just say so. I'm be playing around with StreamYard too because I'm be trying to see how I can share some of this stuff to the live. Okay, it's a long affidavit too, y'all. This is a long affidavit. Let me pull it up. Let me pull this affidavit up. Okay. All right. Do I have this in order? I should have it in order. Hors d'oeuvres. I'm just playing. Okay, let me start reading this. All right. So it says initial response. On January 25th of 2025, Indianapolis Metro Police Department North District Officer Jeremy Renner responded to 6317 Newberry Road, apartment 108 in Indianapolis, Indiana. Reference IMPD report number, and it gives you the report number, which I'm not going to read. Um, Upon the officer's arrival, the mother, Chantel Gardner, Black female, 33 years old, said that she found her daughter, Skylar Gardner, unresponsive underneath a dresser. Indianapolis Emergency Medical Services, Medic 26, Medic Katrina Grayson, or Graham, sorry, it's Graham, pronounced the time of death at 6:50 p.m. So I need to get a pen, y'all, so I can make a timeline here. just go to my daughter's crayon bin real quick and get something to write with, because I ain't got my none of my stuff around. Now I'm gonna make a timeline. All right, so they are saying they pronounced that baby girl deceased at 6:50 on January 25th. She was pronounced deceased. Okay. All right. Let me keep going. Get off alarm. Officer Renner noted that Officer Renner noted that the IMPD homicide unit and spoke with Sergeant Detective Brian Lambert and Detective Christina Fryo. I believe that's how you pronounce her last name. Detective Lambert notified the IMPD child abuse unit and spoke with Detective Caitlin Harris. And it gives their badge numbers and things like that. Detective Fryo applied for a search warrant to photograph and search the residence on Newberry Road. Judge Elizabeth Cleese granted the warrant reference number, and it gives the reference number for the search warrant. Detective Harris notified the Marion County Coroner's Office and the Indiana Department of Child Services, DCS, fatality team and spoke to the family case manager, Courtney Carr. Detective Harris then conducted a walkthrough of the residence with Indianapolis Marion County Forensic Services. Blakely Watson, okay, he's from the Forensic Services. Upon entering the department, Detective Harris was hit with the overwhelming smell of fecal matter. Okay. They said it was overwhelming. They said it. I want y'all to please pay attention to the words that they use in this report. They said it was overwhelming, meaning they didn't just come in and it was something that they could endure. That when somebody says overwhelming, they saying, "Oh my God, I don't even know if I could really endure this." Okay, it was overwhelming. Okay. The apartment floors were covered with human feces, garbage, chicken bones, fast food bags, and open barbecue sauce containers, clothing, toys, and other debris, knocked over furniture, and household items. The floors were littered with the above items and more, to the point where Detective Harris and CSU Watson had no choice but to step on the items as they were walking through. Multiple areas of the walls were covered with fecal matter. Excuse me, y'all. I keep burping. I'm sorry. Okay, so it says multiple areas of the walls were covered with fecal matter, what appeared to be barbecue sauce, and other unknown substances, including a baby crib and mattress that had feces layered on them. Again, pay attention to the terms. It said it was layered, meaning those children were probably incontinent. I'm, 2-year-old, obviously, they probably just now starting potty training. She didn't know where to go pot, that poor little baby. Then the brother, I thought the brother was 4, but in one of the news articles, it said the brother was 3. So either he was fresh out of potty training or still potty training himself. So they said the feces was layered on the child crib and mattress, meaning the children went there multiple times. They probably didn't know where to go. This is breaking my heart, y'all. It really is. It's hard to read, very hard. Let me go on to the next page. The dresser, which was said to have fallen on the child, was located in the child's room. The dresser was not a typical dresser, but rather a fabric dresser tower with a frame built out of what appeared to be thin white wood and or imitation wood. White metal bars extended across the white frame to hold/support cloth/fabric drawers. The dresser appeared to be knocked over but was resting on a chair. Several fabric drawers were on the floor around the dresser. The dresser did not appear to be heavy enough to have caused and or resulted in the manner of Skylar's death. It should be noted that the dresser had not completely fallen flat on the debris covered floor, but instead was partially lying on a knocked over multicolored. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go to the next page. So it was knocked over on a multicolored. Where did I end up here? Where did I end? Pink, fuchsia, teal, green, gray quilt chair. Okay, so the dresser was kind of leaning on a chair. All right. And it shows a picture. Let's keep going. Detective Harris spoke to Detective Jamie Davis, gives her ID number via phone, and describes the crime scene. Detective Davis stated that she would respond to the scene to assist Detective Harris. CSU Watson began documenting the scene by photographing the residence. Detective Davis arrived shortly after and met Detective Harris at IFD Engine 17's fire truck. Upon Detective Davis's arrival, Deputy Coroner April Jones of the Marion County Coroner's Office was seen physically examining the descendant Skylar. Oh my God. This is going to get hard to read in a minute. Ooh, Detective Friel remained inside the residence with CSU Watson while he continued photographing the residence and the scene. While conducting a physical exam on Skylar, Coroner Jones pointed out several concerning injuries she observed to both Detective Harris and Detective Davis. So right now she's basically going over the corpse and she's pointing out different things that she sees, different abnormalities that she sees on the corpse. Okay, that's what she's doing. We go over to the next page. Detective Harris spoke with Detective Jamie Davis via phone and described the crime scene. Okay, we already read that. Let me go down a little further. Okay, they're at Skylar's corpse. While conducting the physical exam of Skylar, Coroner Jones pointed out several concerning injuries she observed to both Detective Harris and Detective Davis. The injuries were believed to be as follows on initial observation. Okay, so they're going over just the out. You know, when the coroner gets a hold of a corpse, they and I don't mean to sound gruesome or nothing. I ain't trying to gross anybody out, but they get the body. They don't only go out over the exterior of the body, but they go inside and they weigh your organs and they draw blood and look at everything. Right now, this is just the outside, and I'm saying what I'm saying because I'm warning people because it's about to get a little bit more detail as we move into when they actually do this baby's autopsy. Okay, I'm trying to warn people. All right, so if you over emotional like me and you really love kids and the innocent and people like that and you're an advocate, I'm just warning you. So okay, so she had multiple pattern bruises across the entirety of her body. She had multiple bruising, non-specified, over the entirety of her body. It says that twice, y'all. That's why I read it twice, including her genital area and her right eye. Multiple bite marks on Skylar's back and possibly under her left arm. Puncture wound on Skylar's neck. Okay. Internal injury to her lower inner lip. Unknown injuries to Skylar's feet. A more thorough examination will be conducted at the autopsy, okay? And I just told y'all that's what they would do. They're going to take the corpse back to the lab or the mortuary or whatever, and they're going to do the autopsy. After observing Skylar's injuries, Detective Harris walked through the apartment again with Detective Davis. Both Detective Davis and Detective Harris did not believe the dresser could have caused the death of Skylar. No, it probably would have left her with a bruise. I don't believe it would have caused her her death either. Um, so they said they don't believe it would have caused her death and that the home was a biohazard. Along with the deplorable conditions, they felt it was a dangerous environment for Skylar and her brother SG to have been in. Due to this and the other injuries observed on Skylar, Detective Harris decided to take both Chantell and her boyfriend Brian Thomas into the IMPD Child Abuse Office to conduct interviews on both. Detective Davis remained at, go to the next page. He remained at the residence and requested another search warrant for the residence to search for potential evidence like blood, weapons, measurements of biological evidence, drugs, all of that, you know. So on January 25th, 2025, Detective Cody Gaddis, okay, assisted detectives by applying for a second search warrant for the resident. Judge Elizabeth Cleese, the first judge who authorized the first warrant, this is who's given the second warrant. She signed off on the second warrant. In addition, Detective Gaddis Also apply for a search warrant to collect any and all electronics from the residence. And they probably was looking for other incriminating evidence, which is good. These sound like, shout out to the Indy police department. They sound like they got some very smart, proactive detectives out there. Okay. Due to the overwhelming amount of trash, chicken bones, food, clothing, toys, and household items scattered all over the house, most of which were covered with fecal matter and urine, Detective Davis requested a further assistance searching the residence. IMPD homicide detectives and detectives B. Lambert, Detective Tyan Lambert, and Detective Sarah. I can't really pronounce her name, but I'm gonna give it a try. Did Dada, believe it is, arrived and assisted with the search. Okay, let me go over to the next page. While searching the residence, Detective Davis located several items in the home that were not only covered in fecal matter, but what is believed to be soaked with urine as well. CSU Watson utilized an alternate light source to assist in searching for biological evidence, including blood. So y'all know what those alternate light sources is. If you have never watched a crime source, it's a show or whatever. If you have never watched ID channel, the alternate light source, I'm sorry, y'all, I can't talk today. Jesus Christ. It's something that basically identifies biological products, blood, whatever, that you probably cleaned up or whatever with bleach, thinking that the cops wasn't gonna find it. So that's what they was doing. They was looking for extra stuff. Um, a sweatshirt was found in a laundry basket located in the master bedroom and was noted to have an unknown substance on it after being observed through ALS, and that was collected. A plastic knife that appeared to have feces smeared on both sides of the blade, disgusting, was located on the master bedroom floor and was collected. A red phone was found in the main bedroom on the floor, collected, and turned over to Detective Davis. Also in the main bathroom, hair was found in the shower, which appeared to have fecal matter on it. A hair sample was collected from a pile of hair. Hair was also collected, found by a white shirt on the floor, located in the dining room. Let me go to the next page. Okay. This is a long affidavit, y'all. But again, I'm be rocking and rolling all night. If y'all willing to rock and roll all night, we gonna go. Okay, we gonna cover all of this stuff. While searching the residence, Detective Davis located several items in the home that were not only covered in fecal matter but believed to be soaked in urine as well. CSU Watson utilized an okay, I just read that. Just read that, computer. Take me to the next one. Okay. Chantell says she and Brian Thomas began dating a few years ago, and he is not the biological father of Skylar or her other child. She said Brian and or her friend LA watched the children whenever she had to work. Now I'm gonna pause right there because from what I've been investigating, it's been a couple. Like I told y'all, Chantel was an aspiring rapper, and it's been other people in that community who rapped with her, was in videos with her, and they're basically saying all this stuff that she was saying about Brian and being with him 7 days a week when she wasn't with her children. They're saying that she lied to detectives when she said that and she wasn't really with him, but that she incriminated him. Okay, and I'm gonna share that video with y'all as we go along. But they saying that she was not with him, and that's why it's some people in Indianapolis that's real mad because if y'all don't know, Brian was arrested. The charge, from what I remember, was assisting a criminal, right? So they said he lied. Allegedly he lied to the detectives or whatever. He was trying to protect her, and he lied to the detectives. This is what I will say to anybody: if you already don't know it, you got a reason to remain, or a right to remain silent for a reason or whatever. I would say, I would, if I was him, I wouldn't have said nothing to the first. All right, I don't care how bad I look, how much they pressure me, give me a lawyer or whatever. I ain't trying to protect her. My thing is, if I know I'm innocent and I ain't did nothing wrong, my thing is protecting myself. All right, for real. So he didn't go to jail because she incriminated him. He went to jail allegedly because of what he said and what he put himself in. Okay, he was out here doing interviews on Facebook Live. I got that. He wrote a real long post on Facebook, and that y'all don't need to be doing none of that when you have detectives looking at you, because I guess from his understanding, once he did that initial interview with detectives, they weren't looking at him anymore. They were not looking at him anymore. They didn't suspect him of a crime anymore. But that's never the case. Okay, hold on, y'all. My son, I think he's coming in the door. Thank you. He brought me a salad. Thank you.
I hit a pothole.
All right. You hit a pothole?
Yeah.
Be careful.
There you go.
Just sit it over there. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Zay. Love you. Y'all drive safe. Okay. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, so he was locked up because of things he said out of his own mouth. He incriminated himself, and then when he thought that he was in the clear, all right, he thought he was in the clear, and he got on Facebook and he wrote this real long post about how, like, what happened when he met Chantel, and I'm gonna read that. I'll go over all that stuff with y'all or whatever. But you never want to do that, y'all. Please don't do that. And I ain't trying to, advocate for criminals, but damn, be smart out here if you're innocent and you're being incriminated, or somebody is pointing a finger at you and saying you did something. Do not feel like you have to prove anything to the public. We are not the ones that got the handcuffs, okay? We ain't the judge and jury. We're not. So when he did that, when I seen the one little dude who looked like he DJ for a living or whatever, when I seen Brian get on that live, I knew his goose was cooked. A few hours later, when they said that they had a warrant out on for his arrest, and allegedly for a few hours he was evading or whatever, he was like trying to hop out on a warrant allegedly, I knew the goose was cooked when I seen that live, y'all. Because I'm thinking you trying to clear your name with the public, but you need to be watching out for these detectives for real, for real. Because they interview you and let you go, it don't always mean you off the hook. They still got eyes on you. They still probably suspect you or something. They just can't pin you with nothing. They can't sit you down right now. But he gave it to them, okay? When he incriminated himself allegedly. All right. Miss Callie says, I saw that house. I think she let the kids fend for themselves while she lived her own life. Yeah, that house was, Miss Callie, that house looked like something. I'm telling y'all, if y'all ever get bored or you just want to learn a little history or whatever, because them abandoned channels, they help you learn the history, different parts of the history about different parts of the country or whatever. Go over there to that abandoned niche on YouTube and see them houses when them little boys be going in them houses with them cameras. Some of them houses that they go into, they can't even go into them because of the asbestos. They have to wear masks. They have to wear special types of masks to even go in them houses. So when I seen her house and the fact that you had itty bitty babies living in this squalor, I was beyond lost for words. Miss Callie, I got a freaking dog. I just got a dog, Miss Callie. I got a 7-month-old puppy. I got a 7-month-old puppy. And I wouldn't leave my dog like that. I think the longest I've left Kai Kai by herself was 4 hours. She had her food and water. I put down puppy pads. She was in her little playpen. So because puppies, they will chew up electric cords. They'll get into anything and chew it up and tear up stuff, your blinds, everything, right? So I had her in her playpen. She had puppy pads in there. She had a few toys in there. She had water. She had her kibbles and bits or whatever. Y'all know when I left and I came back, I was so worried the whole time I was going about my dog. I couldn't imagine leaving a 2 and 3 year old innocent children like this. And y'all gotta excuse me because now I'm getting fired up about it. Okay. Latoya says horrible. Absolutely, Latoya. It was beyond words. I had no words when I seen that house. Natalie says, wait, what happened? Specify, Natalie, and I'll try to fill you in on wherever you lost. Um, yeah, it really did. It looked like a squatter park. It really did. It looked like where you get a bunch of drug addicted people. That's where they hung out. And you left your kids in this. Okay, you left your kids in this. Like I'm still lost for words. But y'all, let's continue to go over this affidavit. Again, like I said in the beginning of the live, if you want to jump on, if you have some thoughts that you want to share, whatever, I will put the link in the comment section below. You can hop on, you can share your thoughts or whatever. It's fine with me. So let me keep going. Let me find where I left off, y'all. So right here it's talking about, okay, it says, she said they were at home today preparing for a senior night. She said SG, which is referring to the 3-year-old child, the son, needed a haircut. So she took him to Brian's, the boyfriend. Brian is the boyfriend, y'all. Brian's residence where she dropped him off. She said that upon dropping SG off, she and Skylar went home. She said once home, she became anxious and needed a break, so she took Skylar inside and returned outside to sit in her car. Yes, Natalie, I completely agree, but I'm just lost. Natalie, I'm lost. This is what I'm lost on right here at this moment. This is a 2-year-old child, okay? Who takes a 2-year-old child inside an apartment? I don't give a damn if you're just going outside for 15 minutes and leave that baby in that apartment by themselves. 2-year-olds is they get into everything too. Stick their hands in sockets. 2-year-olds. My son, y'all, is almost 19 now. When Xavier was 11 months old, I remember like when me and his father was together, and we would be lying in the bed. It would be early in the morning, and we would hear a thud because Xavier had a real nice crib. He had a baby crib. He would climb that thing and jump out at 11 months. So imagine what a 2-year-old can do. Xavier at 10 and 11 months old, y'all, because, he had a high chair too. He had everything. He didn't go without nothing. He had a high chair. He was smart enough. That boy was so bright. He would take his straps off because his high chair back in the day came with like a little seatbelt feature. He would take that off. He would shimmy up, stand on the tray and hop out. And hop out. Okay? And he was not nowhere near to doing that. Natalie says a 2-year-old, I babysit a 1-year-old, and he gets, yeah, they get into everything. They're curious. They want to know where everything is. Natalie, my baby was 11 months. Xavier could not sit down. He couldn't sit down. He was so smart. Y'all know how they have those child-proof doorknob things to where you can put them on doorknobs and it just slides around the doorknob if a child attempts to open a door. I at first didn't get like, cause this is before I had kids. I didn't get why they made. I thought it was done. I ain't had no kids at the time, so I'm thinking, oh well, why do anybody need those little 2-year-olds and stuff? Can't reach? Yes, they can. They can reach them doorknobs and they know how to open them. You know, yes, they can. Okay, they very very. These children are very very intelligent. Okay, so let me keep going. So again, she dropped the son off with the boyfriend to get a haircut because they were going to something called senior night, okay? And she went back home. She said she got anxious. She said she left Skylar in the apartment while she sat in the car, okay? Okay. So she said she sat there while waiting for her DoorDash order. I'm getting infuriated, y'all. I'm getting infuriated. Somebody remind me to calm down. She said she went back inside and began looking for Skylar. My blood starting to boil, y'all. My blood is starting to boil. She said she went back in to look for Skylar, who she later found underneath the dresser, lying on her back in front of the TV stand. She said she called Brian and 911. Why didn't you call 911 first? What you calling him for? What can he do if he clear across town with the other baby? You know, I get moral support, but I'm getting burned up, y'all. I need to watch my words because I'm about to start cussing. All right. She said she performed CPR. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. This affidavit says, and I'm gonna read it again. It says she said she performed CPR and then carried Skylar outside to her car as IFD, one of the local agencies, was pulling up. Let me tell y'all why I have a problem with her saying that. Because I have a recorded call. I'm about to pull up and let y'all hear this woman saying something completely different. Because in that recording call, she's saying she ain't get that baby no CPR. In the recorded call, she's speaking calm, smooth, like she at ease and peace. All right, y'all gotta excuse me now. I'm getting burnt up. I really am. I'm getting fired up now. All right, I'm getting mad. I really am. She said to the, that's how y'all know you cannot take everybody's word for it. She telling these detectives, oh, I tried to give her CPR, but baby, you on a recorded line saying that you didn't get a baby CPR. So which one is it? It seems to me that somebody was thinking of themselves and trying to cover their own ass. Seems to me that's what the case was. You didn't get that baby no goddamn CPR. Shit, I done gave CPR out of what, almost 22, 23 years being in the medical field. I gave CPR one time. Okay, and to do it right, you got to break a sternum. You got to break a sternum. And this is on a fully grown male that I had to give CPR because the man went into cardiac arrest. We had to break that man's sternum. Thank God he was already in the hospital. So if I continue to read this report, this affidavit, and we read down and this baby didn't have a broken sternum or nothing, that means you ain't do no CPR on this baby. You didn't do no CPR. And I got a recorded call saying you ain't touched the baby. Why you smiling in your jailhouse pictures? Sorry, y'all. I'm getting fired up. All right, I'm getting fired up because stuff like this, it make all of us look bad, in my opinion. And I wouldn't do nothing. I don't. Ooh, let me hold it in. Let me hold it in. Let me keep reading. Let me keep on going. Let me keep on going. All right. So Chantel stated she noticed a bruise on Skylar's calf. Okay, on her lower leg. That's her calf, lower leg, a couple of weeks ago, but didn't think much of it. What the fuck kind of, okay, I'm cussing now. Lord, forgive my French. What mother is you? What mother to the first gonna see a scar or a bruise on a baby, on a 2-year old at that, who probably still learning how to talk proper and not think much of it? All right, I'm getting fired up now. Okay, especially 2-year old, that's daycare age. Let me have seen a bruise on one of my babies. I'm at everywhere that they go to that I'm not going. Daycare, preschool, wherever. Why this bruise on my baby leg? All right? Everybody finna get the 3rd degree. Okay? She didn't care about these kids. Ooh, I'm getting mad. She didn't think much of it. What kind of shit is that? You didn't think much of it because Skylar is rough and adventurous. That's why she said she didn't think much of it. Cause I just told y'all I had a son. Anybody on here with sons, please comment below. Drop a heart or something in the comments below. I had a son, y'all. My 10, 11-month old Xavier was walking by the time he was 9 months. He was very intelligent. He climbed on the counters, okay? Because he didn't know. I used to have a thing for orange soda. And I used to leave a can of orange soda on the coffee table in the living room, right? And one day I went to the bathroom and I came back out and Xavier had orange soda all down his onesie, y'all. He had been drinking my orange soda, right? And he liked the fizz, the way that it tasted when it went down and things like that. Cause I was always wondering, like, what's happening to my orange soda when I was Xavier was drinking the orange soda, y'all. One day, cause I started putting it above the case of orange soda, I started putting it on top of the refrigerator where he couldn't reach it, right? To my knowledge, he couldn't reach it. This little 10, 11-month old baby climbed them counters. All right. And got into the orange soda and he had a little scratch above his eyelid or whatever from climbing the counters. But I knew where it came from because Xavier did. He jumped and played on everything. But I don't remember a time when my babies were toddlers and they had marks on them and I don't know or didn't investigate where the fuck they came from. I'm sorry. I don't get that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't get that. Anybody, shout out to Toya. Toya says she got a son. She confirming it with the blue heart. Toya says she got it. You know how adventurous they is. But I don't remember, Toya, do you ever remember your sons coming home with marks and things on them and you not questioning them? I don't even, Xavier was so adventurous. Xavier did not have bruises and stuff like that. He would get scratches, but he didn't have no bruises and stuff. For a bruise, that means you really had to make an impact. You had to, when bruises occur, that means you broke some blood vessels and stuff like that. I'm getting fired up. Y'all gotta excuse me. I'm getting mad. with this. This is why I had to cancel my YouTube channel for 2 years because of stuff like this. These peds crime cases will burn you up and they will burn you out when you hear about the things that the most people, the most innocent people among us, what they go through in the hands of demons like this. All right, for real, they'll burn you up. And I'm still kind of mad at the daddy because I'm like, damn, dog, if you knew you had a disability, did you have somebody in your family who could be your POA and advocate on your behalf and go get your babies? Ain't no way I'm finna, if I'm a daddy, ain't no way, like I keep telling people, I'm not finna be back with nobody to see my babies for real. Okay, you not gonna keep my babies from me. Okay? You not. You not, especially I just gotta, and I know every good mother and father does. You have a special bond with your children. That bond, y'all, I cannot describe. I would die for my kids and do the opposite for them too. For real. And I really do mean that. Don't think I'm just saying it. Cause I done lived it, okay? Some of these words I done lived it. All right. Not playing. This stuff is burning me up, man. Shoot, she didn't think much of it. What kind of shit is that? She said she tried to treat it at home with brown flour. Let me tell uh, she said she tried to treat a bruise at home with brown flour. Has anybody ever heard of that? Now, brown flour, for those of y'all who don't know, it's an old school method, a old school home way method of treating rashes. Browning flour, you basically take some all-purpose flour, you put it on the stove with nothing else, and you put it on heat. Some people put it on low heat, and you stir it until it gets brown. And it, thank you, Toya, it takes care of diaper rash. Okay, that's the only thing I ever remember brown flour doing. I don't ever remember anybody ever eat, even from the old school. I don't never remember nobody saying, "Hey, if you make some brown flour, it'll take care of bruises." What kind of shit is that? Excuse me, y'all keep burping. Um, I only got 20% stomach, so I burp a lot. I don't mean to be gross. Excuse me. There's my manners. Shit burning me up, man. Chantel denied having seen the injury on Skylar's neck before. While speaking with Chantel about the events of that day, Detective Harris noticed Chantel's story slash timeline continued to change. Okay? He said, the Detective Harris said her shit, it was changing, all right? It was never the same, all right? Chantel provided the following timeline. She says she often leaves Skylar and SG, the older sibling, home alone for hours and or overnight. She said because of the living conditions, there would be times where she would return home and they would have feces on their hands, on their feet, and there would be times where she would return. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going over. She said there would be times she would come home, they would have fecal matter on their hands, feet, and legs. Chantel said that she last. What kind of mama leave a baby living like this? I'm sorry if I'm yelling in y'all ears. I really do apologize. I'm just getting burned up. I'm getting burned up. Y'all, I just told y'all a few minutes ago, I said I had a puppy, right? I had a fresh, brand new puppy. I got a poodle, y'all. When Kai Kai first came here, she ain't no old school dog to where she was already trained to go papa. I had to train Kai Kai to go papa, right? And until she got trained to go papa, Kai Kai stayed in, I got a real big playpen. Kai Kai stayed in that playpen because I'm an OCD type person. I don't want poop poop all around my damn house or her peeing all around my house. All right, I'm particular with my hands. If y'all watch some of them, because I also do foodie reviews for those of y'all who don't know. I do. I go around and I review restaurants for people. I don't even really like eating with my hands. It's basically because of all those years that I spent working in the medical field. I know in some parts of the USA in our culture, for example, greens and cornbread, we eat it with our hands and things. I have nothing against that. This is not me saying it's a cultural thing. It just comes from the years and years I spent working in the medical field. So I'm very, very particular about my hands alone, y'all. I'm getting pissed off. I'm ready to go up to Napa and visit that prison for my damn self. For real. Woo. Chantel said she last saw Skylar alive. Listen to this shit. Like the girl grown or something. Listen to this, y'all. She said she last saw 2-year-old Skylar alive yesterday. And yesterday, the day before, was January 24th because she was found deceased. Remember, y'all, she was found deceased January 25th at 6:50 p.m. All right. She last saw her daughter alive at January 24th of 2025. But hold on, y'all. We all just read together that she said, what did she say? She said that they had a senior night or some type of event coming up. She said the little boy went off with Brian, and she said the little girl came home with her. She said she put the little girl in the apartment. She went out and sat in the car because she was anxious. This is just what I read in this affidavit alone. She said she was anxious. She went out to wait on the DoorDash order in the car, and then she went back to check on the little girl, and the little girl was deceased under the dresser. So how was it that you was just with this girl, and on the same day she was deceased under the dresser? But it's here in the affidavit, and it's saying that you ain't seen her for 24 whole hours. This shit ain't making sense. Cause how it reads in the affidavit is, okay, I took my son, all right. He went with the boyfriend to go get his haircut because we had an event. Usually, when I have an event coming up and I have a son and he's going to go get a haircut, the haircut, depending on how long the line is, it may take 1 hour, it may take two, three, whatever. I go back and say, for example, me and my daughter, we come back to the house and we waiting for them to get done with the haircut. That's a couple hours wait. I probably got to come back to the house to get the baby dressed or whatever. She said she got anxious. She said she put the baby in a nasty ass apartment. She went down to her car to wait on a DoorDash order, and she went back up and the baby was deceased. Now we reading in this affidavit to where it says, she done told the cops, oh, I last seen the baby alive on January 24th, which was the day before at 4 p.m. She was found deceased at 6:50 p.m. on January 25th. That means you haven't seen your baby, ma'am, in over a day. By the hour, over the day. Okay? 26 hours. 26 hours and 50 minutes. That's what that means. All right? That's what that means. Okay? I'm pissed off about this. She said that she had gotten off of work and bought Skylar and SG chicken nuggets from McDonald's. She said she later left, went to Brian's home, and didn't return home until 6 p.m. on January 25th, uh, the day that Skylar was found deceased. Okay. So her story is not adding up because you basically placing yourself in two places at once and the times don't match. Y'all see why I wanted to make the timeline now? Hold on. So Toya says she dropped the boy off knowing she was in there to see. No, Toya. So basically what it's saying is they had some type of event, right? They had an event coming up. It's called Senior Night or something like that. And she said she took the son over to Brian, the boyfriend's house, to get a haircut. She said her and Skylar, the baby girl, went back to her apartment and basically was waiting for the son to get done with the haircut or whatever. She said she took the baby because she got anxious and left the baby in the apartment while she went in the car and sat and waited on the DoorDash order. She said after a little while, she went up to the apartment to check on Skylar, and the baby was under the dresser, deceased. She ended up calling 911, lying and saying she performed CPR, which I know she lying because, again, I got the recordings or whatever of her saying out of her own mouth she didn't get that baby no CPR. But yeah, that's what she's saying. She's saying, hey, somewhere in between me dropping my son off to go get this haircut and me getting this DoorDash order, I went to stay with Brian, and the little girl was found deceased after all of that. You can't believe her because the timeline is it's not adding up. But if she hadn't seen Skylar since yesterday, then where was Skylar when she took her son for the haircut? So in the affidavit, this is what she said. She said when she took the son for the haircut, I guess Skylar was with her. So when she took the son for the haircut, she took Skylar back to that apartment, back to that demon nest. And she left the baby girl in the apartment while she sat in the car and waited on a DoorDash order. That's what's being said. I'm disgusted by this, y'all. I'm sorry. She said when she walked into the house, okay, when she walked into Brian's house, no, I'm sorry. It says when she said when she walked into the house, Skylar didn't come running to her as usual. At that moment, she just knew. Okay, they put the just knew in quotation marks, y'all. At that moment, she just knew. She said she failed them. She said SG was standing in the living room watching Alexa, and she found Skylar underneath. Let me go over to the next page. The dresser, cold to the touch. Let me tell y'all something, okay? Again, I ain't no doctor, all right? I'm not a nurse yet, okay? But I've been in the medical field a long time. Okay, this girl right here, she said when she went back in, she said her daughter's corpse was cold to the touch. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I've taken care of a few people post mortem after they have died. Okay, usually right after somebody dies, you get something going on like the organs. They're beginning to shut down. Like even you can put the stethoscope on a corpse's body, or the body or a cadaver, whatever you want to call it, soon after they died, and you could hear all the stuff going on, because sometimes people, they have a bowel movement after they pass away. Sometimes you get things that come up out of the stomach, I mean out of the mouth or whatever. And sometimes, especially when I was working in hospital, we would have to wire the jaws shut. Okay, but my point in bringing all of this up is I do remember when people passed away, and I would have to go in there and wash the corpses up and get them ready to go into the freezers in the basement or whatever. I remember some of them were still warm to the touch, y'all. You don't die and immediately go cold. Our body's normal homeostatic temperature is 98.6 degrees. Some people run a little under that, and that's their norm. Some people run a little over that, and that's their norm. Okay? You do not immediately go cold after you pass away. Your body's still warm, and it actually does look like you're breathing because of all of the things that's going on. The body is preparing to decompose. Okay, the cells are working like God said in the Bible. They're getting ready to go back to the dust. So when you look at a corpse, like your first time seeing a corpse, you will actually think like this. I'm talking about when a person just got done breathing. All right, they just got done breathing. No more brain waves, no more heartbeat. When you looking at a corpse, it actually looks like they're still breathing. Okay, it looks like they're still breathing. So if you're saying, hey, I have my daughter with me, we waiting on the son to get the haircut, all right, I'm out there in the car, which is stupid, leave a fucking 2-year old in the house by herself. I'm out there in the car waiting on my meal, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to vent too much, y'all, because I'm getting mad. Um, and the daughter is in the filthy apartment upstairs, the squalor apartment. All right, I'm downstairs or whatever. Then I go back up because last time I checked, on average, it take what, an hour. I don't order DoorDash a lot, y'all. So what it take on average? 30 minutes to an hour for you to get your meal on DoorDash. Somebody put it in the comments. What's the average that it takes for them to pick up your food? And I'm talking about the average, not when that time when you had to wait a long time. What is the average from when you order your food to when they drop it off? Is it like 30 minutes to an hour or whatever? Because I'm thinking that's what it is. All right, I'm thinking that's what it is. A corpse would still be warm to the touch. Actually, in this part of in this stage of the postmortem process, people actually assume that that person is just asleep, because the body is breaking down, and all the cells in the body, they're getting ready to, like I said before, return that corpse to the dust. So you see, especially in the intestines, all the gases is building up and things. Thank you, Toya. Toya said 20 to 30 minutes. A body not gonna be cold, y'all, in no 20 down 30 minutes. So again, her timeline is not adding up. She lying just saying anything. But why lie when you already said enough to incriminate yourself? This is a dodo we dealing with here. Okay? I ain't saying I'm advocating for prisoners when I say this, or criminals rather. I'm not advocating for the guilty, but I at least understand somebody who say, you know what, I really did murk this person. I ain't had no business murking this person. And when I go talk to the coppers, I'ma laugh my ass off and try to make it seem like it wasn't me. All right. I get that person because they trying to save their ass. In her case, I'm like, why are you lying? Because you already said enough to incriminate yourself. You said enough. You admitted to child neglect. You know, they see this nasty apartment and what these children had. Worse than farm animals, y'all. Worse than farm animals. This is crazy. Thank you, Toya. Toya said, you're right. She wouldn't be cold. That baby had already been, she had been gone, y'all, for a minute. And I had one piece baby die on me, y'all. I had a drug addicted baby die on me. At one of the local hospitals, y'all. That was the first and last kiddo I let die on me. And I was a float medical staff. I was a float person. And at that time, I don't know how it is now because everything's so different post COVID. But before pre COVID, if you were a float, you could not refuse your assignment. You had to go where they sent you because that is the job you signed out for. That is the contract that you agreed to when you took that position. So I remember stumbling down the hallway crying, y'all, leaving the NICU. And I called the housing supervisor, the lady who was in charge of giving me my assignments. And I said, don't you ever send me to Peace or NICU ever again. I'll go to Mom Baby because Mom Baby is usually the healthy babies. These mothers are just on observation until they go home. But don't send me to no NICU no more for real. That lady said, where are you at right now in the hospital? I said, I'm standing outside of NICU. She came and met me in the hallway and she held me by the shoulders and because she knew I was a nursing student then. So I think she did this to get me ready for the field. But still, I broke down when she said this to me, y'all, because it was so cold. That lady looked me in the eyes. She said, Candace, people die. Get back into that NICU, wash that body, and get it ready to go to the morgue. And she turned around and walked off. Don't y'all know I crumpled right there in that hallway? Because I couldn't deal with it. And I love ICU. I love critical care. And a lot of the critical care staff, they can take death well. They see it as just as a part of life, which it is. They don't fall, they don't crumble when stuff like this happens because they always surround it. You could tell them somebody died and they like, okay, and they going on to the next. Me, when I had my first baby die on me like that, I was no more good. But you know, even though she said that to me, they never sent me back to the NICU after that. I would only have to come in and step in when they needed little things. They would send me in for a few hours and send my ass out because they knew I couldn't take it. All right. The youngest that I would go, and I told the nurse, you know, my supervisor this, the youngest I work with, 15, 16. Because they cool. You know, teenagers, they get a lot of bad rap out here. You know, the teenagers cool if you just sit down and give them an open ear, talk to them or whatever. Most of the time that I deal with teenagers, I dealt with teenagers who were, you know, going through something and they were trying to unalive themselves. And when I would talk to them, they was cool teenagers. I loved the teenagers, but I wouldn't work with nobody. If you had to been 15, 16, old enough, younger than that, I couldn't deal with you. It gave me trauma. So that's why I'm getting fired up with this case, y'all. You know, forgive me for that. I'm sorry. So, anyways, again, she went back in. She said the baby's body was cold to the touch. She said Skylar didn't deserve that because it was like adding insult to injury. That's the least you can say is Skylar didn't deserve that. Skylar didn't deserve none of this. She deserved more than what you could have gave her. And you failed her because you didn't put her first above yourself. Man, Chantel said she changed Skylar's shirt upon finding her because she was dirty. And I don't know about other parents, and I'm saying I don't know about other parents. I'm assuming other parents would do what I'm about to say I would do. I only know to do this because again, I've been to over 2 decades in the medical field. If I found my baby and they're unresponsive and cold to the touch, I'm doing what I was trained to do in CPR BLS class. I'm gonna check that pulse get 911 on speakerphone, and I'm starting compressions. I'm starting compressions. And me going back to how I was raised, I'm praying to Jesus, Lord, let my child be okay or whatever. All right. But changing them is the least of what I'm thinking about. Okay. Lord. She said she didn't want to take Skylar to the hospital looking that way dirty. This a dodo, man. This a true damn dodo. She said she picked Skylar up, stripped her down, and wrapped her in a jacket. She said the last time she bathed the children was a week and a half, if not 2 weeks ago. A week and a half, if not 2 weeks ago. These is little kids that spill things on themselves. Y'all ever had them family members who would tell you, hey, don't, or the little kids in your family who will try to offer you a chicken nugget, or they left their food, and you got the family member who will tell you, hey, don't eat off a, junior plate or whatever, and they tell you that because what do toddlers do, y'all? They touch everything. A toddler would tuck their hand in they pull up and then turn around, pull it out, probably sniff it, and then go right on back to eating. You can't blame them because they don't know no better. But two, 1 to 2 weeks without bathing a toddler. Okay, let me keep going. Chantel denied physically harming Skylar and or SG, which is the older child. She said yes, she was guilty of leaving them at home alone, but she did not physically or S-word assault either of them. She says she would leave the kids at home whenever she went to Brian's house. This is where she pulls his name into it, okay? Allegedly. Okay, because from and I'm gonna bring up the live and all the other receipts I got once I read enough of this affidavit. But this is where because one of the rappers who knows her said that she incriminated him. He said in his life, he said she never was actually at that boyfriend's house 7 days a week. She pulled him in and she lied to the police and said that's where she was, but that's not actually where she was. All right. Okay, so let me keep going. Okay, she said the children would climb onto the counter to get their water. Y'all, I wouldn't y'all don't know how overprotective I was with Zay when Zay was a baby. I can't stand it that my son had to be my firstborn because little boys, y'all climb into everything. I used to try to protect Xavier from everything because he would climb. Why are you okay with your children climbing on the counter to get basic necessities? I don't, I'm sorry. My stomach is starting to hurt reading this. She said Brian didn't know she was leaving the kids alone and stated that was the first time Brian has seen her house like this, which embarrassed and disgusted her. So let me give y'all a visionary and shout out to Miss Callie Scorpio, who's been knowing and been on my lives before, like over the years. She's been hanging with me. Um I usually when I speculate sometimes in these videos, I usually get it right. Let me tell y'all what's happening here because I also got a receipt of him having talked to her while she was in jail or whatever, and they trying to work out their stories. What it sounds like is she incriminated him and now she trying to take it back. Oh, he didn't have nothing to do with nothing, and it was all me or whatever, because he probably got on her ass and said, you know what? I didn't have anything to do with this, and you need to clear my name up. But he had already fucked himself when you went back and you lied to them coppers and said, "Oh well, said he lied to the detectives, and the detectives, I don't know, I don't remember exactly what he lied about, but I do have the receipt. We will cover it, okay? And that's what incriminated him, okay? That's what incriminated him. That's why they have him down on a charge of assisting a criminal, okay? But it looked like she was trying to take it back in this affidavit, like, oh no, it was just me. So he probably got on her ass, y'all, behind closed doors, like, bitch, you better clean this up. All right. I ain't had nothing to do with that. I didn't know your house was like that, whatever, whatever. All right. Okay. So let me go back. So she said Brian didn't know she was leaving the kids there alone and stated this was the first time Brian has seen her house like this, which embarrassed and disgusted her because she didn't want him to know how out of control things had become. Okay. When they first started dating, she said that her house was a go-to place to hang out. All right. She said her house was a go-to place to hang out. Okay. I'm not trying on this point right here. I'm not trying to really judge her because I know it's a lot of parents out there who use their houses as go-to spots to hang out. Just me, when I became a mother at the tender age of 19, I cut all my fucking friends off. I didn't have no fucking friends. Okay, excuse my French, y'all. I told y'all this type of stuff burns me up. I didn't have no friends. Okay, when Xavier came home from that hospital, I cut every friend off. I was focused on two goals: getting well, three rather, getting in church, getting right with God, getting me a job, and I was taking classes. The first classes I took at 19, and I still got the certifications in my room as receipts. I'm not trying to say this to get no cool points with nobody. All right, because I went to school my whole pregnancy. I went for billing and coding down at the Indiana University. I went for billing and coding. I was the youngest person in the class at 19. The second youngest was in her 40s. All right. I have no friends and all that around my child with all this stuff happening to kids nowadays. My house was not ever the go-to hangout kicking. You wasn't bringing that shit around my kids. I wanted my kids to grow up kind of how I did. You know what I'm saying? Because my mama, she didn't bring that around us. It wasn't no men coming up and all up and through the house and all that shit. We didn't have that. And I didn't want that for my kids. What the hell, man? She said it was nice that she had just redecorated. We can't tell, baby. We can't tell you unless you went to the landfill. We can't tell. She said it was earlier because she didn't have to transport the babies. She said everything got bad after her messy divorce. Okay, I can believe that. Chantell said things had gotten bad around July or August of 2024. She stopped letting Brian come over to her home then. And in his own words from the live that I have, he said that he stopped really seeing the children. He didn't really say anything about visiting her place, but he did say in the live that I seen that he stopped seeing the children around September of 2024. Okay. So she says she stopped letting Brian come over to her home then. She said Brian has been there with her through good, bad, ugly, not just this ugly, Chantel said. This is her own words. SG, her oldest child, the son, has smeared feces on the wall. She said he started doing this before things got bad. Okay, ma'am, that's a behavior. That's a behavior. That's when you need to get child therapy services or psychological services involved. Why is your son taking his fecal matter and smearing it on the walls? You want to go to the doctor's office, the family doctor. They got a social worker there. They will hook you up with a child psychologist to figure out why this child is doing this. Okay? So her saying that or whatever that he had been doing that. Let me see. Let me keep on reading and see if she said anything about going to the doctor to solve this or why was he doing this or how to prevent it. Because if she didn't, y'all know she didn't say anything about that. You basically admitting child neglect. That's what that is. Okay. Chantel says she would clean the fecal matter up, but when things got bad, she just stopped caring. The fuck? Chantel says she stopped picking up after the kids and stopped cleaning. Y'all, I'm a big girl because I looked at Chantel's pictures. I see she big girl, and I read her. I even got the housing information of where she is in the jail. But her weight, they weighed her. I guess they said she was 320. Now I ain't that big, but I don't give a damn. I don't give a fuck that I'm a big girl. I can't sit in no mess, y'all. I cannot sit in no mess. I can't. I cannot sit in no dirty house. I can't do it. I'll tear the whole house up. I tear the whole house up and go from top to bottom, cleaning everything. My kids will tell y'all I get irritated in a dirty house. I cannot do it. Let me keep going. She didn't want to call Brian when she found Skylar, but only because he would have seen it all. Okay, so you embarrassed about this man seeing your house, but what about, hey, the health of my children is important. Let me go ahead and clean up and teach them good ethics and morals and good habits by cleaning up. She worried about impressing this man is what it sound like. Oh, I don't want him to see my house because he gonna think I'm nasty. But fuck the kids. This okay for them to live like that type of shit. I'm sorry, y'all, for cussing. I don't mean to, but I'm just mad. I'm sorry. I do apologize. I wasn't expecting to pop off like this. I'm sorry. A black Apple iPhone belonging to Chantel, register phone number, and it gives the phone number. I'm not gonna read it. Was transported to the IMPD property room and logged as evidence until a search warrant for mobile forensic exam could be completed on later that day. Okay, let me go over to the next page, y'all. While speaking with Chantel, she provided her two Snapchat usernames, Shanny B Music and Chantel underscore Monet. She says she had photos and videos of Skylar on them. In addition, she said her iCloud email. I ain't gonna read the email, not because I don't want to, but because it is unnecessary. She gave him an iCloud and a Google email. Okay. On January 25th, the day that her daughter was found deceased, Detective Harris and Detective Lambert spoke with Brian Thomas, the boyfriend, at the child abuse office. Okay, Detective Harris led Brian. Okay, said it read they read Brian his rights and he understood. Okay, let me go over to the next page. So they read him his rights and he understood. He understood his rights. Okay, and agreed to speak with detectives by signing a waiver of rights form. Brian, meaning he basically felt like, hey, I don't have anything to hide. Okay. I don't have anything to hide. But again, y'all, just a little bit of legal advice or whatever. Even if you feel like you have nothing to hide, you need to exercise your right to remain silent. You need to exercise your right to remain silent. Because even if you feel like you have nothing to hide, the crimes and laws and things that they can charge you with, excuse me, y'all, you don't know everything that of what they can charge you with or whatever, and you could be incriminating yourself. Okay, so please remember that. Even if you feel like, hey, I don't have nothing to hide, I'm gonna sign this and that, whatever, and I'm gonna be done with it, whatever. Don't be like that. Okay. Brian said Chantel dropped SG off at his residence, but kept Skylar with her. He said he hadn't been to Chantel's house in months. He said Chantel would occasionally bring the kids with her to spend the night at his house. This was approximately 4 or 5 times a week. Okay. Oh, excuse me, y'all. Sorry. Keep burping. He said out of the 5 days a week, Chantel would bring the kids with her, maybe 3 out of the 5 days, and other times she didn't have them. She would tell him they were with family. He said he didn't question her because she is mom. Okay. I know it's pretty socially acceptable for men not to have their kids and things like that. And I'm speaking because as a woman, if a man came to me and he don't have his kids, he don't that's a turn off for me. Because I know every damn thing about my kids. I even know how they shift their eyes when they lying. I know their body language. I know everything about my kids. I don't want to be around somebody who don't know where their kids is or don't never have their kids. Especially if we talking about getting serious. She said she knew this man for a couple of years. And this is where, the ball kind of drops for him. This is where I don't really understand him because all this stuff, allegedly, according to Chantel and Brian, the neglect happened, started happening late last summer and all through last fall and this past winter, right? She's claiming that she knew him for more than 1 year, a couple years, right? And so after you meet somebody and you've known them a couple years, you've met their kids, and they just stop bringing them around you out of nowhere, you're not gonna question that. All right, you don't question that. That's where the problem with him for me comes in. Like I get those weren't his kids and things like that, but if I'm dealing with a man for a good year and a half, and say 2 years, 2 years, and after 18 months into the relationship you just stop bringing your kids around, I'm going to question that. Because um I probably built a bond with the children. I probably wanted to, do especially around the later part of the year, because what's in the later part of the year? He said this is from what he said on that live. I'll share with y'all later. But he said in September he stopped seeing the kids. Okay. By this time he had known her allegedly a year or two, right? So what's in the later part of the year that you would want to see kids for? I don't know, pumpkin patch, Halloween, Christmas, back to school. You know what I'm saying? Usually when I'm in a relationship, which I'm not in many, I haven't had many relationships since I've been a mom. But when I'm serious about a guy or whatever, and I want to be involved with this guy, I want to like involve his children as well. I want them to be a part of that experience as well. And the holidays for me are a big thing. I love celebrating the holidays. I love decorating, whatever, trick or treating, Christmas, back to school shopping, pumpkin patch, whatever. Okay. So I wouldn't want somebody in a relationship with me, you at my house, you kicking it with me and my kids. I would feel uncomfortable if your kids wasn't there and I had met them. Y'all see where I'm going with that? I would be like, hold on, let's not go further with this until you go get your kids. I would start questioning that. And then the investigative mind that I have, and because I watch everything with people, y'all. I don't just watch what you say, I watch how you say it and I watch your tone when you say it. Okay. I watch everything, the body language, everything with people. Okay. So after, maybe a week out and let a week go, or whatever, a week or whatever, maybe you ain't getting along with the baby mamas. And I'm speaking from a woman's perspective, right? But after a while, me being me, I would have told that man, hey, you probably need to humble yourself for the betterment of your children. Screw who's wrong and who's right. Try to work it out with that other person, whoever has custody of your children, for the betterment of your children. Like I always used to tell, like, because I only had like two serious relationships after I had my son. I had my daughter's father, and then I had one other serious relationship. And I told like both of them, when I was in those relationships, hey, you need to humble yourself and like put you on the back burner. Be selfless. Have some humility and do what's right by your child. Because speaking as a girl who had her father growing up, my dad still to this day is my superhero. I still look up to my dad, and I'm damn near 40 or whatever. You don't want to take that away from a child. Not a good dad or a good mom. You do not want to take that away from a child. And when you do that, when you let your child down as a parent or whatever, you the main person in life other than God that they should be able to trust. And when you let them down, they don't trust nothing no more. And they have all these psychological problems that they grow up with. Okay? They have all these psychological other problems that they develop and that they grow up with. So had I been him in that situation, I'd have been questioning her ass. So for him to say, "Oh, okay, we're cool. They with this person, that they with that person," the first thought that would have came in my mind if I was the man in this situation is, why your kids always got to go with Jane Doe or John Doe. They used to come around me. What, you don't trust me no more around your kids? Is it something with me? Y'all see what I'm trying to say? I would have been questioning that. I would have had to get to the bottom of that. For real. I'd have had to get to the bottom. So that's where he lose credibility with me. For real. You probably didn't see the inside of the apartment or things like that. But the fact that you have that mentality of just go along to get along, it's a fucking problem with me. That means you don't have leader qualities to me. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're the leader in a situation, you want to know everything, because everything falls back on who? You, the leader. You don't want to go on nothing blind. I don't know. Tweedledee and Tweedledum, in my opinion. Let me keep going though. Where's my place? I lost my place. So yeah, he said he left it alone when he didn't see the children. She's the mom. That's what he said. He said Chantel came. Chantel came over Friday night after the basketball game. He said Chantel didn't have Skylar and or SG, the older child, with her at the game. He said she had to take some players home after the game, but came to his house afterward. He says she had left his residence on January 25th, which was the day that they found the baby girl deceased. Okay. And a short time later, called him screaming and telling him to come over. Brian said he did not know the condition of Chantel's apartment. When Chantel called him screaming and crying, he went to her apartment but met her in the building's common area. Yeah, because at this point, it's no longer about saving your daughter's life. It's about your cool ass reputation. Because like, again, any other mother, if it's a real emergency and I got this superhero ass boyfriend dude that I'm dealing with, and I call him because it sounds like from his tale of events, she probably called him before calling the police because he mentions, if I'm showing up and meeting you in a common area and or whatever, I'm gonna mention who. Hey, I showed up. It was all kind of ambulance there. The cops was there, firefighters. He's not mentioning that, which means she probably could have called him before she called 911. So I don't know. Get they fucking story together. Sick, selfish. Let me stop cussing. I'm sorry, y'all. I told y'all it's burning me up. But that's what it sounds like to me because he doesn't mention viewing. Hey, I pulled up and it was red and blue lights everywhere. I pulled up and the firefighters was everywhere, the police. I ain't trying to be stereotypical here, but come on, y'all. We black folks, we knew when the coppers is around. Come on now. Somebody called me and I'm giving a eyewitness testimony of what I seen and all that. I'm gonna say, hey, when I pulled up, the police was there. She didn't call them first. That's what that means. That's why he's saying, hey, when I showed up, my eyewitness testimony is she alone was in the common area. All right. Sounds like somebody was trying to get a story together before the coppers came. That's what it sounded like to me. Okay. Brian later said he lied to detectives. Okay, this is where and why he got that charge. Okay, he said he lied to detectives because only he was trying to protect Chantel. He didn't care about that kid. Okay, that's your proof right there that this man did not care about those children. So while everyone's trying to hail him the innocent damsel in distress, I disagree. I disagree. Okay. Let me be dealing with a man and you got custody of your children or whatever, and one of them come up dead. All right. I don't want, not only do I not want nothing to do with you, but you better hope to God that the coppers is there when you called me. For real. And don't nobody say, okay, that you just talking like that because of this case and everybody saying what they would. My child, and I ain't gonna put too much out about it, but my child was in one of those situations and I tried to kill the nigga, okay? For real. Because I don't play about my kids, all right? I don't play that game. This is why I don't co-parent now because of that situation. All right. I go gung ho. I don't play. All right. I don't play about that. Not about the kids. He basically admitted to lying, going to the extent of lying to these police officers to protect this negligent mother. He didn't care about that little girl. So please quit putting around the internet that he's some innocent damsel in distress. Oh, well, yeah. Well, he didn't know anything that she had going on. He should have been. You don't never walk into no situation blind with dealing with people, y'all. You supposed to keep your eyes open or whatever. He lied. Let me read it. But he basically, let me read the affidavit. I'm gonna read it to you, Latoya, word for word. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Brian later said he lied to detectives. It doesn't specify, Miss Latoya, but I'm going to read it to you word for word. Brian later said he lied to detectives only because he was trying to protect Chantel. Okay, that's the first sentence in the paragraph. So I don't know exactly what he lied about. I just know he lied and his intention, and they have it in his own words here in the affidavit. He admitted he lied trying to protect this negligent mother. Okay? So people saying, "Oh, don't destroy his life." or whatever. I'm not finna lie on no nigga who your baby found dead in your apartment. No, I'm gonna do everything I can to help put you under. I don't care. Y'all can call me Ratatouille, Mickey Mouse, Minnie. I don't care. It's all about when it come to the kids. I really don't play. All right, I love kids. Okay, I'm gonna try to find out Latoya what exactly he lied about too, but I don't play about that, y'all. I don't give a damn about no street credit. I don't got no fucking friends any goddamn ways. I don't give a damn about that shit. To come to the kids, I don't play, for real. So he says in the affidavit, word for word, he admitted to lying because he was trying to protect that negligent girlfriend of his. He said Chantel would come over and spend the night at his residence, sometimes 5 days a week. He said during those 5 days, she would bring the kids over one day at the most, sometimes not even once. He said the last time the children were at his residence was on his birthday, 12/27/2024. So again, his story is not adding up either because I have other receipts of him. He went live with a fellow on Facebook, and he said that the last time he seen the kids was in September. But in this affidavit, he's saying the last time he seen the children, and I'm gonna read again. He said the last time the children were at his residence, okay, was on his birthday, which was December 27th. Okay, almost a month, a little over a month or whatever, or a little less than rather, for when the baby was found deceased. Detective Harris collected the cell phone belonging to Brian while at the child abuse office for the preservation of potential evidence. We gonna hey collect your phone now in case your ass try to do a hard reset and delete shit. That's basically what they doing. Okay. The black Apple iPhone with a black case belonging to Brian, and they giving his phone number. Let me go over to the next page, y'all. Was transported to IMPD property room and logged into the evidence until logged into evidence until a search warrant and mobile forensic exam could be completed later on that day. On January 27th of 2025, this is 2 days after the baby girl's body was found, after she was found deceased, okay? Detective Harris applied for a warrant to conduct a mobile forensic exam of his device. Judge Elizabeth Cleese granted the warrant referred case number, and they give this case number or the cause number of this search warrant, which I'm not going to read. It's too long, and I just don't want to read it. Okay, so it says January 25th, the day that the child was found deceased. Okay, Detective Friel spoke with Skylar and SG's father. They only give his initials. Okay, his initials are DG, who had arrived at the scene from Ohio. Okay, because it was rumors of him allegedly being locked up and all this other. So they're saying no, he's not locked up. He actually resides in Ohio. Okay. DG said the last time he saw Skylar or SG, okay, was in a person around Thanksgiving. He said he tried to speak with the children via phone and video chat, but Chantell was unresponsive to his request. He said he and Chantell were married but recently got divorced, and he agreed to give Chantell full custody. Okay, so he agreed to give Chantell full custody. So again, this is my thinking, okay? This is my thinking. Y'all get a messy divorce or whatever. I get that he got a disability, okay? I'm not saying anything about that. God bless him with the disability. I don't know what kind of disability he has, so God bless him. But anywho, I think that's where he fucked up, giving her full custody. And I'm going to go ahead and interject here. I think that's where a lot of men drop the ball. Because they don't go about it the right way. Okay, y'all don't petition the courts for joint custody. Whenever these women and it's just not women. I'm gonna say custodial parents. Whenever these custodial parents they have the full custody, y'all don't petition the courts. Y'all rather argue, put shit on Facebook rather than handling shit in a professional adult manner, petitioning the courts, saving up money. I don't give a damn if you got to cut grass to get that retainer fee for a lawyer or whatever. Go up to the local colleges. You can go to the local colleges in your area and get you one of those student lawyers, all right, to get you by until you get yourself a real lawyer and petition the courts. Be the squeaky wheel. You know, Jesus says it's a parable in the Bible, in the book of Luke, and I'm saying this to encourage the fathers. There was a ruthless judge. He was not no righteous judge. Jesus told this parable out of his own mouth. This was a ruthless judge who didn't care about morals and ethics or being righteous or doing the good things or nothing like that. They said it was a widow that would petition the courts, all right? And her petitions would get thrown out or whatever. That judge wasn't paying her no mind. He wasn't trying to go through with her petitions. He said after a while, because she continued to come back and petition the courts, even though the judge didn't have no morals, he wasn't a righteous judge. He got so tired of her. He said, I'm a grant what she petitioning just to get her out my face because she won't leave me alone. She keep petitioning the courts. So to the fathers who actually want to be involved in your children's lives, you want to be there or whatever, you in a bad way or whatever, keep petitioning the courts. Be the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. Please. Your children's lives hang in the balance. For real. You know, so I think he dropped the ball giving her full custody. Even if he did have a disability, I would have asked the courts. This is where you have to ask questions, okay? Because I personally don't know everything of how court proceedings go. But if I got a disability or whatever, and I know I can't like physically take care of myself that well, I'm going to petition the courts. Hey, Your Honor, can I get somebody to take joint custody on, for my behalf, my POA or somebody. All right, I'm going to ask them questions or whatever. I don't give a damn how stupid, slow, simple the question is. I'm gonna ask the judge because you never know, y'all. You just might get a yes. Yes, Candace, your mother can take part of custody of your children with your baby daddy or whatever, so that way I got some legal pull. You ain't just taking my kids across state lines and doing whatever, saying whatever about their medical care, and I ain't got no say. Okay? So yeah, I still think he dropped the ball on that. All right? For real. Okay, so he's saying he felt he could not raise the children the way they should be raised due to his disability, and I already handled that and what I thought he could have done. He said he last saw Skylar via video chat approximately 2 or 3 weeks ago. While chatting with Skylar, and I'm sorry, y'all, but I have to if I that's why I wanted to interview with his father, because I need to get to the bottom of, you know, what kind of disability do you really got? Because in this type of situation, in this type of environment where a crime occurred, it sounds like a cop out. Let me say that I had a disability so I don't look that bad to the public. I don't look like the deadbeat fuck face father who just walked away and left this crazy bitch with my kids. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't saying that's who he is, but I'm saying because of the environment that we are in now, because a crime has occurred and an innocent child has lost her life, that is what it looks like to me, to somebody like me outside, fresh eyes looking in. All right? That's what it looks like. And that's just me speculating. He said he last saw Skylar via video chat approximately 2 or 3 weeks ago. While chatting with Skylar, he said she was lying on Chantell's chest before falling asleep. He said his 3 adult children had more frequent contact. Okay, you got 3 adult children. I would have asked one of my other kids, baby, y'all take the custody for me. All right, I'm gonna make sure financially I got it, but y'all take custody so I got some say in what's going on with my baby. All right. He said the other 3 children, the adult children, have more frequent contact with Skylar and SG. They told him the kids smelled like urine when they saw him. So again, if they're reporting back to you that, hey, whenever we go and see our siblings, daddy, your young underage children, they smell like piss, that means that's a sign of neglect. Why wasn't you on the phone calling CPS? Because for real, he don't get off smooth in this with me. I don't like when, that's one thing I can't stand about um certain social media platforms, especially Facebook, because it seems like a lot of people on Facebook, they just take motherfuckers' word with it and they run with it. They don't do a deep dive into, they don't do no critical thinking. And I need y'all to really critically think about that. If my older grown ass kids is coming and telling me, hey, mama, when we went to go visit Jane and John Doe, your underage babies who the daddy got custody of, they smell like piss. They always smell like pee. I don't give a damn. I'm finna get on that phone and call somebody. Or I'm finna question the father first, but he probably will lie. Oh, they just lying. But I'm finna do a formal report with CPS. I don't care how much of an asshole I am. I got to make sure my babies is all right. All right. For real. Especially if cause what he presented in the because he shared a bunch of screenshots of them talking back and forth and him begging to see the kids or whatever, and he's looking like the damsel in distress. Oh, I begged and begged and begged to see my children or whatever. But if you have grown children who went over to visit your children and they're saying, hey pops, when we go to visit these underage babies of yours, they smell like urine. I better not read in this next paragraph that you didn't report this up. That's basically what I'm saying. Okay? Because if I know I'm calling and calling and calling to see my kids and you won't even allow me to see them when I want to see them and things like that, we can't even have that kind of relationship. And the grown kids coming back and saying, hey, my baby smell like pee. Something's a foul here. Okay, it sound like, oh, he just let it fall by the wayside, and I'm not saying that is what it is. I'm saying this is what it sounds like. You just let that fall by the wayside. Chantel has full custody. She'll take care of it. And I'm sorry, but a lot of men in our community do that, and it needs to stop. It really needs to stop. They let their mothers take custody of their children, and they don't. And it's always excuse. Oh, well, she got bitter and she took the children away. But did you petition the courts? Because if you didn't do that, she didn't just take them children away, sir. In the eyes of the courts, you abandoned them. You abandoned them. Okay. If you never got it in writing or went up to a court, I don't give a damn if you just went down there and talked to the bailiff. The bailiff is a legal staff of the court. That's a witness. Hey, yeah, he didn't know who to talk to. He don't know how the court is ran. But Your Honor, I do remember him coming down here January 28th and saying, you know what I'm saying? You just getting on here talking about degrading her and calling her out her name and all and putting y'all business on Front Street for people who don't care. That don't help your case. And it's too many fathers who do that. That's why I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like if you when things like this happen, I feel like the other parent need to be charged too. I really do. I really do. Because no, you could have stepped in and did something too. Real parents go over the moon for their kids. All right. For real. On January 27th, again, this is 2 days after little Skylar's deceased body was found. Sergeant Detective Nicole Flynn spoke with LA. LA, which is the older adult sibling, okay, says she has known Chantel since fifth grade and lives in the same apartment. Okay, this must be her friend. She shares the same initials with, I believe, the older sibling. This is the friend. The friend who she claimed was babysitting, okay? She says she's known Chantel since the fifth grade and lives in the same apartment complex. She says she first learned about things on Saturday after seeing the fire trucks. Okay, you heard what she said in her eyewitness testimony? She said, I seen the fire trucks. Go back to what I said about Brian. Did Brian say anything about seeing an ambulance, a fire truck, a police, red, blue light, anything? No. He said, I seen Chantel in the common area of the apartment, meaning she called this motherfucker first before calling the coppers. Okay? Proved my point right then and there. All right? So the neighbor LA says she found out about the situation when she seen the fire trucks, and Chantel asked her if she could come over. She said Chantel told her Skylar was gone. LA said earlier on Saturday she had asked Chantel if Chantel wanted to take her children to Chuck E. Cheese's with her and her three children. LA said Chantel didn't say if she would or wouldn't. She said she hadn't been babysitting for Chantel, explaining She has 3 kids because Chantel pulled this woman and like implemented her as well by saying, hey, LA used to keep my kids, so the detectives had to go question her as well. Okay, LA is saying, hey, I have 3 kids as well, and she said the last time that I seen the kids, I was asking her if she wanted to take them to Chuck E. Cheese. All right. She said the last time she watched the older child, SG, and Skylar was in August or September of 2024. She said the last time she saw them in person was on Halloween. They were cleaned and seemed okay. She said she would video chat with the kids sometimes. The last time being on Monday of the recent snowstorm when everything got shut down, January 6th of 2025. Y'all remember when it was real cold and it was like negative whatever whatever? That's when she's talking about. Okay, let me go on to the next page. LA said the kids seemed okay, but Skylar's hair was all over the place. She said she could see they were at Brian's house. Okay. LA said when she and Chantel went out, she would tell her the kids were with Brian. So she's saying that when she went out and partied or did whatever with Chantel, and she would ask about Chantel's kids, Chantel would always say, hey, they with the boyfriend. LA stated that she had no idea the kids were staying home alone. She said she hadn't been inside Chantel's apartment in a long time, probably several months. She said SG has never been verbal. Okay, that's a problem. That means you're not the child. SG, y'all, is the older child. So LA, the neighbor slash friend, is saying that SG has never been verbal. If you have a 3-year-old that's never been verbal, the child is either autistic or socially delayed, meaning that you probably ain't got them in preschool, around other children they age where they can learn to talk. You see what I'm saying? That's what that means. Okay. She said Chantel had postpartum depression after having Skylar and going through a divorce. LA said many people would have taken the children if Chantel needed help. No one knew she was leaving the children home alone. Nobody knew, and my theory is nobody knew because she didn't want no temporary break from them kids, y'all. She wanted a permanent break. And if the father is saying, hey, I couldn't take custody of them because of my disability, she didn't want to be stuck as a single parent, is what it's boiling down to. Okay. She didn't want a temporary break from those children. She wanted a permanent break. And she probably felt in lieu of the divorce, I was forced to be the sole custodial party because this man that signed over his rights, he gave her full custody, aka, and because of his disability. So I'm forced into being a parent that I don't want to be. And y'all talking about y'all gonna help me, but I don't want a temporary help. I want a permanent help. So it sounds like she kind of planned this. Allegedly, that's what it sounded like to me, that she planned this. Okay. So, no one knew she was leaving the kids home alone. She said they have several. She said they have a group of friends who would have all stepped up. She said she and Chantel talked every, and it's kind of blocked out, y'all. She said basically saying they talked often. Let me go on to the next page. Okay. LA said the kids seemed okay. Okay, let me go down a little bit. Okay. She said she and Chantel talked every day or every other day. Sometimes she didn't answer, but they talked at least weekly. On January 28th, 3 days after the discovery of Skylar's body, okay, January 28th, Detective Taylor spoke with Brian's mother, DT, Brian's brother, I'm sorry, DT, black male, 43 years old. DT said he works nights and sleeps during the day, so he is not at home often due to his work schedule. He said Brian and Chantel began dating in late July or early August, and Chantel would come to their house 3 to 5 times a week. Okay. He's saying that they started dating sometime this past summer, but I have receipts, and I'm not saying they were dating at these times. I'm just saying they knew each other way past then because I found all the receipts of them taking pictures together or whatever way past then. Okay. So let me keep going. So he said he only sees Chantel with her children 3 times since she and Brian began dating. He said he last saw Chantel's kids, and that was in December, and they appeared to be fine. He said they were running around playing and giving cookies. He said the kids wore warm winter clothes and shoes without socks. Okay, in the dead of winter, you ain't got no socks? No socks on the babies. Upon taking their shoes off, he observed their feet were red. DT said that on the week of January 19th, Chantel came to their house 4 to 5 times that week. He said that he will return home from work at approximately 6:30 in the morning, and Chantel would be up getting ready for work. He said he would sleep, and upon waking up in the afternoon at approximately 5 p.m., she would be returning from work. He said that week, January 19th through January 25th, when the child's body was discovered, the most he has seen Chantel since she and Brian began dating. That was the week that he has seen her the most, okay? Was the week that the baby's body was found. Okay. DT says Chantel did not have her children with her, and her demeanor appeared normal. She was laughing and playing games. He said she appeared to be perfectly fine. He said that he was curious about where her children were. Okay, that's what I'm saying, y'all. That's why the boyfriend, in my opinion, he don't get no pass, because this is his brother. This is his brother giving his testimony, his eyewitness testimony to the detectives. And he said even he was wondering where her children were. Why don't you have your children? Why are you always frequenting over at our place or over where he lives or whatever? Because I don't know if him and his brother lived in the same place or whatever. But the own brother, the brother of the boyfriend, is saying, I was even questioning, like, where the hell your kids? Okay. So DT said his brother told him Chantel said her best friend was babysitting the kids. So basically, he's saying, okay, I'm gonna read that again. DT is the brother of Brian. DT is saying, hey, my brother Brian told me Chantel said her kids were with her best friends. Y'all know what that mean, right? That mean the brother pulled Brian to the side and was like, man, where her kids at? You ain't asked her where her kids is? How the fuck your brother more concerned about your girlfriend kids than what you are? Something's a foul here, y'all. Give a damn what nobody say. Something's a foul with that. But everybody, oh, he didn't have nothing to do with nothing. How the brother got more common sense to say, pull your ass to the side and say, hey, man, where her kids at? All right. January 26th, a day after Skylar's body was found, Detective Didina, and this is the name that I really can't pronounce, so I'm going to just call her or him Detective D, applied for a search warrant for both vehicles driven by Chantel and Brian. Judge Elizabeth Kills granted both warrants reference cause numbers and is given the reference and cause numbers. Both vehicle warrants were executed and towed into a secure crime lab facility for processing. On December 27th, 2025, which would have been Brian's birthday, okay, CSU Watson, with the assistance of Detective Frio, processed both vehicles. Okay, it said they processed the vehicles on December 27th. I believe they meant January. I believe that's a typo. Okay, because December 27th was Brian's birthday. So I believe they meant January 27th, which would have been 2 days after Skylar's body was found. Okay, so they basically processed both the vehicles and recovered the following items. Okay, let me go on to the next page, y'all. I hope y'all are enjoying this live. I still ain't even got it to half the receipts. I need to pause to get a sip of water. I told y'all we was gonna be rocking and rolling tonight. Okay. So it says from Detective Caitlin Harris. On January 26th, a day after Skylar's body was discovered, Detective D applied for a search warrant for both vehicles. Okay, and this is what was found in the vehicles. Okay, they did DNA swab samples. They took pictures. They recovered an Apple iPhone with a transparent case, A receipt dated on January 24th, day before the baby was found deceased. Items recovered by CSU Watson from Brian's gray 2018 Chevy Equinox, and they give his VIN. I'm not going to read the VIN. They took DNA swab samples. They took pictures. They recovered a black flip phone. What do you need a black flip phone for? How long has it been since y'all seen a black flip phone, or not even just a black flip phone, a flip phone? Regardless, how long has it been? I usually see the elderly with flip phones, flip cell phones. What would a person like Brian need with a flip phone? This is the kind of questions y'all have to ask when you reading these crime cases. Don't just look over nothing. Question everything. Uncover things under every rock. All right. So it says while searching Brian's vehicle, a handgun was located. Detective Frio applied a warrant to collect the firearm. Judge Elizabeth Cleese granted the warrant reference number, and it gives the reference number. Smith and Wesson handgun, and it gives the model and everything. Okay, and a gun magazine. Let me go on to the next page. The black flip phone found in Brian's vehicle and the iPhone with the transparent case found in Chantel's car were collected for the preservation of potential evidence of neglect resulting in the death of a child less than 14 years old. Detective Frill took both phones to the IMPD property room and logged them as evidence until a warrant could be obtained. A mobile forensic exam will be conducted on a later day. Okay, let me go to the next page. So he lied about how often he saw the kids. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Latoya. He lied, and then he tried to cover for her, and then it seems like he was the type of person or man, like when it came to that relationship with Chantel, oh, I'm just gonna go along to get along. Like, oh, she could have told me, for example, the sky was purple, and I'm gonna believe it because she said it was purple. I'm not gonna have critical, comprehensive thinking skills for myself and go deeper than that. And these are kids that I allegedly seen for a year and a half before they last 6 months. You know, the funnest time of the year for children between September and December. You got Christmas, Halloween, back to school, the funnest time of the year for children or whatever. And I just didn't see the kids at all, and I didn't question anything. Y'all gotta, this is why I be telling people you have to think deeper, because I know if I'm with a man and I'm seeing the children for the first year and a half of our relationship, and the last 6 months up until the dude go to prison for some stuff like this, I ain't seen the kids. And I don't question that. I just take his word for, oh, they with their baby mom. They with my baby mama. I just take his word for him. And I'm a family oriented type of woman. So I'm like, no, come on now. Like, I don't want to leave your kids out when we go to the pumpkin patch, when we do the trick or treating, when we go to Thanksgiving get togethers, when we do Christmas and New Year's. And I know every family don't celebrate that stuff, but I'm just saying, uh, I would have been questioning where them kids was. How I see them for the first year and a half, and I don't see them no more, and I'm just cool with, oh, they with my friend. What the fuck? Hey, maybe I built a relationship with them kids. All them cool Disney movies that came out, Mufasa and Moana. Maybe I want to take them to see the movie or something. Do a little family thing. Because if she bringing you around her kids, things was probably getting a little serious. I don't know. And I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna say I don't know too many responsible mothers, because it is some dum dums out here, and I have covered the cases of women who don't know the boyfriend too well, and they letting the boyfriend babysit the children, and the children end up deceased because the boyfriend got frustrated and abused the child. I have covered cases like that on Black Women Aware. I have, okay? So I'm not going to say that doesn't happen, but any responsible person or whatever, uh it's getting pretty serious when the kids get involved and you start allowing this person around your children. Y'all see what I'm saying? I don't. So his account of, well, I didn't know nothing. I didn't know, because at first it was he didn't know she had kids, and then it later came out he knew she had kids, but he didn't know what was going on. But when you put everything together, the timeline, his statements of what he's been saying, not only in this affidavit but in that live, in his Facebook posts, and all these things, is not adding up for him either. So, because I got one video from one of the rappers, because I guess all three of them was rappers. Brian, Chantel, and this guy who did this live, and this guy is like really going hard in the pay for Brian. He didn't know, and the girlfriend admitted that she did it, and he, oh, you can't say that, sir. You know, I did, because he was blaming everybody on Facebook. Y'all just trying to be popular, and you know, y'all throwing that man under the bus for no reason. No, sir, we didn't throw him under the bus. He threw himself under the bus when he couldn't be quiet while they were doing their investigation. When he decided to defend and advocate for this negligent mother, instead of humbly stepping out of the way and saying, hey, um, no disrespect to you detectives, but I'm going to exercise my right to remain silent while we wait out here in the common area of this apartment while y'all search her house and shit like that. That's what he should have done. He messed up trying to be superhero man and defend this negligent mother. That's what got him locked up. All right. You read the charges, that's what got him locked up. It says he was trying to assist a criminal. It don't say he got locked up because motherfuckers on Facebook reported him and was screenshotting shit. It don't say that. Come on now. So let me keep going. Okay, now I'm going to warn people, this is where it's going to get graphic because they are going over the actual autopsy of Skylar Gardner. So if you cannot handle this kind of information, I would wish you a God bless evening. Thank you for being on a live or whatever, but you can jump off now, okay? Because it's about to get graphic. If you cannot handle this type of information, I'm asking you respectfully, you know, to jump off now. Okay. So it says autopsy of Skylar Gardner. On January 27, 2 days after Skylar's body was discovered deceased, at 9 a.m., an autopsy of Skylar was conducted at the MCCO medical pathologist Dr. Paulos. Uh, that's who it was conducted by, Dr. Paulos at the MCCO medical office. Okay. I'm sorry, Detective Davis and Josh Taylor, and they gives Josh's Taylor police ID number, were present for the autopsy as well. FCM Carr, CSU Gianna Bender took photographs and collected the following items: a 3XL blue soil jacket, a 3XL Nike brand pink jacket. 3XL size is for a big person. That's not even child size for, you know, I'm just throwing that in for people who don't know. Falls Creek brand child shirt size 2T, black hair tie from Skylar's hair, swabs. They took oral swabs, they took vaginal swabs, they took anal swabs, back, underarm, right swabs. Okay, hair samples, blood samples, photographs including injury including photos of injury measurements. Okay, so they measured the bruises, scars, abrasions, lacerations, puncture wounds, and all of that. Okay, Dr. Paulos noted external injuries of what appeared to be multiple bite marks on Skylar, frostbite on her feet and hands, and a round pattern bruising approximately 3/4 to an inch in diameter, potential from PCV pipe or furniture, etc. In addition to the injuries listed above, Dr. Paulos noted multiple injuries believed to be post mortem. Okay, which means some of the injuries occurred while she was alive, some of them occurred after she took her last breath. Okay, let's keep going, including a puncture wound found on Skylar's neck. Okay, there were believed to have been from a rodent, so they believe that the puncture wound to the child's neck was from a rodent. Okay, further testing is being done to confirm if these injuries are post mortem. So they're actually trying to have that further proof that these were, occurred after she died. Internal injuries were also noted by Dr. Paulos, okay? And this included subcutaneous bruising throughout Skylar's body, a right frontal bruise that's on her head, okay? Hemorrhagic pancreatin, possibly due to hyperthermia. So I'm thinking that had something to do with her, like her pancreas. Okay, hemorrhagic meaning it was some bleeding, some internal bleeding. Is what it sounds like. Okay. Skylar was dehydrated as well and had hair and unknown contents, possibly feces, in her stomach. Okay, do I need to read that again? Skylar was dehydrated as well as had hair and unknown contents, which they think the doctor believes the unknown contents of this baby's stomach had fecal matter in it. Which, if I guesstimate a little bit, she probably was in that apartment, her and her brother, so hungry to where. Have y'all ever heard those crime shows where you have a criminal, a monster loose, and he takes a victim and he keeps them in the basement and don't feed them, and they so hungry to where they don't have anything else to eat but their fecal matter? Cause that's what it sounded like here, but yet you got a mother who, oh, I brought them food, at least once a day. Kids eat more than once a day, dodo. Let me calm down before I get, back upset. Let me keep going. So she had fecal matter in her stomach, allegedly. And I'm saying allegedly because they possibly are still testing the contents of her stomach. Skylar also had possible paint chips, hair, and foreign bodies in her intestines. Okay? Possible paint chips, hair, and foreign bodies in her intestines. As of now, Dr. Paulos believes Skylar died of hyperthermia. So that's just the initial diagnosis. That's not what he's finishing off with. Okay. He's saying, like, right now, it could have been hypothermia, but I still got to test other stuff. That's what he's basically saying. However, the full autopsy, as I just said, is not complete. On January 27th of 2024, a year ago, okay, I'm hoping that this is the right information because they do have some typos up in here. So it says on a child protection team on January 27th of 2024, Detective Davis and Detective Harris spoke with IU Health Rally's Children's Hospital protection team, nurse practitioner, Andrea Powers, regarding the extent. So they did mean 2025 and not 24. The 24 was a typo, y'all. Okay. Let me go on to the next page. Y'all, excuse me. I'm about to get a sip of something to drink here. Yeah, Miss Toya, it was cold there, and this alleged, from these receipts that I'm going to share with you all later, she didn't have no heat in that apartment, and she knew it was no heat, Miss Toya. She knew it was no heat in that apartment. And remember, Miss Toya, Dr. Polos, who's performing Skylar's autopsy, he said that's the initial diagnosis. So she could have had other things in her system that aided to her death. Okay, it couldn't have been just hypothermia. All right, let me keep going, y'all. On January 27th, okay, they went to Detective Davis and Detective Harris spoke to IU Health Rally's Children's Hospital. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I keep burping. Child Protection Team, nurse practitioner Andrea Powers, regarding the extent of Skylar and her brother SG's injuries. Because the other child survived, that doesn't mean he didn't have injuries as well. Okay, he had injuries too. Okay. Nurse practitioner Powers explained, despite the uniqueness of the situation, two children just out of infancy, being left unsupervised and in dangerous and unhealthy environment, the pattern bruising on Skylar would not be expected. MP Power stated that the pattern bruising was suspicious of non-accidental trauma consistent with inflicted trauma seen in child abuse. So y'all remember how earlier Ding Dong Chantel Gardner was saying, "Oh well, Skylar got those bruises because she's very rambunctious. She has a lot of energy and she jumps around." The nurse practitioner at the children's hospital is saying, "No, I normally see those kind of bruises when somebody has been abusing the children, allegedly striking the child. Those aren't from somebody just, the child bumping around." And I told y'all, little kids, they do get scratches and things like that. But again, I had a son at 10, 11 months climbing cabinets for orange soda, jumping out of his high chair, jumping out of his crib. Xavier, he would. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna probably pull up some pictures of my son when he's a baby. Xavier was a light, bright, damn near white baby. Okay, he a red bone now, but he was light, bright, and damn near white. Okay, he didn't have no bruises. He had scratches and stuff because he would climb the cabinets, and we had to keep him out of the kitchen. Eventually, I just stopped buying the orange soda. To this day, I don't drink orange soda. And my son almost 19 now, right? Because he would climb the cabinets to get to the orange soda, and he would have scratches because he climbed, but he never had bruises or anything like that. So her story about Skylar being rambunctious and oh she just likes running and jumping and that's why she got these bruises is not adding up. It didn't add up to me earlier when I read it, and it's not adding up to this nurse practitioner, this specialist who often works with children at the children's hospital, at Riley's hospital. It didn't add up to her either. She said, "No, I normally see those bruises when there was child abuse involved." Okay, so Zanita says, "I did a TikTok live and got to hear the jail calls between." Yeah, I got those too. I got those too. And welcome, Zanita. I got those too, babe. I'm going to be going over those. If you want to jump up and say something, Zanita, because I don't know if you just got here or if you've been listening in. But if you want to jump up later on and say something, a thing or two, that's fine. You know, I'm trying my best to stop cursing because I done got so mad, girl. I'm still going over this long affidavit. Still going over this long affidavit. I'm so mad about this case. I'm trying not to curse or whatever, trying not to get in my emotions, but it's very hard, especially when you know that this happened to two innocent children. Okay, so let me keep going. MP Power said that SG, the older child, presented to Riley's Children's Hospital. He was displaying overt, okay? Remember what I told y'all to pay attention to terms used? Pay attention to terms used. Overt signs of neglect and food disparity. That means it was over the top, okay? It's not normal. And due to the hazardous and neglectful environment he was in, he over and his overall well-being and the conditioning was life-threatening. They need to really edit this because let me tell you something. Why I believe they really need to edit this affidavit, because a defense attorney will tear this to shreds. Okay, if they were to bring this report like this edited to court, a defense attorney will tear this to shreds. And I learned that in the medical field. That's why they get on our asses about making sure our spelling is correct, making sure we have the right dates and times and things, because a defense attorney will tear this affidavit to shreds. And we don't want that. We need her to, I don't want to say do some time. I want to say the chair, but I don't know if Indiana does that. Okay, so we need her to be miserable for the rest of her life, for real. All right, we don't want you walking the streets. All right. um so again, it said he had overt signs of neglect and food disparity, which means she was starving them kids. Okay. His overall condition and his well-being was life-threatening. Okay. MP Power said reasonable caregiver would have known the conditions SG and Skylar were living in were life threatening and would have known the children would have needed medical care from the environment alone. Okay, that statement that she made can also make it or break a case. A defense attorney will see that statement and tear it up. He'll turn that on the prosecutor. Oh, you saying a reasonable person would have known, but she said she had postpartum. She wasn't so called normal. You know, we can't have her getting off for this. Hell no. She got to go down. Okay. So MP Powers stated that while medically SG is suffering from distended stomach due to severe constipation, which is life threatening, some people, y'all, can be so constipated where they start to throw up their fecal matter. I've seen cases like that in the hospital where patients have been so backed up. Constipation basically means you cannot poop, okay? You're so dehydrated or something is preventing you from pooping. All right. I've seen patients where they're so backed up, the fecal matter is coming out of their mouth. Okay. It's not a pretty sight to see, and I bet it is not a pretty good thing to go through or to experience for that patient either. All right. Um, so he was experiencing severe constipation, which is life threatening to some children. It is not currently life threatening to SG. However, his medical condition is only non life threatening due to his sister's untimely dying, resulting in law enforcement response. So they basically saying if law enforcement had not stepped in when they did, if the sister did not die and caused the mother to call 911, and the law enforcement didn't step in, the brother would have been dead soon after. That's basically what they're saying. Okay, that response then made law enforcement and DCS aware of the home condition and the need for SG, the older sibling, to be evaluated medically. In addition to SG's distended stomach, his feet were noted to be swollen and thickening of his feet skin. Okay, which for me, you know, being a medical professional, that sounds a little odd that a child has feet that is swollen and has thickening of skin. Usually you see swollen feet in middle age to older people with heart problems, you know. So that makes me wonder, because I'm not a expert in pediatrics. That makes me wonder what caused this child's feet to be swollen and his skin to be thickened. Okay. SG also appears to be weak and very twitchy, shaky. After learning about Skylar's feet being frostbitten and her potential cause of death due to hypothermia, MP Power stated she will be reviewing SG's test results to determine if he has any concerns for hypothermic. Hold on, y'all. Let me go to the next page. Hypothermic related injuries. SG also had hyperpigmentation scarring on his groin and on his abdomen due to his living conditions. MP Power stated after overseeing SG's medical treatment today, she observed and was taken aback by several previously unseen observations. She said he appeared to have recently had a fresh haircut and his nails were trimmed. Okay, now let's go back to Dodo Chantel's uh, weird eyewitness testimony. She said that she took this child SG to go get a haircut by Brian because they had some type of senior night to go to, and she took Skylar back home to the apartment with her. This is what she said, y'all, right? So the MP, the nurse practitioner over at Riley's Hospital, is saying, hey, upon first seeing this child, I noticed he was twitchy. You know, I noticed, like, visibly observed that his feet were had thickening and swollen. He had thickening skin and his feet were swollen, and he had all these things going on. Y'all tell me Brian didn't notice that? But he claimed to be Super Saver Angel boyfriend of the year, and I just wasn't involved and didn't know. So you didn't notice this child was twitchy and had reddening, and you don't need to be no medical professional to see that and notice that ain't right. Y'all see what I'm saying? So he can miss me with the bullshit. He's this innocent angel saint boyfriend. You know, hell no. No. Okay. So again, the nurse practitioner, upon noticing these other medical problems going on with this child, she said, I also noticed that he had a fresh haircut and his nails were trimmed. Okay. She explained how SG had a lack of emotional, developmental, cognitive ability. That means you wasn't taking him around other children his age, or he either is autistic. Something was going on with this child and he wasn't getting seen for it. Okay. Let me go on to the next page, y'all. This thing is long. Okay. Um, Nurse practitioner Powers, or MP Powers, said after overseeing SG's medical treatment today, she observed and was taken aback by several previous. Okay, I read that. By several previously unseen observations. She said he appeared to have recently a fresh haircut. We read that. We went over that. Okay, his lack of emotional development, developmental cognitive ability. She said that he displayed typical signs of food deprivation while watching him eat and by his response to food. Okay, so you mean, because I got the booking information for Chantel. You mean to tell me that you 320 big old pounds and this baby you couldn't have made sure he ate good? All right. I don't get that. Y'all, I'm a big girl. And I only got 20% of my stomach. I can't even finish a value meal because I only got 20% of my stomach. But even before I had surgery on my stomach, I used to always make sure my kids ate first. Okay? And I got two picky eaters in the house with me. But I always made sure they ate first. Or if I couldn't, if they wanted something off my plate, yeah, they could get it. I don't get this, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't get this. So they said he was showing signs of food deprivation, and she knew by how he responded to food. Okay, more specifically, she explained he gets very anxious, makes a growling sound like a fucking animal, y'all. And I ain't making fun of the baby. I'm angry at the mother because why is this 3-year-old not have the emotional and social? Why can't they talk? Why are they sounding like you kept them in a cage their whole life existence? I'm angry about this. I'm angry about this. So y'all forgive me. I know. Shout out to my people on Facebook because I know a lot of them. They'll DM me. They'll hit me up. Candace, we don't like it when you cuss. I'm very sorry, y'all, but this got me so emotional right now. Let me go back and read it. Did y'all hear that? And don't just hear it. Listen. Listen to what this doctor is saying. She said, more specifically, she explained he gets very anxious and makes a growling sound and consumes his food in huge clumps to the point they must intervene to slow him down. The 3-year old. I'm ready to fucking cry, man. This shit crazy. She said he has a complete meltdown, crying hysterically when they attempt to take his food away, and is very territorial over his food tray because he don't know when next meal coming from. I got a fucking puppy, y'all. My puppy Kai Kai. Kai Kai's a poodle, right? I admit, y'all, this is my first puppy, right? So when Kai Kai came home, I was making her meals homemade. I would take bone broth. I took brown rice, vegetables like kale greens, sweet potato, carrot, peas, and like chicken thighs. And I would boil it down until it was like a mush or whatever. I put the bones in like a separate bag because you can make homemade bone broth, right? And all. So I would take all of that and I would blend it up and I would put it in a little bowl for her to eat on because when I first brought Kai Kai home from the place where I got her from some place in Portage, Indiana. Thank God Kai Kai is not a puppy mill puppy, right? So because she wasn't eating kibble by herself, and I remember the people at the place where I got her from. They said, Candace, if she doesn't eat the kibble, mix it with a little bit of wet food so she can eat the kibble, right? And so I gave Kai Kai this little bowl of this homemade dog food that I had been making for her, right? Y'all, my son, I don't know why because he has a friend with dogs as well. And Xavier, he's learning to have dogs as well. You know, this is our first puppy. Xavier would take Kai Kai's bowl of mush while she was still eating it. So, you know, me watching all of these little videos on TikTok, because I seen this one girl, I don't know, her dog, she got a huge pit bull, y'all. She's on TikTok. Her dog is named Simba. And anytime she get close to Simba food, Simba growl at her. He get real mad and he growl at her, right? And so I started to notice that in Kai Kai, whenever you took, it wouldn't be me, it would be my children. Whenever they would take something from her, she growled like get back. But she never did that to me because I never went to her and took food from her. I would always give it to her, right? When it's time to eat, let her eat. And Kai Kai, when it come to them homemade meals, y'all, she would lick the bowl. She don't really mess with that kibble, not even today, right? So, anyways, you know, I'm basically saying that because I'm noticing in this human child in this affidavit. Sorry, y'all, I got to take off my sweater. I'm getting hot. Hold on, y'all. I got to take this off because I'm burning up. I was cold a minute ago as I was running around getting stuff for these caramel cakes I gotta make, but I'm hot now. But anyways, I noticed the stuff that she's describing in this affidavit with this child, with this 3-year-old child, I noticed in my 6 month old puppy, okay? Or whatever. And it wasn't because Kai Kai was being deprived of food. It was because she likes homemade food over the kibble. She don't prefer the kibble. So, you know, as somebody else with a dog, they said, Candace, they said you're gonna regret doing that. Now you got to make all her meals, and I do, you know. But what I do, and it's not, for me, it's cheaper to buy her real food than it is the kibble, you know. Because what I do is I take her food, I basically cook it how I told y'all that I cook it, and I put it in these little plastic containers, and I freeze it and date it. And you know, she a little dog, so when I need it, I just take some out. She still will eat the kibble, but it has to be mixed up in that homemade food, right? So I had to teach the kids, especially my daughter who is high functioning autistic, when y'all see Kai Kai eating, do not take her food from her. Don't pat her, don't do nothing, right? Let her eat or whatever. So it took maybe a week or two and she doesn't show signs of food aggression anymore. But I had to teach them to leave her alone and let her eat because she started to learn, and this is a fucking puppy, y'all. Kai Kai started to learn, hey, when I see these two children come, they're gonna snatch my homemade meal from me, so I need to try to protect that. So the fact that this is a nurse practitioner in this affidavit saying, hey, I seen the same thing in this child, that means either you was tormenting this child, giving him food and taking it away and enjoying his suffering, or two, he doesn't get food that often, and every meal he cherishes because he's like, hell, I don't know where my next bread and butter is coming from. Okay, and then they're saying, remember what she said? She said he was taking the fecal, and I'm talking, when I say she, I'm talking about Chantel. Oh, he was taking the fecal matter and putting it and smearing it on the walls or whatever. So that means this child, and you notice this child had problems or whatever, because children don't normally take poopy and smear it on walls or whatever. They don't normally do that, and you neglected to get him the psychological care that he needed or whatever. That's what that means. This didn't happen overnight. Let's keep going. Okay. So she said he has a complete meltdown, crying hysterically when they attempt to take the food away, and is very territorial over his food like a dog, y'all. MP Power stated SG will be aware of any food crumbs left. He pays attention to every morsel left behind on the tray. MP Power said that SG shows lack of emotional, developmental, cognitive abilities. SG was smiling today and loved getting hugs. Okay? That's the development of a sociopath right there. You're not showing them any emotional or whatever, cognitive attention or whatever. A lot of that's the whole definition of being a sociopath. You're antisocial. What words in the group with sociopaths? I don't know. Serial unalivers. That's another story for another day, though. Let me keep going. On January 27th, which was 2 days after Skylar's body was found, Detective Harris applied a search warrant for the residence on N. Bozard Avenue. Judge Elizabeth Cleese granted the warrant reference number, and it's giving you the reference and the cause number for this search warrant. On January 28th, 3 days after Skylar's body was found, at 8 in the morning, Detective Josh Taylor and Vandarius Trice, okay? So it's saying Detectives Josh Taylor and Detectives Vandarius Trice assisted Detective Harris by executing a search warrant on N. Bozard Avenue. Detectives utilized the I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna read it anyways. Maybe somebody else can know and y'all can educate me. So it says detectives utilized the I-MCFSA to conduct the search. Okay. Crime lab technician CSU Sirwa Sears, hope I pronounced that name right, responded and completed her process by photographing the entire residence and taking a video of the scene. Go to the next page. With the newly learned information from the autopsy report, Detective Harris applied for and was granted a search warrant to search the residence at Newberry Road, which was Chantel's place, okay? Judge Elizabeth Cleese granted the search warrant reference cause number, and it gives the reference and the cause number. Detective Harris utilized I-MCFSA to conduct a search. Crime lab technician CSU Adriana Schwartz responded to the residents, took a video of the scene, and photographed the scene. SCU Schwartz measured the room temperature of each room. Hold on, y'all. Let me go over to the next page. Okay, so she said this lady she measured the temperature of every room inside the residence. The lowest temperature was 46 degrees Fahrenheit. The highest was at 51 degrees Fahrenheit. While CSU Schwartz, that's pretty cold in the house, y'all. That's probably not cold if you're just going outside, going for a walk or whatever. But imagine you setting your AC to 46 degrees. You know, anything under what 70 is cold, okay? While CSU Schwartz measured the temperatures inside the residence, the current outside temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. Another search of the residence was completed in an attempt to locate a round pattern object with a diameter measuring 3/4 to 1 inch. A screwdriver was collected as evidence. So y'all remember, if we go back to the autopsy of Skylar Gardner, she had a mark on her body. I don't remember. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was a bruise. I don't believe it was an abrasion or a laceration, but she did have a bruise of some sort on her body that was 3/4 of an inch to an inch long. So they were looking in this apartment for something that was that size. That's what they're saying here. Okay. Follow up interview. This is the second interview that the detectives are doing with Chantell. Okay. So on January 29th of 2025, this is 4 days after Skylar's body was discovered, Detective Harris and Detective Trice spoke with Chantel Gardner, 33 years old, at the Marion County Adult Detention Center, Criminal Justice Campus. Detective Harris and Chantel read Chantel her Miranda rights, and Chantel said she understood her rights and agreed to speak with detectives by signing a waiver of rights form. Chantel says she contacted DG, the children's father, in July and offered to pay him to help with the children because she was overwhelmed. Okay, so that lines up to what I was saying earlier about the father. And I don't know if she's telling the truth or not, but that lines up to what I was saying, not just about the father, but about the both of him. About the both of them, the mother and the father. He just was like, fuck it, you take the full custody, and she did not want to be the sole provider, custodial parent of these children. She's saying in this follow up interview with the detective, I was so desperate for help, I was offering to pay the baby daddy to keep his own kids. So that proves, because I have never read this affidavit before, but that proves what I said earlier was the case. She never wanted to be the sole custodial parent of these children. The father was not helping her, disability or no. You were, I don't know if you were disabled when you put that thing down on her. I don't know. But those are still your children, and disabled or not, you still have to put self to the side and make the proper provisions for your children. If you can't do it, get somebody else to step in and do it. But in my opinion, that is not a good enough excuse. Okay? If he felt like that, then you sign all your rights over and make sure you don't have anything to do with those children if you feel like that. Or petition the courts to get somebody in your family to take custody of those children. Because if she's saying, hey, allegedly last summer, I was so desperate and overwhelmed with those kids, I was trying to get him, I tried to pay him to keep his kids. That was his cue. And plus you got your adult children coming back and telling you, hey, when we go over to visit the children, they smell like urine. That's red flags, y'all, popping up. Red flags is popping up with this father too. So again, I can't really excuse him and say, "Oh well, poor you." No, fuck all three of you grown bastards. Poor them children. That's who poor is. Okay, them fucking kids. I don't feel sorry for no adult involved in this situation. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, no, I ain't sorry. I don't feel sorry for no adult in this situation because proactiveness, it seems to go out of the window in our community, and I don't like it. It seems like everybody got 2020 vision when it's looking in the hindsight. Okay, everybody got 2020 vision. But when it's about looking and being proactive and preventing things from happening or planning the right way, everybody blind as drunken alley cats. All right, three blind mice or whatever the hell. And that's a problem for me. That's a problem. Okay? She said their visitation and divorce was settled on August 2nd, 2024. She said if detectives checked her Facebook profile, username Chantel Monet, they would see messages from that conversation. So she already knew that he was on Facebook posting their messages back and forth already, is what it sounds like. Detectives researched the Facebook username and found the following Facebook URL, and I ain't reading the URL, not because I don't want to, but just because it's long and I ain't got time. In addition, Chantel provided Brian Thomas's Facebook username and gave his name, and they give his name and his username. She said October of 2024 is when everything began. She said she started small and progressed over time. She said it began by leaving, going to the next page, SG, the older child, and Skylar unattended inside the residence while she went outside to her car. She said Brian would occasionally meet up with her in the parking lot. Okay, so she again implementing him in these situations where she's neglected her children. She's saying, "Hey, while they were upstairs in the apartment, neglected, he was right here with me." That's basically what it's saying. She said Brian would occasionally meet up with her in the parking lot, and sometimes he would ask where the kids were. Okay, that proves that at one point he didn't know where the fuck her kids was. He was concerned. Okay, so let's keep going. She said her being in the parking lot outside made it easy for her to go inside periodically and check on the children. She said she would see feces on the wall, but believed the soiled diapers and feces were normal for a 3-year-old. What the fuck? Okay. I gotta mosey on past that before I get angry again. She explained this by saying, "What kid would want to sit in a?" Let me go to the next page, y'all. What kid would want to sit in a soiled diaper? Okay, no kid would want to sit in a soiled diaper, dummy. And even when they take it off, you need to be there to clean them up. And if he three, show him how to properly go to the bathroom. Like, and it's no excuse. Oh, well, Candace, that was her son. How was she gonna potty train her son? Hell, I'm a woman. I potty trained my son. Sure did. Potty trained him. I ain't have nobody, no male figure there to teach me. I potty trained him. No, hell, it ain't no excuse. Okay, let me keep going. She says she tried cleaning the walls and maintaining things, but eventually it became too overwhelming. She said things progressed to leaving the children unattended while the babysitter, Miss Rachel, American YouTuber, entertained them via electronic devices. She says she began leaving them entirely, leaving the apartment complex and the parking lot unattended. She said during that time she would go to Jordan's Fish and Chicken. Oh, you living it up. That's what it sounded like. She would go to a spot named Jordan's Fish and Chicken and pick up chicken wings because it was their favorite. And or sometimes she would go to the grocery store. She expressed how taking two children who weren't always the most behaved could be challenging. That's where you have to be the parent, ma'am. That's where you have to be the parent. That's your time to step in and discipline them. And discipline don't always mean whooping, a child. It means just setting boundaries. Okay? Giving them some structure. That's where you have to step in and do your job. Okay? So leaving them made it easier for her. I basically let me instead of disciplining my children and providing structure, let me leave them at home by themselves because I don't want to deal with their asses. Period. All right, I'm reading in between the lines for y'all. She says she eventually strayed away from home altogether due to the smell inside the house. They can sit in it, but I'm not going to sit in it. You know what I'm saying? They did that mess. They pooped in those diapers, so they can sit in it, but I'm not going to sit in it. So I'm going to leave this house. She says she stopped showering at the residence because the smell before showering would cling to her immediately after showering. Ew, I don't want to smell bad around Brian, you know. But I don't care about these kids, they own. That's basically what it sounds like she's saying to me. The airborne molecules from surrounding air would quickly be absorbed by her wet skin. So basically, what they're saying in the scientific format is the bacteria or something in the air from the fecal matter. When your skin is wet, it clings to you. Those scents cling to you even after you take a bath and wash your ass. Okay, uh, just clean the apartment. I don't get it. So what was the point? Chantel expressed how she believed Brian could. Let me go down. She believed Brian could smell the protruding odor coming from her skin. Ooh, I want to impress Brian. But forget my two needy children. I don't want Brian thinking I stink and not dealing with me no more. Giving me that eggplant. So, I don't, y'all at this point, I'm lost for words, but let me keep going. Let me find my place. Yeah, she said she believed Brian could smell the protruding odor coming from off of her person, which embarrassed her. However, she believed Brian was kind enough not to acknowledge it. Uh, uh, God bless Brian then, because I can't sit. I'm gonna tell you, I'm your friend. I love you. You smell bad. She says she wiped SG down at most once a week. What? And would shower Skylar once weekly to get feces and buildup out of her hair. She said further progressed to leaving the residence for the night, returning home the next day. She said the extent of her leaving her children unattended for a period of time at most was up to 2 days. So she worked it down to from going in the parking lot and leaving them in the house to going to out to eat or going to the grocery store, and she progressed up to leaving them for days at a time by themselves. Okay, that's what it sounds like. Chantel said there wasn't a normal amount of time she was gone because the times vary. She said during her strays, she was intentional about being present with the children when a family member, bio dad, and or relative would call because she knew they were only calling to speak with the children. She said so she knew how to cover her tracks, okay? If you know to be present with those kids when this person calls or whatever, that tells of her thinking. That means you ain't crazy, okay? Let me plan to be home and around these kids when grandma calls because I know grandma like to speak to the kids. All right? Miss Toya, I don't know. Hold on. Miss Callie said, thank you so much for really digging deep as usual. Oh, Miss Callie, you know I love you. I'm so glad you stayed loyal. You with me to the end. But I'm back. I'll probably be on here once a week. I'm gonna try to go live once a week because I have been busy. Him and his sister were probably fighting over what. Yeah, it sounds like they were. When you read about how the child was protecting his food, it sounds like something I seen for 2 weeks in my dog, called food aggression, where they try to protect their food because they so used to people snatching it. Remember I told you my children would come and try to take Kai Kai's homemade food, and she'd growl at them. Yeah, that's what this child was doing. This 3-year-old was doing the same thing. It's crazy. Let me keep going, ladies, because this stuff is wild, y'all. It's just wild. Okay. Chantel said there wasn't. Okay, I already read that. It wasn't a normal amount of time because the times vary. She said during her stray, she was intentional again. She knew when to be home because she knew when the family members would call. She said she believed to a degree her absence would become the norm for SG. Hold on, let me keep reading. I'm gonna break that down for y'all. Because he had stopped crying and believed that to he basically stopped crying when she would leave. He was getting used to her leaving. So basically she's saying she had trained her kids to get used to her leaving the house. At first they would cry when she left. They didn't understand it, but she said in the oldest child she noticed that he stopped crying when she would leave. Okay. She gave an example of how much food she would provide for the children upon seeing, we go to the next page, them after being gone and before slash preparing to leave them again. She said knowing she would return the next day and or two later, she would buy 2 cheeseburgers for each child, 10 chicken nuggets for each child, and a medium fry for each child, and drinks. None of that is even, and I ain't saying that I haven't bought my kids McDonald's before. I have. I know a lot of us have eaten out with our kids or whatever, but for the whole day, that's all they had. They ain't have no oatmeal, no toast, no cereal, no fruit, no veggie. What the fuck? This shit wow, y'all. I'm like boggled. She said other times she would bring them chips, 10 chicken wings to share. It sounded like she was feeding them like a goddamn trucker. This is, is some shit that it sound like a unhealthy trucker would eat or something. An unhealthy truck driver or something like that. That's what it sound like to me. Oh, let me just give you some chips and chicken nuggets and burgers and shit. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Me keep going. She would give them Gatorade, Powerade, and water with electrolytes because again, the fact that she's specifying in her witness testimony account of these things, she said that she gave Gatorade, Powerade with electrolytes. Y'all have to listen not just to what people say, how they say it, they tone of voice, and the exact words they use to give you a good understanding of what they're trying to say, to give you a little bit of discernment. The fact that she specified with electrolytes, to me, that sounds like you knew that you were starving your children or whatever, and oh, let me, I was trying to give them this to keep them hydrated because you knew you were neglecting them. So your case of using postpartum and saying you didn't fucking know no better, that shit go flying out the window. You know, I see why they got that first charge of neglect. You just flew it out the window when you. That's just like me saying, oh, I fed them dinner with dark leafy green vegetables. Why am I specifying that and not mashed potatoes? Why am I specifying that and not chicken? Because I know my children were found in a bad state where they're neglected, and I'm trying to prove, hey, y'all have to listen to what these people are saying, what they say and what they don't say. You gotta under, over, and understand what people are saying when they talk. Don't just listen to their words. Look at the body language, the facial expressions. I have spiritual discernment as well. I thank God for that. I can see, um, I can understand the Holy Spirit shows me things with people before it happens. But mine is that spiritual discernment. just focus on the physical part of it, and what I've learned by just talking to patients and my years of being a medical assistant and learning how to break down what patients are saying, what they don't say, and in between, I know how I can decipher a person. I can, read a person like nothing. But anyways, let's keep going. She explained that the smell, okay, became overwhelming inside the residence, so she stopped taking the children into public because of their odor from the residence environment. Okay. So let me not bathe them. Let me not clean the apartment. Let me not take my oldest child who might have something psychological going on, which is why he's probably allegedly smearing fecal matter on my walls. I'm not going to take him to a doctor, even a family physician. Hell, even a student doctor, a resident doctor, where they can refer me to a social worker, give me some help. No, I'm not going to do none of that shit. I'm just going to stop taking them in public because it's going to embarrass me. Because that 3 and 2 years old, those children don't know what the fuck embarrassment is. And from what it sounds like from the older boy, he's not socially developed. So he definitely don't know what embarrassment is. He wasn't embarrassed when he was fighting that nurse practitioner and he was showing her signs of that food aggression when she was trying to take his food. He wasn't embarrassed by that. He wasn't sitting back in his 3 year old head and thinking, hey, I don't want to embarrass myself. So even though I'm hungry and I'm starving, I'm not going to try to fight this nurse practitioner for this food. No, he was like, fuck y'all. I'm going to have a tantrum. I'm going to cry. I'm going to do whatever, whatever. If you take this, even the morsels away from me. So it don't sound like the children were gonna be embarrassed. Sound like the mother who knew right from wrong, because if you know it's socially unacceptable to take your children out in public because they might have a odor, that tell me right there all I need to know about you. You know right from wrong. So your argument about having something wrong, oh, it happened because I have postpartum depression made me do it. That shit go flying out the window. Because again, this could have been prevented. Okay, this could have been prevented. Okay. In addition, she explained she stopped taking the children to their doctor's appointments due to their hygiene and smell. Cause I don't know, what do we medical assistants do at doctor's appointments when we smell a child and there's something not right? We are uh um required by the state. We take an oath to report them things. Okay, we have to report those things. Gunshot wounds, okay, unexplained bruises and things, with specifically children and older adults, dependent adults, like your disabled or geriatric patients. It looks like they're being abused. We are required by law to report up. Okay, that go for medical assistants, nurses, doctors. We are required to report up. So again, you stopped doing that because you knew who was gonna get involved. I don't know, CPS. Or it sounds like it's trying to avoid CPS. Okay. Okay, so let me keep going. She said she understood the potential consequences of her improper care, and she was aware that the consequences of them reporting her to CPS and or taking the children away. Why? Okay, ain't that your whole reason for neglecting them in the first place? That should have been the first place you went, was to the doctor's office. Ain't that your whole reason for neglecting them kids in the first place? Is you didn't want to take care of them and you wanted them to go away? So why not take them to the doctor's office where DCS can remove them from your care? The father already told the judge during your divorce that he can't take care of them because he has some disability. You said that you were so desperate for him to take care of them that you offered to pay him to keep his own kids. Why not go to the doctor's office and let them take them kids off your hands? Don't make sense. You actually, you fucking yourself. Now you facing a murder charge when if you would have just went, CPS is not even criminal. That's civil. That's civil law. That's not criminal. CPS would have probably removed your rights. All right. And they give you these two stipulations. One, you either jump through all these goddamn hoops to get your children back, or two, if you don't jump through these hoops, and I believe in Indiana, please correct me if I'm wrong. All right, because I'm learning as well. I don't know everything. But I believe in Indiana, they give you 9 to 18 months to get your shit together before they legally remove all your parental rights and they seek to adopt the children out. Okay, all right. So let me keep going. Chantel says she knew and understood the consequences could cause her children to be taken away. Okay. And she said she knew and understood what could happen by leaving a 2 and 3 year old home alone. When asked about the space heater in the living room, which could have caused the fire, Chantel said an employee from work provided it to her because Chantel's furnace would randomly go out. Why not call maintenance? You in an apartment. She says she did not report it to maintenance due to the state cleanliness of the residence because they would have known the children were alone and unattended. So anything to protect this horrible secret of these children being alone. Instead of all these things you could have did to prevent it, sound like she just let it go to hell. Okay? She just let it go to hell, y'all. Okay? Hold on. I think that is, let me go to this other post I have because that's all the affidavit that I have, but I do have other receipts that I wanted to share with y'all as well about this case. I wanted to go over that live where that man was pissed off. He was like, he's one of the rapper guys, and he's like pissed off, and he's like really defending his friend, and y'all trying to fuck up this man's life, and yada yada whoopty woo, and y'all trying to mess him up. But I'm listening, and the whole time I'm thinking, because I know he's emotionally charged because Brian is like one of the co-rappers, the dude that he probably rapped with, got a good repertoire relationship with, whatever, whatever. But at the same time, I'm thinking if you would just calm down and read the affidavit, if you would read his charges, you would understand he's not locked up because of people on Facebook taking pictures or whatever, which people are going to do. I'm not new to the crime niche. Whenever you get a hot case or whatever, something like this, it's always a lot of attention and a lot of build up. And then it soon dies off because everybody moves on to the next. Most people move on to the next thing. But most bloggers like me, because obviously the detectives and the other people involved, they're going to stay on the case investigating, but bloggers and people like me, we actually reach back and look for updates. We reach back because usually when the case kind of dives down, you are more likely to get an interview with a family member and get some updates, or a source, I rather say, because not all the time it's going to be a family member, things like that. So we usually reach back and dive back into these cases, whereas the general public, they're like, oh yeah, I remember when that happened. It was tragic, but they move on. All right. So Miss Callie says she was only worried about herself and how she was perceived. It seems like she's become resentful of having to raise her kids after her divorce. She was focused on her new relationship. Yeah, it sounds like to me, I'm gonna put two different scenarios together. Because then you have the one scenario where, because she did say, hey, I was so desperate for help with these kids that I called my baby daddy and offered to pay him to keep his own kids. So then you have the one scenario, which is, you know what? He wouldn't help me. He wouldn't take the money to help me keep his kids. So I'm going to get back at him by tormenting these children. Because you do have people out there who do that, y'all. You do have people out there, oh, I can't get through to this person or whatever, my baby mama or my baby daddy, so I'm going to torment this child. And that's going to draw them out. Okay? You got that situation. Or you got, you know what? I'm thinking her, this is what I'm thinking of, I'm putting myself in her shoes, okay? He won't help me. I'm overwhelmed. I want to live my life. It seems cooler and funner and more entertaining to work on my rap career. So I'm just gonna let these fucking kids just fend for themselves, and hopefully they just, you know, disappear or whatever. Nobody ever find out or whatever. But that's what it sounds like to me. Okay? That's what it's given. All right, that's really what it's given. Because if you look at her pictures, like I looked at a couple of her music videos, she is glossed up. Her skin is clear. She lotioned down. She got the, her hair done or whatever. She got the latest little hairstyles or whatever. Now, sometimes when I be going live doing these damn foodie reviews, I be like, damn, I gotta delete that live because I forgot to put on chapstick. I forgot to brush my hair. Or sometimes I just be like, fuck it. Let me just do the foodie review or whatever. I ain't worried about my hair or whatever. But no, I'm basically saying that because this girl made sure in every photo shoot she was G'd up, looking the best. You couldn't do that for your babies. You couldn't do that for your babies. She didn't care, y'all. She was living life like she didn't have no kids. If he don't care, I hear her saying to herself, if he don't care, then I don't care. If they don't care, and if I got to do this by myself, I'm going to do it how I want to do it. Remember what I told y'all, I do have this spiritual discernment as well. Because I'm actually looking, I'm on my Facebook timeline, and I'm looking at this picture of her. Her head is kind of slanted. She has this look like a single ponytail with like a heart necklace on. And in that picture, when I look at her eyes, that's what she's saying to herself. If I gotta do it alone, I'm gonna do it my way, and I don't give a damn who get pissed off behind it. Cause she's reasoning in her head. I did ask for help. So when you see the mug, it's not really a mug shot, but it's a picture in prison with her smiling and laughing. That's why she kind of don't have no guilty conscience about this. She's an animal. I think she's borderline sociopath, but she's like in her mind, she's like, "Oh, I did reach out for help. I did reach out for help when I offered to, pay him to do this with his kids. But even if you did that, Beb, you still the burden is still on you. You still need to be charged with murder. You still need to be held accountable because not only are you the parent with the custody of the children, but it was a lot of shit that she could have did to prevent all of this. All right. All right, Miss Callie says, all the adults connected to the mothers failed them kids. Agreed. Agreed. So this man in this live, which I'm finna share with y'all, because he was going off. He was, and y'all can't talk about her because half of y'all got kids like that. And so at first, because he did go on to say, well, I'm not trying to defend her and F her, and I'm hurt, and I didn't want it to be true. So up until he said that, I thought he was defending the mother. I was like, I know he didn't get his ass on this damn internet trying to defend her, but the fact that he even tried to defend the boyfriend, especially now that I've read through most of the affidavit, that's atrocious to me. Should nobody get the defense but them children? Should nobody get the defense but them children? He claiming that's one thing, and I'm gonna say it, and I don't give a damn who get mad. One thing that I really cannot stand amongst some black men is they try to infantilize themselves, make themselves like innocent children, and they try to make themselves like innocent victims. I don't like that amongst black men. I hate that. That boyfriend is not a innocent victim. He probably did not or was not aware every time that she neglected her children. But come on now, I just read it in the affidavit. Even the brother who works nights. And when you work nights, you not all the way there. Like I worked nights for y'all years. Years. When you work nights for years, it does take a mental or even a physical toll on your body. This is why people on nights get paid more. But anyways, even the brother who worked nights, he said he pulled Brian to the side and said, "Hey man, I'm noticing your girlfriend is staying over here more and more frequently, and we're not seeing the kids anymore. Where's her kids?" Okay, and he said Brian responded back to him, "Oh, they're at her friend's house or a relative's house." You know what I'm saying? So I don't take no mercy on him either. The boyfriend. You ain't some innocent damsel in distress. Not the father either. Oh, I had some physical disability. But sir, you had the physical ability to conceive these children with this woman. You had the physical ability to call these children. You got the cognitive and the psychological ability to know right from wrong because you're on Facebook talking about, hey, I was reaching out and what she did was wrong. So you not all as disabled as you claim to be. And then your grown children, baby daddy, have said, hey, when we go see our minor siblings' father, they smell like piss. Then you got the baby mama saying, hey, I was so overwhelmed with these damn kids. After our divorce of being the sole custodial parent, I was so desperate, I reached out to him and I offered to pay him to keep his own kids so the father don't have no excuse in my book either. Cause you disabled, you get off the hook. I didn't know when you got disabled, you stop being a fucking parent. I know mothers and disabled fathers out here that still they in fucking wheelchairs taking care of their kids. Have y'all ever seen them abnormality videos that go across social media with them people that was it's a mother, y'all, born with no fucking arms. Born with no arms. Google the shit. I ain't lying about it. Born with no arms, hopping up on counters, making bottles and shit, feeding her baby with her motherfucking feet. So it's no excuse in my book for the father either. You don't get off clear on that. Oh, I'm disabled or whatever. Do you got a caregiver? Do you got a POA? All right. I told myself, and this is my personal promise to myself when I became 19, like, and you know, I'm revising that now that I'm a little bit older because 19, I didn't know any better. But at 19, when I became a parent, this is what I told myself. Say, Candace, your life gone, you know, it's over for you or whatever. Your focus is now raising this son. And I didn't, when I found out, y'all, when I was 8 months pregnant that my first child would be a boy, I was scared to death because I walked out of that ultrasound room and I remember saying to myself, what am I going to do with a son? What am I going to teach him? You know what I'm saying? What am I going to teach this little boy? But I thank God because God was with me the whole way through it. I'm blessed because my son don't got no criminal record. He don't have no children. He's in both high school and college. He gets straight A's. He has a good job. You know what I'm saying? He's on his way to college to be a mechanical engineer. All right. On his days off, he does landscaping and shit, you know. But I remember being 8 months pregnant and walking out of that ultrasound room, and I was so scared. I said, boy, what am I gonna do with a son? And my son's father left me at 7 months pregnant, you know. So that was scary too. It was scary. But I remember when I got him home after I gave birth and everything, friends and all that stuff was out. I didn't want to raise my son struggling, you know, and lacking. I didn't want that. My focus was get better, pick up these trays, do whatever you got to do to not be this stereotypical welfare mother. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want my son grow up in that environment. I didn't want to see, I didn't want to ever see my son in his youthful years, his teens and 20s, being the exact type of black man that I don't like. The thug who goes around terrorizing the neighborhood. I didn't want him to be that. So much so, when my son was 12, I pulled him out of homeschool and homeschooled him. Before it was got cool because of COVID. Because when I homeschooled my boy, it wasn't cool. People looked at me, they called me weird, they called me names and things. And it's crazy because some of these same mothers who called me weird, who said my son would be not socially balanced, and all these other things, they children in prison now. All right. They children grown up the road. Some of their children is in boxes. Some of these mothers get in my DMs and beg me to help them with their sons. I can't help you with your son. I can pray for you. I can give you advice. But ultimately, you have to do and you have to learn what I had to learn when I pulled my son out at 12 years old out of homeschool. You have to woman up or man up and you have to sit and learn this child, learn where they're lacking, find out where it is in your relationship that you're not seeing eye to eye and get it together. That's what I had to find out with my son when I took Zay and homeschooled him. I had to find out that, hey, Candace, all them goddamn teachers down there at the schoolhouse ain't lying on Zay. He is challenging to deal with. And even though you scared and we don't know how homeschool works, because when Zake first came home from homeschool, y'all, I had got curious, and I thank God I did, because the boy's smart when it come to money and stuff like that, right? But I had got curious. I wanted to know how business finance worked, right? So I took up 5 classes for one semester at IUSB in business finance, right? And when he first came home from school or whatever, I just thought to myself, keep him up in math, keep him up in reading. I just kept it real basic. Keep him up to date in math and reading, right? So I would teach him with my business finance books. I would have him read 3 paragraphs, all right? I would have him write me a paragraph over what he read, and I would print out PDF like math sheets and shit for him to do, right? And so when he first got home or whatever, because Xavier used to think it was a game. Oh, get this a week or whatever, I'm going back to school. But he didn't know that road was closed for him. I was never sending him back to public school. I was done with going to the schoolhouse for different meetings. I was done with all that shit, okay? Losing my jobs and all. I was done. But what I learned is when he would rebel and things like that, with homeschool, it's no, whoo, I get a break tomorrow because this kid get on the bus. I had to learn how to connect with my child. I had to learn, why is this child reacting and acting the way that he is? So unlike Chantel and some other parents out there, to where they don't want to deal with the child and they run away, which, y'all, that never helps, because when you run away and you avoid taking accountability for some other human being that you made and brought in the world, it's like a snowball effect. Talk to some adult, talk to an adult who's troubled and mentally fucked up. I bet you 9 times out of 10 they gonna go back into their childhood and what their mama and daddy did or didn't do. I bet you 9 times out of 10, I bet y'all my whole next check, 9 times out of 10 they're going to go into what happened in their childhood, what trauma happened in their childhood, and what mama or daddy did not do. And I'm sorry to say it, but it's a lot of selfish ass parents out there, just like this Chantel lady, who put their own needs and their own comfort before that of their children, and the children suffer behind it. The only thing about this Chantel lady, and this is where I agree with that man in that live, because he said the same thing. He said the only thing with this woman is her shit is so out there. It's so overt. It's on full display for everybody to fucking see. He said, but most of y'all can't judge her because y'all deal with the same shit at y'all house. Y'all just, it's where nobody can see it. See? But a person who's educated like me, we fucking see it when we deal with your kids. You just too dumb and don't know that we see it. You see that shit when you deal with people, kids, how they kids act. You find out quick where the child is lacking, or what area in this child's life where this person is lacking. All right? So yeah, with Zay in homeschooling, like, that really helped my parenting with him. It helped him because it was things he was angry with me about. Me and my son have the brutalest, honest, most crazy talks ever nowadays. Not just my son, but me and my daughter now, because she's now homeschooling. I have brutal, honest talks with my children. I told my son when he first came home, I said, I love you, but I don't fucking like you. I do not like your ass. I don't even know. I used to pray to God. I told Xavier, I said, I didn't know how I ended up with no son. I was baffled when the ultrasound came back and they confirmed it at 8 months, and they said, Candace, you having a boy. I was convinced, y'all, the majority of that pregnancy, he would be a little girl. I thought he would be a girl. I just knew God was giving me a girl. He came out a boy. I walked out that ultrasound room. I said, what am I going to do with a boy? What am I going? I don't know nothing about boy culture. That was my mind at 19, but yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Oh, I got a disability. You know how many parents out here it is with disabilities who still going for theirs for their children. I had my sister was fighting breast cancer, y'all. Had double mastectomy, hives growing on her hands and feet. Lost her hair because you know a lot of cancer patients deal with alopecia. They lose their hair due to chemo and shit. And still, while facing death, she was working 12 to 16-hour shifts taking care of her motherfucking daughter. So him being disabled, I'm sorry, that's no excuse to me. You were able enough to know right from wrong because you posted about what she did and you shared all the screenshots. And then not only that, but you said in the thing that you have been trying to get a hold of her or whatever. That tell me that you got the cognitive ability to know and understand, what's going on here. It's no excuse. Let me find this live, y'all. Sorry, I went off on a little bit of a tangent. Let me find this live. Because this man was going, when I say he was going off, he was going off. Oh, y'all can't be mad at her. Y'all can't be mad at her. Because y'all houses is, and he was really trying to defend the boyfriend. He was trying to defend the boyfriend, you know, but he was low key defending the woman too. And I'm like, how do anybody defend somebody like this? Shoot, defend them kids. Are we forgetting the children? But he's mad. Part of it, he was saying he's mad because people are trying to pull the rappers she was getting in the music videos and doing those music videos with. He was saying that they were trying to incriminate them as well, and they had nothing to do with it. They were just aspiring artists trying to big up their career, and people were trying to incriminate them as well, which I do agree that's wrong. They don't have nothing to do with that. So let me know if y'all can hear it. He's finna go off, y'all. Hold on. Let's see if I can fast forward.
And y'all don't understand all these motherfucking implications, motherfuckers being implicated and shit in situations that make a motherfucker come get you. All this talking back and forth motherfuckers doing, saying this man is guilty and all this shit. You think they ain't gonna come get a motherfucker? Y'all forever on this bitch thinking y'all solving some shit, ain't solving the motherfucking thing. The real solving is, and it's a dead fucking baby. Y'all so busy trying to find out who to put the blame on when the mama's already got them admitting to everything. Why are y'all trying to go beyond and try to fuck them up, get a motherfucker fucked up when over half of y'all don't even know what the fuck going on, bro? On my mama, half of y'all don't even know what's going on. Over half of y'all don't know what's going on. Y'all gotta cut the cap. That ain't happening. Most of y'all ain't never been around this motherfucking girl in y'all life, man. And if y'all have been around, then half the niggas that's on here capping, hollering the girl inbox, trying to holler at her. Nigga, that shit don't make you no motherfucking better. The fuck, nigga, and probably still would if she got out today. You niggas are still jump off in her motherfucking bed or whatever, goddamn it. Cause most of you niggas ain't getting no pussy or getting nothing. Y'all ain't got nothing going on. A lot of you bitch ass niggas be crying on this motherfucker every week about how ain't no motherfucker supporting you or how you quit and you doing this and you doing that. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. I'm tired of y'all niggas, man, for real. I'm tired of y'all on this bitch capping, man. Y'all cap on this motherfucker way too motherfucking much, man. Don't matter what that boy got, what kind of receipts, what phone conversations y'all hear, whatever, y'all still trying to blame this man. The fact of the matter is that girl did whatever the fuck she did to her own kids. It ain't got nothing to do with no motherfucking body else but the person who did the shit. God damn it, if that's the case, go get the nigga who was laying with her 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, because they all knew. If that's what we gonna say, then you gotta say that the husband knew. If y'all wanna say that bro knew, then y'all gotta say the husband knew, and everybody else knew. The fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Let the shoe be on the other foot and it be y'all, man. Y'all wouldn't want no motherfucker on this type of time, man, because the shit ain't right, man. It don't make sense. On God, it don't make sense. Y'all some fucked up individuals on everything, bro. For real, y'all don't know what type of name this is to put on no motherfucker, man. That boy didn't have shit to do with it. I don't give a fuck what y'all saying. Yeah, he made a lie to try to keep her out of shit. But this man walking into something that he don't know what the fuck going on. A lot of y'all done lied for a motherfucker who done did.
Okay, now he deflecting. All right. If you walking into something and you don't know what's going on, you don't try to defend somebody. All right, that's when you shut up and you say, you know what? I'm gonna exercise my right to remain silent. All right, until y'all get to the bottom of shit. Like I hear what he's saying. Oh, he don't have nothing to do with nothing. But again, read the affidavit. All right. If he lying to the detectives, that's what they got him on. They got him. If you lying to the detectives to protect a negligent mother or whatever, you implemented yourself. I get what he's saying. He's saying he didn't directly cause the situations with them children, but again, it's no way he couldn't have known because like he admitted and like the baby mama admitted, he said late summer. The baby mama said no, the baby mama said late summer. Brian said September. He stopped seeing the kids. That was the last time he seen the kids, was this past September. The mama said late summer. She said July, August. He said September or whatever. Okay. So yeah, I still do believe, and if you look at the charge, they charging him with assisting a criminal. They're not charging him with anything to do with child neglect, whatever. And I don't know what type of charge that is, whether it's a felony or a misdemeanor. But with a good defense attorney, that could easily be thrown out. But it still don't stop my opinion. My opinion, I still believe that the dude is partially liable. All right, probably not a big part, but I do believe he got part to blame because how you deal with somebody for all this time and then their kids stop coming around and you don't question that.
Some fuck shit. Y'all lie for a motherfucker who did pop tell y'all, man, y'all this motherfucker, man, is capped out. I done seen motherfuckers hanging around motherfuckers that they know that killed their partner or something like that. Y'all capped out, man. Stop capping, bro. You feel me? Y'all too capped out on this motherfucking social media, man. This niggas right now that's doing all this talking on this motherfucker that's hanging around motherfuckers that done killed they nigga, man. Shut the fuck up on this bitch, bro, for real. Y'all running motherfuckers up, man. Y'all getting motherfuckers fucked up. Y'all getting motherfuckers locked up, and that shit ain't cool because you can't take this name off for you. For real. Again, if you don't know facts, then why the fuck is you speaking on it? Half of y'all didn't even know her. Y'all only knew her from the music scene. Y'all didn't even know her as a motherfucking hoe. The fuck y'all talking about, man? I watched this girl grow up from a motherfucking kid, man. A kid. Y'all don't really know her, bro. Y'all don't really know her. Y'all don't even know what the fuck going on, man. Y'all need to cut it out. Cut all the cap out for real. The shit don't make no sense, man. And I done had it, bro. You feel me? Everybody, this is everybody's moment to try to go viral, bro. Or try to get
Mhm.
something that going on that they never fucking had going on. We're in a bitch.
And again, like I said before, that's normal. From what I've learned from social media and covering crime, being in the crime niche, that's normal in these kind of cases. You're gonna get a lot of people in the beginning of the case that clout chase. So for the upteenth time, when you covering these kind of cases and they fresh and they hot and they got everybody's attention, and you like a blogger or you whatever, you have to wait till everything simmers down because you're gonna have people who just, like he said, clout chasing. You're gonna have people who just making up stories to go viral. One of the guys who did a I guess a live interview with Brian, I was kind of irritated because I'm like, why? Because one, his setup, when I seen the room that he was doing the live with Brian in, I'm like, it looked like you do DJ work, like you do some type of music or something. You don't look like you cover anything in the crime niche. Okay, the way that he had the room set up, it looked like he did music. That's one. Two is I was just wondering because he kept saying, "Oh, I'm not trying to get him in trouble. I'm not trying to get him in trouble, sir." You have him on Facebook Live asking questions about an open, ongoing criminal case, which he is implemented in, and you talking about you ain't trying to get him in trouble. How much of a ding dong do you really have to be? For real.
Definitely got him locked up. And then y'all happy because y'all set out what I wanted to happen because y'all kept on putting this boy name out here. And like I said, I'm not no stupid nigga. I read between the lines, goddammit. Somewhere it's a few bitter, fucked up ass females that wanted to be on this nigga because because right now it's on the woman. And they trying to keep it out for them because they don't want no motherfucker meddling in their business. Like I said, a lot of you bitches live in the same way. On me, y'all living the same way. Might be living worse. You feel me? Some of y'all might not even have y'all motherfucking kids.
Didn't I just say that? I said her shit is only being talked about because it's on display. A lot of people ain't putting out, hey, we, got this situation going on with our own children because theirs is not loud and on display. I just said that. But, I hate when they call women ain't the only ones who can be bitter, y'all. Men can be bitter too. All right. We got to cut that rumor and that stereotype down too.
To even put them in a situation like this, and shut the fuck up, goddammit. It don't make sense. A lot of you bitches ain't on shit. For real. Facts. Cut the cap out. I keep seeing all these post motherfuckers coming back. I knew he had something to do with it. Get your bitter, ain't got shit else to do ass off social media. Go to Pop the Balloon or some motherfucking weird. God damn it. Fuck around with y'all, man. This is real life. This ain't no motherfucking game, bro. Y'all on this bitch acting like it's a game. It's nowhere near a game, bro. Why y'all putting motherfuckers' life in jeopardy and shit? This shit ain't no game, man. It's far from a game, and I think a lot of y'all think this shit is a game. It's not a game, bro. It's a dead baby. You feel me? And her brother fucked up.
But see, I'm annoyed with this guy because before he mentions Skylar, who he refers to as the dead baby, all right, before he mentions anything with Skylar and her brother, the first thing that he came on there and he mentioned was Brian and Chantel. That means because you initially mentioned them two first, those two was on your heart the most. You didn't care about these kids. You just saying something at the bit about the so-called dead baby to mask who you really trying to advocate for. And in this video, he's trying to really advocate for Brian. But again, I read the affidavit. We've been on here over 3 hours, almost 4 hours. Okay, I read the affidavit. Even Brian's brother was asking him, like, why is that girl always over here and she ain't got her kids or whatever? So while he's saying, oh, okay, well, it sounds like he's trying to defend the girl or whatever, because he was like, oh, I knew her since she was growing up, but y'all don't know her. We don't really have to know people, sir, to be able to discern their actions and things like that or whatever. But I get he's addressing the people who are being messy with it. That's who he's addressing. He's addressing the people in his community that are going around being messy with it, because he also said that I guess people are showing up at, I don't know if they're showing up at Brian's house or Chantel's old apartment, but they're showing up there and taking pictures as well. Okay? So that's who he's talking about.
Y'all running over there trying to take pictures of the house and all that shit like that, man. All that shit is for your own benefit, man. For your own good. Y'all in this bitch trying to go viral while it's a fucking dead baby around, man. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, bro? Stupid ass motherfuckers, man. Then it's a lot of niggas on here looking for clout, trying to say some shit that they think a female gonna go for, trying to score some pussy. Nigga, y'all niggas ain't on shit, bro. For real, man. Y'all ain't on shit, man. Niggas ain't on shit. On God, I can expose a lot of you niggas that was on their motherfucking trail. Nigga, I can expose a lot of you niggas. On my mama, don't play with me, bro. On God, I get to exposing you niggas for real. On God, what it do, Sco? What's happening? I get to expose you bitch ass niggas for real, cause I know all the niggas that was in their shit. What is we talking about for real? Yeah, you don't want your bitch to know you was in her shit too. Fuck is we talking about here? You niggas is tripping. Big tripping. Hey, how you
So again, y'all hear how he goes right back between so-called advocating for this, as he said it, dead baby, and he goes back to advocating for the mama. That's why I said he really not advocating for these kids. He advocating for the mama and and the boyfriend. All right. Oh, you really don't even know her, and I can expose y'all was trying to get with her. Y'all trying to talk about her, but y'all was just in her face. Who gives a fuck about her? And who was in her face? All right. You claim that Brian didn't know that she was neglecting her children. So how the fuck could the next nigga who just thirsty and want to get in her drawers know? All right. Like I don't get his logic on that. So that's where I was annoyed with this guy because you sound like you just you're advocating for this neglectful mother and her ding dong boyfriend and you're masking it trying to act like you're advocating for the children. So every once in a while he'll throw something in about the children, but he's really advocating for the negligent mama and the boyfriend, and he's in his emotions. You can see he's yelling and cussing and all that. Again, this is where, like I said earlier, it could be bitter men and over emotional men out there too. They claim they don't exist, but we see here one right now. He's overly emotional and he's cursing, which I get. Because people do get on your nerves when these cases are fresh because they got all these swirling rumors. Nobody has the logic of a goldfish. Nobody has the experience when dealing with these cases and these matters. And he's right about that. They just want to go viral. You just want to be the person who, oh well, let me share this inside information that don't nobody else have so I can go viral. He is correct on that. And I do see that a lot when these cases are fresh. That's why shout out to Miss Callie Scorpio. I think you should remember, Miss Callie Scorpio, when I would cover some cases and I would say, hey, let this sit on ice for a minute. Let me let this sit on ice because it's too fresh. And while it's too fresh, you're going to have all of the gossipers and the messy people and the people who just want to be seen, especially in this era of social media where they want to just go viral or whatever. You're going to have them all on it until it dies down. Okay.
Play that shit. Oh, investigating ass, undercover ass, police ass, bitch ass niggas. Fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Y'all doing it for the wrong reason. Y'all not doing it for the right reason. Y'all want to see a motherfucker go down. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing, man. You niggas is capped, man. Y'all fucked up, bro. Keep on putting that shit on that boy, man. If I'm sitting here telling you, goddamn it, motherfuckers know. If you know to know, you know that I've been around her, goddamn it, like, for real. And I ain't even been over her motherfucking house like that.
See, right there, he caught himself. He had to think about what he was saying. He said, man, I've been around her. And he caught himself. And he said, I ain't even been around her house like that. He had to be careful because he probably thought in his mind, this is an open investigation. And I'm incriminating myself by placing myself and saying, hey, I've been around her. So he had to double back. Y'all have to listen to what people say. Y'all have to over, enter, and understand what they're saying. His emotions is involved in this because he said like in the beginning of this live he allegedly grew up with this the mother. He knows Brian. I don't know how he knows Brian. I'm assuming because they both rap, so he's advocating for them more than anything. Y'all shouldn't, and he's trying to shame the public. Y'all shouldn't be investigating this because I bet, and he's deflecting and projecting. Oh, y'all, I bet y'all got worse backyards, so y'all shouldn't talk about her backyard. So again, this man is advocating for this negligent mother, which is shameful. And Brian, the dodo boyfriend, you need to be advocating for the children. Again, every once in a while in his conversation, you're going to hear him pepper the conversation with things about the children to mask and deceive the public into believing, hey, yeah, I really do care about those kids too. But it's not. Y'all have to listen and inner listen and like I said, y'all have to really listen and discern what people are saying to you. He advocating for that bitch and her dodo head boyfriend.
The fuck? I ain't even been over a house like that, so nobody would have knew. I've been around it. What the fuck you gonna say to me?
Again, let me rewind so you can hear.
If you know, you
Listen,
know that I've been around her. Goddamn it!
watch him catch yourself.
Like for real. And I ain't even been over a motherfucking house like that.
Did y'all hear it? One more
I
time.
want to see a motherfucker go
Listen.
down. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing, man. You niggas is cap, man. Y'all fucked up, bro. Keep on putting that shit on that boy, man. If I'm sitting here telling you, goddamn it, motherfuckers know. If you know to know, you know that I've been around her, goddamn it, like, for real. And I ain't even been over a motherfucking house like that.
So basically, what he's saying here, if you read between the lines, is yeah, I care about you. I'm gonna advocate for you. I'm gonna have your back, but oh, I'm not gonna go down and incriminate myself. I don't give a damn that much about you. Y'all have to listen and read between the lines of what people are saying. He knew he was gonna incriminate himself. That's why he doubled back. Okay.
The fuck? I ain't even been over a house like that, so nobody would have knew. I've been around it. What the fuck you gonna say to me? I should have knew too. Fuck around with y'all, man. Y'all weird in a bitch. Big rats. Big rats. I'm calling you niggas out one by one, cause I seen all that. I seen all the rat activity, nigga. I seen all the rat activity. On God.
So when he's saying big rats, basically what he's not saying, this is what he's saying when you read in between the lines. He is publicly shaming people for digging into this case. He don't want you to dig into this case because if you dig into this case socially, you're a rat. So basically what he's saying is I don't want you to touch this situation. If you touch this situation, socially you're not going to be acceptable. Okay, so if a lot of black people in our community, because you got the follow the leader mentality or the crab in the bucket mentality, they're going to think when they hear, oh, if I don't want to be named a rat, so I'm not gonna dig into that case because I'm a real one. Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all got to listen to the psychology behind this stuff. You are not ever a rat when you report or are reporting on negligence or things abuse that's happening to children, especially. Children, even past the elderly, they are the most vulnerable. The most innocent people in our community. We should be reporting that. What is he saying with this? Okay, I don't get this part. This is why I said he's more so advocating for Brian, the boyfriend, and the negligent mother.
Niggas pussies on everything, bro.
You're a bitch if you report about my friends. That's what he's saying.
I wish a motherfucker would come from me. I ain't tripping. I'm built for this shit. For it tough. I just been off this bitch on pause. On God, I'm built for it. For it tough. Nigga, I ain't got nothing but time on my mama. For real. Especially if we talking on some shit like this and we talking real shit or about a motherfucker that I know for a fact that I've been around. And half of you motherfuckers don't even know this girl. It don't cost you shit not to put your 2 cents in because that 2 cents don't even add up. It's not even adding up. Private investigating ass motherfuckers, go get you a job.
Oh, if you investigate or report on anything about a child, you're not doing anything constructive, so go get you a job. That's what he's saying. You're a lame-o, you're weird if you investigate or do anything on reporting on children. I think that's weird. Now, I think that's weird. That's that old school sweep it under the rug, protect the Chester molester uncle talk, which y'all hearing right there. Okay, that's that deflection. This is what most S word victims have dealt with, not just children or child abuse victims, but S word victims. They are shamed when they report these crimes. They are looked at in the community as uncool. You're not cool if you report these crimes. You're a lame, you're a rat, you're as he said out his own mouth, you're a pussy. If you look into these crimes, you have nothing constructive to do, so go get you a job. That's basically what he's saying. This is why in our community, crimes like this go underreported or never reported because it is socially mentally or psychologically put into our heads, if you report this, you're a rat. And this isn't somebody, this is somebody who abused and neglected her children, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not big on drug dealing and all that and stuff either in the communities. But this ain't somebody who was in a gang and drugs dealing, which ain't cool either. But this is somebody who neglected and abused a child. We shouldn't, and he's saying, oh, you shouldn't report on that. You shouldn't report on that because you're a rat if you report on that. I don't get the mentality of these people.
And a private investigator, if that's what you're supposed to do, because that shit ain't really hurting y'all. Y'all really want clout. You want to talk about hurt? You don't know hurt. You don't know hurt until you realize you ain't know the motherfucking individual you been around. You feel me? Until you realize you don't know the motherfucker that you been around. Y'all don't know hurt. Y'all ain't hurt. Y'all don't give a fuck. Some of you bitches on here just want clout. Y'all capping. Stop. Cut the shit out. Y'all shit nasty right now. This situation probably made y'all go clean y'all motherfucking crib. What is we talking about? You bitches draws is nasty.
So he's deflecting again. Oh, why are you talking about my friend Chantell when you're probably like her or worse? Your underwear is nasty. That's basically what he's doing. He's trying to get the attention off of Chantell, and then he's trying to cover for Brian. How would you like it if you found out the person you were dating you didn't know? But Brian said in the affidavit that the last time he seen them kids was September. So you mean you so much of a ding dong and you were so blind to the person you were dating, you didn't realize you had not seen her kids since September? And also his story flip flops too, because it flip flop from, the last time I seen the children were in September, and then they came to my birthday party on December 27th. They had on clothes, they were dressed warmly, but they didn't have on no socks. And that didn't alert you. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the boy, the 3-year old, his feet being swollen and had thickening of the skin. What?
Crib nasty. Bed nasty.
The,
Fuck you talking
the
about, man?
deflections, he
A lot of
continues.
you bitches, for real. And that's real talk. The fuck? What's up with me, man? Oh, God, I don't give a fuck, man. Open my mouth and I'm standing on business. I don't give a fuck about with nobody.
Again, right here, he's lying. Oh, I don't care. I don't care. You do because you backpedaled when you almost incriminated yourself. Oh, I know her. I know her. Oh, I didn't know she was. Yes, he do care. He just trying to, sound bravado right now.
Talking about, bro. For real. Real life. Don't engage in no bitch ass nigga activity, man. And that's what you niggas is on, bro. Y'all niggas is on fraudulent shit, bro. I done seen half you niggas on here with M's and everything else, nigga. Y'all ain't want no motherfucker to be all in the motherfucking tabloid saying, yeah, he did it. He did it. Yeah, it was him. The goofball ass nigga. It don't go one way. This shit is, the streets is the streets. Rules is rules.
Okay, again, he back to deflecting and shaming people for investigating and wanting justice for this little girl. Oh, you a goofball if you investigate and want justice for a child and you report on it and stuff. Because my friend Brian got implemented in it or whatever. Brian didn't get, from what I read from the charge, it said assisting a criminal. So that means and it said it in the affidavit, and he admitted to lying to the detectives to protect that woman. So he going off on everybody else, but Brian did this to himself. You know what I'm saying? He did it to himself. He admitted to lying to the detective. He didn't tell us why, because earlier we were trying to figure out why he lied to the detective. Um, and it just says he lied to the detective to protect what's her name? Chantel.
Nigga, you either a bomb or you a rat. Fuck you mean? It's simple. Tired of y'all niggas on this motherfucker with all this capping, man. Some of y'all niggas just really on y'all dashboard, y'all in professional mode, and y'all trying to get y'all motherfucking views and trying to get a few dollars off this shit. Nigga, I get this motherfucker all the way up and then delete this motherfucking video. I don't give a fuck about no motherfucking clout, boy. at all. I don't care about none of that. You hear my shit? I said, goddamn, hey, I'd rather be rich before I ever have some motherfucking fame. And y'all different. And she was different, obviously, because she rather have some fame than take care of her motherfucking kids. Goddamn it. Fuck fame. Give a fuck about y'all supporting me. Fuck, I go to work every day. You see this? I don't give a fuck about y'all supporting me. I handle business. When niggas around here pussyfooting and selling the money out here on the streets, because niggas ain't getting no money or none of that shit. These niggas out here selling the money. Fuck is going on, man? Let's talk about the real. Y'all want to talk about real? It's a lot of other shit niggas need to be worried about that they ain't got going on.
Again, he tried to divert people attention. You can focus on something else other than the fact that this woman left her kids in this house and neglected them, and the boyfriend implemented himself by admitting he lied to the detectives about it. It's more stuff to that's that gaslighting and shit that we have dealt with in the black community for decades. Again, this is the sweep it under the rug mentality right here. Okay? This is the sweep it in under the rug mentality.
I'm trying to press these bitches. I'm gonna be there, baby.
So every man, he's saying basically, and this came out of the mouth of a black man. He's a black man, and he just said every man, he said impress these niggas or impress these bitches or whatever. So he basically saying every black man, because I guess only black men refer to themselves as niggas, uh y'all just trying to cover this case because you want to get in the draws of some women. It's not that you got daughters and you love and daughters and sons and little children, or you love children or whatever, or you just concerned and want to advocate for the least of them in the community. That's not why you covering this case. You're covering this case because you want to get in the draws of a woman. So that's how he's basically trying to shame people for putting eyes on this case. That's what he's doing. Okay, you're not constructive if you're paying attention to this case. You got your own problems, so why focus on this one? You know, well maybe sir because a child lost her life. And again, let me see how far I'm because he goes on about an hour, y'all. I'm like 12 minutes into his live, and all he's talked about for the majority of this 12 minutes is he's trying to advocate for these two big grown dodo adults. All right, he mentions the children. He sprinkles and peppers things in about the children here and there. But he really ain't thinking about them babies. He trying to advocate for the girl who, out of his own mouth, these is his words, he watched her grow up. And Brian, who is just this innocent damsel in distress, and he just didn't know. Okay?
I need that one. That shit do smell like some good. I got it. Yeah. Like some good. Oh. All right, I'm getting there. What we doing? What we doing, Big Mouse? Everybody got so much to motherfucker say about the situation. We know who did what and who's at fault and who's to blame. I can't unsee it. I'm hurt for real. Y'all ain't see me get on this motherfucker saying, free her, woo, woo, XYZ, nah, because it's a baby involved in that shit. Like I said, I love the fuck out my kids, man. So I would never. Then y'all trying to implicate all the rappers, all the artists. Y'all even got my nigga Merc on this motherfucker, man. He ain't did shit but try to help that girl. Everybody that try to help her, y'all trying to implicate like they should have knew what the fuck was going on. When that's not the case. Y'all gotta stop that shit, man. Y'all gotta cut that shit out, man. Y'all putting pictures of everybody up there, videos, all kind of shit, man. That shit is not cool, buddy. Fuck wrong with you? I'm city, man. I just left court. So I couldn't get on this motherfucker as soon as I got off of work, man. I'm shitty in a bitch, bro. I'm tired of hearing about this shit. I'm tired of seeing it. It made my motherfucking head hurt, bro. That shit that made my motherfucking head hurt, bro. Like, I really got a migraine right now, bro. Because motherfuckers on here acting like they really give a fuck about this little baby.
And you one of them.
You know?
Notice that he never mentions, up to this point, he never mentions Skylar by name. Okay? Notice that. Take note of that. He never mentioned, he called her the dead baby. This is about a dead baby. Then he said this is about this, let me see, I believe something baby just now or whatever, but he either refers to her as a dead baby. If you knew her mother since she was growing up or whatever, then I'm pretty sure you had some type of bond with those children. I couldn't imagine calling a child that I had a bond with a dead baby. He has no emotional bond with those children, okay? He was probably, and I'm speculating right here, but he was probably one of her little weed kicking buddies or rap kicking buddies or whatever, who just knew her and really didn't know her children like that. All right. He is advocating for, again, Brian and this trifling mother.
Give a fuck about that baby, bro. Y'all want to see a
That
kid tail.
baby.
That ain't had nothing to do with nothing. Y'all give, if y'all gave a fuck about the baby, then y'all be worried about the motherfucker who did that to the baby and not XYZ. You feel me? Y'all be worrying about the motherfucker who did that to the child.
And have we not been?
Your mind is focused on the wrong shit. She admitted it. She admitted it, man. Then even on the phone call with bro and let motherfuckers know. Then she told the police during the investigation. He has nothing to do with it.
Again, he's not getting charged with anything that has anything to do with those children. He's getting charged because he lied to those detectives, deterring their investigation. That's why he is getting charged. So what the hell is he ranting and raving for? I don't know. If you really cared about the so-called dead baby, and that baby, sir, her name is Skylar, call her by her name since you claim you know her mother and all this other or whatever. If you claim you care so much about Skylar and all this other, then whew, I can't do this live. I can't do this one, God, y'all. He advocating for this woman and her boyfriend. Oh well, he really didn't have nothing to do with it. She admitted it. But in the affidavit, it says that he lied to those detectives trying to stick up for Chantel. We still don't know what he lied about. What did he lie about? Because it was serious enough that they charged his ass. We didn't get hit implemented in that shit. He got himself implemented in that. Running your fucking mouth without a lawyer.
Nothing. My fault was when I called him over here to the scene. That man ain't got nothing to do with shit, man. Wrong place, wrong time. Fucking with the wrong person. That's it. That's all. That's all. If he guilty for fucking with the wrong person at the wrong time. That's it. Y'all can't put that on that man. I'm sorry, man. Y'all just can't put it on that man. Like I'm off of principles, and right is right and wrong is wrong, man. Y'all cannot put that on that man. He did not do that shit, man. That man got his own house. You feel me? And no, that was her excuse. But no, she was not over that man's house fucking 7 days a week. That was the excuse. That was the excuse, and that's what she implicated him.
Okay, then somebody's lying because Brian Brother said, and we read the affidavit together. Brian Brother said she was over there the majority of the time, though. So either you or somebody else lying, and I don't think Brian Brother lying, no. When he said he had to pull his brother to the side and say, hey, she's been over here a lot. Where's her kids? I ain't been seeing the kids.
Put him in the equation. I was going over there. She was not over that man's house 7 days a week. She came over some of y'all places. She came to chill with some of y'all. Let that be known. Where else she go?
It was y'all. It wasn't Brian.
Did y'all ask about her kids? Did y'all make sure her kids were straight? When she stopped at them other locations before she went to lay her head where she felt comfortable at, even though them kids weren't comfortable?
Najee, I don't know when you jumped on the live, but again, for the millionth time, his charge is for lying to them detectives trying to protect Chantel. Nobody is saying he is responsible for the neglect or the murder of those children. That's not what we're saying. And he's in the affidavit, it says that Brian admitted to lying to those detectives. His intent was protecting Chantel. That's what he's being charged with. So what this man talking about on this live, I don't know. Cause well, y'all know Brian implemented himself. He admitted himself. I lied to the detectives trying to protect Chantel. We still don't know what he lied about. We just know he lied to them. But it was enough for them to say, hey, we gonna put this charge on you. You know what I'm saying?
That man said on the phone and said, you know I would have took them motherfucking kids in. You should have let me know. And she said, I didn't want to be a burden. Fuck. Tripping. Y'all tripping hard, man. This is crazy. Like, I ain't never seen no shit like this in my life, man. Y'all need to cut it out, man. And she was like my round for real. So what motherfucker gonna say? I knew too? Did I know? Ain't no fucking way in the world I knew, because them babies would have never been alone by themselves if I knew. Nobody knew. And you can't blame a motherfucker for not knowing. You ever fucked a motherfucker and didn't know everything about them? Stop it, man.
Okay, that's some dumb shit what he just said right there. He said you can't blame somebody for not knowing. Actually, you can, especially when there's information out there that can help you. You have a mouth, you got a brain, fucking ask questions. And then he doubles back to try to prove his point that you can't blame somebody for not knowing by saying, have you ever fucked somebody and didn't know their health status? Now, why that does happen, that still don't absolve you from accountability. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Y'all don't know how many people I used to see in the urgent care who would come in and they had STDs because they were not proactive and got the Carfax before they laid down with this person. They didn't get tested, in other words. That don't absolve them from accountability. Okay, I don't understand his logic on that. Oh, I didn't know. So, and then you deal with this woman for the span of a year and a half, and then and the last the total time that he dealt with this woman was 6 months, but it was a year and a half, and them last 6 months he admitted he wasn't seeing the kids no more. To where the point his brother had to say, "Hey Brian, why doesn't she bring her kids around anymore?" You are responsible for not only what you know, but what you don't know, because we have mouths, we have brains, we can inquire, we can ask. When we do not ask, when we do not inquire, it's called neglect. You didn't care to know. Okay? And somebody said something to me about this woman on the Facebook post. They said, Candace, why didn't she ask this, or why didn't she ask that, or something along that line? And I said she didn't care to ask. You have to care first. You have to want the knowledge. So no, he's not making sense to me right there.
Gotta cut it out, man. Y'all acting like some motherfucking kids, man. Y'all acting like y'all ain't saying, like y'all don't understand, bro. Like, what the fuck is going on? Then y'all keep posting this shit about this nigga going down. Y'all a bunch of rats. On my mama, y'all a bunch of fucking rats, man. Y'all don't want no nigga to ever. Y'all wouldn't want this shit if the situation was on the other hand. If the shoe was on the other foot, y'all wouldn't want it. Probably couldn't even deal with the pressure. Bitches
What
killing me
pressure?
on this motherfucker, man.
What he acting like to me, y'all? He acting like Brian and Chantel was like some in a gang or a drug. They traffic drugs, and people who were involved with them and traffic drugs with them turned around and snitched on them. No, sir. This woman highly and overtly neglected her children, resulting in one of them dying. And from what we heard from nurse practitioner Powers in the affidavit, the other one would have been dead had DCF and the police department not stepped in. He was on the brink of death, that 3-year-old baby. had they not stepped in or whatever, and you talking about people who are enraged about innocent children being harmed and neglected, you're calling them rats because they want these people, not only the person who directly did it, but the people who indirectly was around this woman. They want these people held accountable. So instead of you saying, okay, I understand why y'all enraged about this, because this innocent, beautiful child is dead, and the one is so far gone. The 3-year-old is so far gone. We already went over the whole affidavit or whatever. Uh, Instead of you saying, you know what, I understand y'all rage or whatever, but y'all have to, stick with the facts and do this or whatever. He come over here and shame people again, like I said before earlier in the live. This is what we call in the black community the sweeping it under the rug. He's gaslighting people. You're a rat if you pay attention to this child abuse case and try to hold this woman accountable, but hold all of her circle accountable too. You're a rat. So he's trying to shame you and make you socially unacceptable because he want the pressure off of mainly Brian. Okay, that's what he's doing.
Think I wouldn't be on this nigga ass if this nigga had something to do with it? You think I wouldn't be on his top? I'd be on his ass if that nigga had something to do with this situation, because I'm the first nigga to talk to the nigga when he got whatever happened. As soon as he got the phone. Because I was on it. Are y'all on it? Or are y'all really just want to see a motherfucker fall who ain't got nothing to do with it? I was on it. Accurate. What's going on, bro? Talk to me. You gotta let me know what's happening. And I'm a good judge of character, energy and all. That nigga ain't got
I don't
shit to do
believe
with
that.
nothing, man. Ain't a lie
I
you
don't
can
believe
tell me.
that.
Yeah, you probably lied to try to save a motherfucker who you been helping. What don't y'all get about?
But in the for the sake of a child, okay, he said he tried to save that woman because he had been helping her. But is she more important than her child? Her child is dead. And the other one, they said if she didn't call 911 when she called 911, the nurse practitioner at Riley's Children's Hospital, who went over to did a physical examination of the son. She said if that woman didn't call 911 and the other child had not died, basically what the nurse practitioner over at Riley's Children's Hospital was saying, Skylar, the 2-year-old, basically saved the life of her brother by dying, because when Skylar died, she caused her mother to call 911, which in turn saved her brother because he was on the brink of death. But he was saved because DCF and the police officer stepped in. We're not supposed to be enraged by that. What the fuck is he talking about? It's niggas like this in the community that really piss me off, because you're masking it and you're peppering the conversation and making it seem as if you're an advocate for this children. But as I pointed out to y'all earlier in his live, I was like 10, almost 15 minutes in, and we hadn't really even heard about those children. He kept on calling that baby Skylar. He kept on calling her that baby or the dead baby. But you claim to be close to this woman, this child's mother. I don't understand it. It's a disconnect there. I'm cool with y'all discussing everybody else, but don't discuss these people because they're my friends, and fuck them kids. That's what it sounds like to me when I read between the lines, y'all. That's why you cannot let the shaming and the gaslighting and the projecting tactics distract you. Oldest tricks in the book. Satan used them since day one. You cannot let these tactics distract you and get you off the goalpost, which is getting justice for these babies. Fuck the adults. Okay?
Ain't no different than one of these niggas going and murdering a motherfucker and one of you bitches house this nigga up in the crib.
It is
Ain't no
different because
difference.
that's not dealing with a child. What is he talking
So
about?
what is we talking about here
What are
for
you
real,
talking
man?
about?
Y'all want to blame this man for trying to help a motherfucker? Y'all want to blame this nigga for trying to help her?
Absolutely, when you trying to help her evade accountability for, goddamn it, having a hand involved in her children being highly neglected, stay in a feces-filled apartment, and one of them is dead. Absolutely, we holding you accountable. She's not the victim. Those children were. What is this man talking about? You want to help him? He was just trying to help her. How? By helping her evade accountability. How many times have I said, I've heard the years I've been on YouTube covering these cases, and black men have come in my comment section on YouTube and berating me. You don't hold black women accountable. Well, I am right now. I'm holding black women accountable, specifically this one, Chantel Gardner, for her actions. You have a boyfriend who was trying to help her evade accountability, and you trying to advocate for that? On the blood of a child? Should nobody get advocacy in this situation but those children? He was trying to get her to evade accountability. I'm holding her and her whole circle accountable for what happened to those children. Because how did you not know? And you've been dealing with this woman for years. She used to allegedly bring her children around you. Then at the end, towards the end of it, she just out of a sudden stopped bringing the kids around you. Again, like I said it earlier in this live, at the best part of the year for children, you got back to school, you got Halloween, you got Christmas. When it's all about family and togetherness, September, he said out of his own mouth, was the last time he seen those babies. Then he doubled back and said the last time he seen them babies was December 27th. So December 27th is the last time you seen them babies. You didn't notice nothing was a foul? Because the mother claims she started neglecting them in the summer. Okay, but you don't know it. You was just trying to help her. What the fuck?
I got Merc in the situation. That nigga ain't bother nobody. Y'all know that some of these niggas got custody of their kids, man. Some of you bitches ain't even got custody of your kids, man. I deal with motherfuckers who got custody of their kids,
Again,
man.
he's deflecting. That don't have nothing to do with this case.
Female was doing that shit to their kids. Cause all the niggas that I fuck around with is real dads, man. Real dads. Real dads, man. Or I ain't gonna be around you. I'm not gonna be around you. So stop doing that. Get on these bitches' necks. Get on these bitches' heels. Because it's a lot more.
Okay, so you can tell he got some animosity towards women because again, he trying to protect this man, and you claiming you have friends who are oh, I got friends who got custody of their kids or whatever. I My dad had goddamn it joy, I believe he had joint custody of my mom with us, but my dad was so fucking involved. It what My dad wasn't no weekend dad, y'all. Not only that, but the houses we lived in, we had two. My dad bought them houses for my mom. It wasn't no call uncle, whatever, Mister. Y'all know how them old ladies back in the day call their boyfriend's uncle, or they tell the kids to call the boyfriend uncle. We didn't have that shit. It wasn't no man running in our house. If we had problems, from medical to health, to needing shit from school to vacations to Santa Claus and Christmas and shit, we called fucking daddy or whatever. It wasn't nobody coming in and around us like that. And I know if something was going on with one of us or whatever, my daddy gonna be involved. That's what fathers with custody do. So you mean to tell me that you hang around these type of men or whatever, and you not holding Brian accountable, and you not questioning him, you not as enraged as we are as to why the last 6 months of their relationship, he didn't have a clue where those kids was, and when that woman was telling him that, oh, they're allegedly with family, they're allegedly with the neighbor, the friend, you just went along with that with no further investigation. And from his account, oh, you can't be held accountable for what you didn't know. If I'm dealing with somebody and we 18 months into the relationship and it's the funnest time of the year from September to December, like I said, you got New Year's, you got Christmas. New Year's really for the adults, but you can still have fun. I used to have fun with my kids on New Year's, get the sparkling wine, whatever. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween, going to pumpkin patch, back to school, the funnest time of the year for children, and you are not concerned about why the fuck she ain't bringing her kids around you. It's a problem for me.
Four of them. On God. Hey, man, if I'm lying, I'm flying. It's way more than her. Then I came with the slogan, she just got caught. They want to run with that. You feel me? Y'all are so uncreative, man. It don't make no motherfucking sense. Y'all are so uncreative. It don't make no sense. Y'all weird. Half of y'all ain't got shit going on. Y'all ain't got nothing but time on y'all hand. Y'all don't work no job. Y'all don't do none of that shit. Y'all on this bitch 24/7 trying to get a motherfucker ran up for $10, $15 on social media.
Again, this is a shaming tactic. Oh, y'all don't have nothing going for yourselves. Y'all on social media. Some people make more than that on social media. You know, some people got all their shit linked and they don't have to work no job because they making so much money off social media. But anyways, this is a shaming tactic. I don't want you to focus on the people who I care about, and fuck the fact that y'all trying to hold them accountable because there's a dead child involved and one who was highly neglected. I just want to shame y'all and make it seem like y'all are uncool or socially unacceptable because you are choosing to focus on this matter. That's what he's saying.
For $10, $15 on social media. Nigga, I'm coming with the she just got caught shirts. Fuck you talking about? Because some of you bitches don't get it too.
So again, he is projecting now. He's trying to shame people and project and say, "Oh, y'all put the spotlight on Chantel Gardner and Brian Thomas because y'all just want to make $15 from doing this or whatever from your social media content." But then he doubles right back and says, "I'm making she got caught shirts. So, sir, who is profiting off of the death of this child? You or us? Because I don't think it's us. I said in the beginning of my life, I made it unmonetized, okay? Because I'm a monetized content creator on YouTube. I said in the beginning of this life, it is unmonetized. So again, he's projecting. You blaming us for shit that you really doing. And he don't hear himself because he is so emotionally charged.
Y'all need to. Some of you bitches need to get the same treatment of what she getting because y'all doing the same thing on God. They just ain't got caught. That's all it is. I know a lot of you bitches is nasty. On me. A lot of you bitches go to the bathroom and pussy still be in the bathroom when y'all leave out that motherfucker, man. Let's talk. Let's talk for real. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it, man. I got time. On my mama, let's get to it. A lot of you bitches musty. Don't put on your hygiene fucked up. So how you worried about another motherfucker and your breath stink?
Again, this is a shaming tactic because again, he don't want you talking about his friend Chantel Gardner and the fact that her baby was dead caused by her own hands, and Brian Thomas, who was her boyfriend, his other friends. This is a shaming tactic. I would have doubled back and said this to him if I was on this live with him. I don't pretty much care about a grown person and their hygiene because that is them. They have personal bodily autonomy over themselves. If they want to go around and have bad hygiene, that is on them. This it still don't make them, and the fact that they got smelly genitals and they don't do their hair or whatever he said, that's not worse than you neglecting two children, three and two, and leaving them in a fecal filled house where it was fecal matter on the walls. And when the baby's autopsy was done, the Dr. Polo, says she had fecal matter in her stomach, paint, hair, and other stuff in her intestines. That's not worse than that. So the bitch down the street with the smelly coochie and got eye boogers and dry lips and all and don't do her hair, that's not worse than this mother who neglected her children and left them in that filthy, squalor filled house filled with bodily fluids while you went out to live your best life. Which is worse? The smelly grown person who got personal bodily autonomy, or The children who can't fend for themselves and they got a mother living la vida loca, doing videos, rap videos, while she glossed up, flossed up, iced up, talking about in the music videos how she frosted or whatever the fuck she was saying. I think your friends still look worse, sir. You doing a very fucking horrible job at defending the bitch. If I can speak my mind.
Arms cutting up, your panties crusty, and everything else. All the shit above. Bitch, what's wrong with y'all? You feel me? Stop it. Cut it out.
That's a plea. That's a plea at the end of that. Stop it. Cut it out. Basically, stop it. Leave my friend alone. Don't talk about Brian and Chantel no more. That's a plea. That's a plea. I can't take this anymore. That's what he's saying.
This shit bothering me now. Oh God. At
I
first
told
was
you.
cool, calm, collected, laid back. This shit bothering me now.
Defense mechanism. It's bothering me. It's bothering me. I can't think of no other way to get y'all to shut up but to tell y'all that y'all stink, y'all smell, y'all are rats, y'all goofballs, or whatever. If you cover this case, if you try to investigate Brian, you just do that. Okay? And it's bothering me. I told y'all that was a defense mechanism.
I'm already reaching out to motherfuckers, man. I'm shitty that the balloon release got canceled because I motherfucker already had some in the works. She had a whole custom bench getting made and shit. You feel me? Like, start doing that shit. Apply your energy to that shit on how to help the situation, because now we know what went on, and that shit null and void right now. So try to help the situation. God damn it. Try to help it out. Who came forth with $1, $2, $3? Here, I know that little boy gonna be traumatized when he get out. I just wanted to donate somewhere. I just wanted to make sure everything was straight. Ain't none of that going on. Motherfuckers on this bitch trying to bash somebody. The fuck on, man. Like y'all like shit don't stink. Like shit don't stink. Fuck you mean we all going through it. Was that a reason for her to do what she did? No, and that's why I cannot respect her no more. You feel me? At all.
But he just spent half the video advocating for her.
Me being one of them,
I don't get it.
You could have reached out to real genuine people, man. You feel me? Real genuine people. Bitches laughing and hee-ha-ha and shit. Right now, goddamn it, it's somebody sitting right on the Facebook right now in their crib looking like that. Fuck. Oh, with y'all, man. I don't give a fuck what y'all saying about her. I don't give a fuck what y'all saying about her. Because she admitted it. And once you admitted it, my soul dropped. You feel me? Once you admitted it, my heart broke. My heart broke. Because I wanted it to be so different and I wanted it to be a lie so motherfucking bad. I wanted it to be a lie so bad. I swear to God, I wanted to be a lie so bad, man. I done shed tears and every motherfucking thing about this shit, bro. For real. On God. Because I don't understand. I don't understand, bro. My head been hurting since it happened. You feel me? Y'all want to talk about really going through it for real, bro? My head been hurting since it fucked.
Y'all, my son, my daughter coming home. My dog always get the yapping when they come in the door. Hey y'all, I'm still live. Oh, y'all got pizza? I I might.
Okay.
Where you going?
With them to today church?
Okay. All right, call me. Be careful.
Oh, no, I'm just getting some.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought you was leaving. All right, sorry y'all. Hang your coat up. Yeah, so let's get back into this. What kind of pizza did y'all get?
Pepperoni.
No, thank you.
It happened, bro. I've been having a fucking migraine, bro.
Huh?
Read same songs, read the Bible, and ate.
Oh, that sound cool. I'm glad you had fun.
Real. Fuckers, all this bullshit ass fame. Ain't a rapper made it out this motherfucker. At this point, we just rapping for the rappers. Fuck that shit, man. Nigga, I put that shit to the side. That shit is a hobby for me. Fuck that shit. My kids come first. My well-being comes first. Fuck a like. Fuck a view. Fuck how a motherfucker look at me. They don't pay my bills.
Thank you.
They don't get up and punch this clock for me. I don't give a fuck what nobody think about me on my mama. Oh, God, nigga. I don't care. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm just gonna keep it real, man.
All right.
I'm not gonna get on here and sugarcoat it or none of that shit. And like I said,
I'm not gonna cover his whole live. I'm like almost 30 minutes into his live or whatever. I feel like he just was emotionally charged and he had to vent. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, the one thing I do agree with him on is like when you get these new cases and you investigating or whatever, like me, I'm speaking as a blogger, so I even know as a blogger, what he's saying is true. You get a lot of people who spread misinformation, they spread gossip, they make up things or whatever, and they don't fact check, they just spread whatever or whatever. So I do agree with him there. And also the other point I agree with him is him saying that people were trying to incriminate like the other people who she was rapping with. I agree that's wrong, especially if they don't have nothing to do with it or whatever. But I don't agree that the boyfriend was so, just clean or whatever. He was innocent. I don't think he was full blown innocent in this matter because you didn't ask questions and you lied to the detectives, right? And we already proved that that was true because it was in the affidavit that he admitted to it or whatever. So I ain't gonna play this whole thing because I feel like part of it he just needed to vent and get things off his chest. Like he just was emotionally charged. I want to find where they have the um those, well, where I gotta go find this post where I have like these recordings of her talking to Brian from prison. And y'all know I shared a lot of the stuff that I already found or whatever. It's on the post, but let's go over these. I want y'all to actively listen to like the tone in her voice or whatever. Listen to what she's saying, how she's saying, and what she don't say. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to turn the volume up. Can y'all hear? So did y'all hear that? She's talking to Brian on the phone, I believe, from jail, and she basically describing the scenario of how she found her daughter deceased. She's basically saying, she called Brian first, and then after she called Brian, she called 911. 911 told her to start performing CPR, and she said she just couldn't. She couldn't. But in the affidavit, she claiming that she gave the baby CPR. But in her own words, she said no, she couldn't. She could not do it, which I don't understand why she couldn't, being a mother myself. But okay, I'm going to try to rewind it and play it again. It is kind of, not that good of quality.
one trying to get shit together for my baby. I just didn't know. I didn't want to be a burden on nobody. I didn't know how to ask help. You have one minute remaining. I'm already knowing.
So she basically was describing what happened when she found the baby deceased, and she's telling Brian, "Oh, I didn't know how to ask for help or whatever. They told me to perform CPR. I just couldn't do it." And she said that she was trying to get the baby to the hospital, but by the time she made it outside, and I guess the paramedics and the first responders seen the baby or whatever, they were saying it was already too late. So again, in this phone call, I feel like he's more sympathetic towards the mother than the child. So Brian, don't get no kudo points with me. I'm sorry. You still sound like you, oh well, yeah, trying to protect this woman or whatever. Like you still seem more sympathetic towards her than the child. Like I would have been down her fucking throat if I was him and in that situation, even as a woman, and it's a man and he got kids and I ain't seen these kids in months. I would have been down his throat because I do understand now I probably am gonna get charged with something. Like who deals with somebody like that and think they gonna get off scot free, and you were like her significant other. You was that close to her. You got to be a fucking ding dong. I'm sorry. That's the only way I can describe something like that. At first, when we came across this case, I was thinking, oh, well, he was just like a distant friend with benefits or whatever. He really didn't know the situation. But when I found out he had been dealing with her for a few years and he had met her kids, and then out of nowhere they just disappeared. No, you don't. You not just some innocent like that man sitting alive. You just wasn't. Ooh, I was just trying to help her. No, it was deeper than that. And what it sounds like now is shit done hit the fan, and you trying to cover your ass by trying to throw all the blame back on her, which I do agree she is responsible for this situation. But you are responsible for what you did, and that's what they're holding you accountable for. Not holding him accountable for what she did. Okay. Callie says she could not do it because she already knew. Yeah, she already knew. We went over that in the affidavit. The baby was cold to the touch. And I already told y'all from my own medical experience and dealing with people in the medical field after they die, you not immediately cold after you die. Your body is not immediately still. This ain't even got nothing to do with rigor mortis. Because rigor mortis and like where the muscles twitch and things like that, that's even a little bit later on down the line. When the person first, like they're done, took their last breath, the body's still warm to the touch. I remember being in ICU and certain hospital that I worked at, it only had like 6 adult freezers or whatever, and all those freezers being filled up because we would have days where your whole team would just tank and they would all go home to be with the Lord or whatever, and we would have to keep those bodies in rooms until the morgue came and got them, and ice them, pack them down with ice, put the temperature in the room as low as possible. But I remember going in some of them rooms or whatever, because a lot of times what the nurses staff like to do, they like to hurry up, clean those bodies and get them in the freezer before they poop or before stuff start coming out their mouth, right? And so the days where we couldn't because the freezers was all filled up or whatever, I would go back in the room just to check, like see where they were, did they poop, whatever, before the morgue came and got them and all. And you would touch their skin and they would still be warm and the stomach would still be going up and down, and it would look like they were having respirations. Whole time it's not respirations, it's just like I said earlier, the body getting ready to go back to the dust. Scientific terms, you got the cells preparing for decomposition because there's special bacteria in there that just know how to break the body down. You got gases moving all around. Stuff is happening, okay? Stuff is happening in that body. So for that baby to have been cold to the touch, she was already past gone. She's already past gone. All right, it's a few other recordings here with this man talking to this woman. I'm gonna try to play them, and then after that, y'all, because I've been on here a very long time. covering this case. I'm gonna get off of here. If I find out anything after we go over these recordings, I will share them with y'all or whatever. We'll go live again. Hopefully, we'll get some people up on the panel to share how they feel or whatever. Because I did want to go over what we could do for other children who we suspect in this situation. You know, not just, I ain't saying you can't call CPS. Of course, call CPS. But what else can you do? You see what I'm saying? Like, what can we do to get back to being that village that raised the child?
But you know, anyway, it, like, even when I did see the babies, like, you know for a fact, like, even if that was the case, when you was spending the night over here, like, you could have brought them. You could have brought them. Nigga, if anything, you know, if push came to shove, I would have paid for daycare. It don't matter, though. Them babies come before the bullshit I got going on. I would rather have paid to put them in daycare than figure it out like this.
It sounds like it's poor worker.
You said what? I didn't want to be a burden. But still, though, sweetheart, you gotta, you have to move a little bit different, like.
And this part, because I know y'all, when people are in trouble, when they in hot water, they always go back and say what they woulda, shoulda, coulda did. I get that. But when Brian's saying, hey, I would have went back and paid for daycare, I actually believe him. You know why? Because he lied on your behalf to the detectives. He lied to the police to protect you. You know what I'm saying? So I really do believe he would have paid for daycare for you. If he willing to lie to the detectives for you in a matter as serious as this, I do believe that man would have paid for daycare if he would have known she was going through that. You know, you gotta, I don't care what nobody say, but if a black man go to a detective and lie to them on your behalf, he ain't got nothing to do with it to the first. He really do care about you. Especially with the understanding that he could go down too. Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah. Get shit together.
All right, I asked one more video of them talking.
When I talked to the detective, I'm like, I don't know why they keep including you. When I told TT, I told him, I said, I don't know why they keep including him. I said, had I like, you know, call him to come get seen. Like, he wouldn't even be a part of this shit. I mean, I get that. You feel me? Like, somebody need to be there for Saint, but they, you know, it's these motherfuckers on social media, and it's this motherfucker sending me shit like, this nigga knew, how could this nigga just clearly let her way up over there knowing that the kid was over there? I'm like, nigga, she know for a fact I would have got on her motherfucking ass if nigga that was the motherfucking case. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm.
That right there, I don't believe, okay? I believe he probably would have helped her with daycare. He probably would have paid for daycare before the fact. But after the fact, I believe if he had went in that apartment and they seen that deceased child, because you lied to the detectives, that means you have a higher probability of covering up a crime. I believe they would have probably disposed of her corpse or whatever and made up some stories about where those kids were up until people found out the truth. Cause he too cool with her on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no way I'd be able to talk to a dude that I have been dealing with for almost 2 years and you did all this to your kids. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be talking to you lovey-dovey like you're in prison for murder, bitch, and neglect. Are we forgetting that? The autopsy of the baby showed that she had shit in her stomach, paint particles and hair in her intestines. Like, are we forgetting that? And they talking on the phone all lovey dovey and shit. It's irritating me. You know what I'm saying? It really is.
Mad at you because you know you could have fucking told me this shit. You know you could have told me this shit. I was embarrassed. Like, I was trying to make it like I had shit together, like I thought I had shit together. I really thought I had
It's
shit
no way in high heaven to low hell I will be talking to this dog dirty bitch on the phone like this. He's talking like the kind of CPS. He's talking like she got a CPS case. CPS cases are civil cases. And when I say he's talking like she has a CPS case, what I mean is you talking like the daycare worker caught a bruise on the baby's bottom because you spanked them, like it was something minor. You see what I'm saying? And I ain't saying that's minor, but it's a little bit more minor than this situation when you compare the two, right? That's what he's talking to her like. He's not talking to her like, yo, you had a corpse in your home and it was the corpse of your 2-year-old child and the home was squalor and there was poop and uh trash and it was not one child living like this but two, and a medical professional who examined the boy said the only thing that saved his life, because he was on the brink of death too, the medical examiner said the only thing that saved his life is because his sister died, which caused the mother to call 911, and 911, the police and the CPS stepped in and saved the life of the brother. This is serious, y'all, and they on the phone talking lovey-dovey like she just got some civil CPS case because she popped a child too hard or something. And then the friend is talking about he wasn't involved. You could tell even after this woman did this shit to these children that this boyfriend, in my opinion, he don't sound like he care. He still sound like he's still very emotionally involved with this woman. I couldn't look at a nigga the same if I know he did this to his children. Niggas do less to children. They just abandon them. Most of them, they abandon them. They don't take care of them. They don't try to pay their child support. And in my eyes, that's disgusting. So I know for a fact I couldn't deal with no man who, if he had custody of his children, they were living like this. And one of them died and the other one was on the brink of death. You absolutely shit to me and don't talk to me. Don't call me for nothing. And I ain't calling you down at the prisons. Something is wrong with this picture, y'all. Something is wrong with this picture. You know what I'm saying? He sound like he like, what the fuck? What do y'all have to talk about after you find out some shit like that? They didn't care. He didn't care about them kids. You on the phone talking to her like y'all, how you talk to, I used to talk to your boyfriend back in high school. You laying across the dresser, you fiddling with shit. Like y'all just saying sweet nothings. This bitch is in jail for highly neglecting her kids and causing one of them to die and the other one was on the brink of death. Did y'all hear how bad they said the son was? They said the son was like a rabid animal, in my own words. They said he had food aggression. They said the doctor said when she would feed him, she said he made sure to eat every crumb. He said he was very overprotective of his food. You couldn't get near the son when he ate. She said he will cry, have fits if you got near his food. He had food aggression. She said he emotionally and socially was and cognitively was impaired. He could not talk at 3. And you out here talking on this bitch lovey-dovey, and your motherfucking friend, the friend got more emotion in defending these two ding dongs than they do defending themselves. They on there talking lovey-dovey and shit. I'd have cussed that nigga out. Ho, you don't know me no more. You trifling fuck. Did your kids like that. And now I gotta look at these goddamn detectives and I ain't got nothing to do with to the first. Y'all see what I'm saying? Shit crazy. That's crazy. And you on the phone talking lovey dovey like she just got something minor, and the motherfucker gone because it's dumb. Mm-mm. Hold on, y'all. I got to find it again. That's crazy. They didn't care about these kids. And the one dude who live I played earlier, he was more concerned with protecting that man. He ain't have nothing to do with nothing. He ain't man. But he said out his own mouth, and it's proof that they've been knowing each other for years. You just follow their Facebook timelines. Y'all know what this also sounds like to me? Because she's basically saying to him, if y'all can't hear it and if it's too muffled for y'all to hear it, she's basically telling him, oh, you were, this is what she's saying to Brian. She's saying, oh, well, when I would ask for help, you would always offer to help. And when I wanted food or wanted to go out to eat, you would offer to buy me something to eat. So y'all got to think, okay, when listening to this, this woman is locked up for something serious, something that ain't even just looked down on in the judicial system, but something that is in society looked down on, the harming of a child. So this woman knows she don't have too many motherfucking people in her corner. Okay. So it sounds like to me she's buttering this man up for the long ride. I gotta have me a pen pal. I gotta have me a something on the line to pay my commissary and keep me, keep my mind off the crimes and the shit that put me here. That's what it sounds like to me. Cause I wouldn't be talking to her, but he was dumb enough to call her. I wouldn't be talking to her at all. I wouldn't be talking to nobody but the good Lord above, especially if I know I haven't done anything and I'm trying to uphold my right to remain silent. Go get me a lawyer. That's who I'm be talking to, my Lord and my lawyer. God and my lawyer. That's all I'm talking to. It's over with me and you. I don't, how could you look like the tone in his voice tells me that like he sound very relaxed talking to her, even though his life is getting impacted by her decisions. He now has to deal with a charge. And like his friend said in his life, his friend said, oh, Brian has his own house. Brian has his own house, insinuating basically that Brian got a life and he got some type of foundation. So if you that kind of man, you don't work hard for everything you got and all, you got some type of foundation. Are you gonna be cool, calm, and collected if you find out the woman you've been seriously involved with for the last few years, uh, one of her children is dead and gone? In her fecal filled house, squalor trash filled house. The other one was close to death. And now everybody, not just the coppers, but everybody, the community's eyes is on you. Are you going to be this calm and relaxed and talking to this woman on the phone like this? Because I don't think I would be. Ain't no way in hell. And I done worked hard. I got my own house. I don't know if Brian has kids, but I don't believe he does. I ain't got no children to the first. Let's just go with that scenario. All right. And even if I did have children, I would be further pissed off because you taking me away from my babies now, for real. Because you wasn't taking care of yours. You know what I'm saying? How many times do we get especially on Facebook, these they especially black men complain all day every day how they don't like these trafficking women, how they don't want to date single mothers. I don't think the problem is any of that. I think the problem is you niggas pick wrong. Y'all pick wrong and y'all get so stuck on these wrong women. Um, like this dude. He head over heels. You can hear it in the tone of his voice. He's still emotionally involved with this woman. Yeah, he definitely she definitely sounds like she's trying to butter him up, Miss Callie. Miss Callie said sounds like they trying to use each other. She's trying to act the mother of two, and it became too much, but she focused on her relationship with him. He just wanted to let it be known he didn't know. Right, Miss Callie, you are absolutely right. But my thing is, you know, why do any of that, Miss Callie? I'm talking about Brian. Cause she definitely up shit creek without a paddle, right? She incriminated herself. That apartment told on her. That baby's body told on her from the bruises that they found outside the baby's body, and then the things that they found inside the baby's body. That lady goose is cooked, right? So I'm thinking, okay, you only talking to this dude because you trying to get him to keep that commissary laced, and he only talking to you with his dumb ass because he trying to make sure, okay, I get off for this shit. But if you really wanted to get off for that, you just keep your motherfucking mouth shut and let the detectives do their job and get you a lawyer. I wouldn't have said shit. I wouldn't give a damn about how none of you motherfuckers on Facebook seen me, because I know how these cases go. It's so much speculation, and everybody's questioning what's going on around the case, that you're not going to see the truth until probably, I would say, some of the truth. In most cases you see the truth 6 months to a year down the line outside the case. Because once the heat dies down, then other people, they get relaxed, they want to talk about it and things like that. Okay, some cases you never figure out what the fuck happened, but usually, majority of the time with these cases, you gonna find out. Just let it simmer down, let it simmer down. But everybody's eyes is on this woman right now. All right, everybody's eyes is on this case. But yeah, like I wouldn't say nothing to nobody. But that's a lot of people's, Miss Callie, their biggest downfall. A lot of people are deceived into believing I have to defend myself. I have to verbally defend myself. But actually, that's the worst you could do, especially when it comes to crime. Your best defense is your silence. Your best defense is your silence. Okay? That's not only even true just for the criminal realm, that's true for the spiritual realm. And just dealing with people on an everyday basis. If you getting bullied at your job, the best defense you can have is to shut up, don't say nothing. Because the other party, they have to guess your next move. They don't know your next move. When you try to defend yourself, oh, I'm big, bad, and bold, and I do this, they know how you coming. Oh, this motherfucker like to fight. But when you shut the fuck up and you let people wonder, or whatever, like they like to say nowadays, it's this new term when people are just watching you and they trying to figure out your angle. They call it monitoring spirits. I didn't hear about that back in the day, but now they call it monitoring spirits or whatever. When people just monitoring you because they trying to find your angle, you shut up, you will waste their fucking time and tire them out just by shutting up. Just by shutting up. You have to be strong enough when these kind of situations to let people, and they're going to say and think it anyways. You have no control over what nobody else say or think about you. So quit trying to, control. Hey, I'm a verbally get on the Facebook Live or whatever, or record this with me and this woman on a prison call, me trying to defend myself. All you doing is digging yourself in a bigger hole. Because had he shut the fuck up and not did this prison call, the tone of his voice alone told me that he still is relaxed around this woman, around this creepy, negligent, trifling ass woman, and he still kind of like her. You see how I figured that out immediately about this man? All he had to do was shut up. I know it's uncomfortable. I've been in that spot where I was, accused of some things, and It's not fun, especially when you got eyes on you and people assuming shit, people who don't know you, people who ain't seen you in years, and every little thing about you they telling. You know what I'm saying? And you look up and you like, damn, I thought this was my friend, that was my friend, or whatever, and they telling, they got something to tell. Damn, that motherfucker ain't seen me since kindergarten. He telling about that time that I wet my pants in the goddamn lunch line or whatever. You feel betrayed. You feel like you have to defend yourself. But I'm telling you, the best defense ever is to shut up. Don't say nothing. Beyonce and Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying? They must have learned that, uh, especially Jay-Z, earlier in their careers. When they get accused of shit, they don't say shit. They do not say nothing. Trump plays a psychology trick. He get your ass focused on other shit that ain't got to do with nothing. He diverts people attention. When you want to talk about his crimes, he finna divert you to something else. Focus on this shit. Don't focus on my 34 whatever felonies. Focus on the fact that we got illegal immigrants and they allegedly eat cats and dogs. But the best defense is just to be quiet. Just to be quiet. I wish he had done that because all you doing is giving them more ammo by talking. All right. So I really enjoy going over all this stuff with y'all. If I come across anything or if y'all come across anything, just hit me up in the DMs if you're on Facebook and let me know. If you on YouTube, my email, even though the name of the page has changed, my email is still blackwomenaware@gmail.com or whatever. That's for sources too. You know, I do not reveal sources or whatsoever. If you want to come on or whatever and share what you know or share your opinion or whatever, you can do that. I might go live again sometime next week. Y'all have a blessed evening. Remember to be safe, be alert, and be aware. This is Candace Yvette. I'm out. Peace, y'all.